exceptional to get the chance to see 32 of the top men's and women's singles and doubles players across the country all compete in one location. We're on the search for that next Cam Norrie, right? That next Danielle Collins, as there have been so many players of late that have gone from the college ranks and immediately experienced success on the pros. Yesterday, a couple of standout performers, some of them freshmen, I think we have to keep our eyes on here in 2022. Let's start with the upsets on the women's singles side. Two freshmen in particular were exceptional throughout the course of the day. I want to start with freshman Connie Ma of Stanford. She knocks out seventh seeded Snow Han of USC. Straight set victory for Ma, 6-3, 6-1. Oh my goodness, does tennis come easily to the Stanford freshman? And it's easy power for her off both wings, forehand, backhand side. There's a fluidity to her game as well. It feels like even if her opponents hit the ball a little bit bigger than her, even if they have a size advantage, her ability to absorb, redirect that pace off of both wings, it's special stuff. And given how much college tennis we watch here at Cracked Rackets, I like to think we know it when we see it. You can see it with Connie Ma right away. She is going to fit like a hand in a glove into that Stanford lineup. And, you know, it was a disappointing day. I don't know if it was disappointing. It was a tough draw for another Stanford freshman, Yepafanova, who ends up dropping a straight set affair on the day. But I mean, again, with Connie Ma, who ends up earning a doubles victory with Angelique Blake as well, 3-set victory there. I know the Cardinal had a down year in 2021. They didn't reach the round of 16. That's only like the third time that's happened since 1985. But I think they're in for a bounce back season here this year. And for Connie Ma, again, there was just nothing Snow Han could do. She never found her rhythm throughout the course of the match. Felt like she made a bit of a push towards the end of that first set, but then Connie Ma came out firing at the start of the second. And even if Connie Ma's serve leaves a little bit to be desired, and it definitely does because the ball certainly will sit up on the second serve, it's her footwork around the court, her speed. Again, she beats you to the spot. She's got that quick twitch athleticism where the ball just explodes off of her racket. I was a big fan of Connie Ma's performance on day one. And now she probably plays our match of the day on day two, as she's going to take on UNC's Fiona Crawley. Of course, Crawley undefeated last season in the back half of the lineup for the Tar Heels. She'll be expected to make a jump up this year as the Tar Heels try to replace that trio of Davitella, Graham, and Jones. Was a good win for Crawley. Struggled at first, but found her rhythm. 3-6, 6-2, 6-1 victory over Sophia Carrington of LSU. But again, I want to stick with the upsets first. Connie Ma was probably my most impressive performer of the day, and it's worth remembering she ripped through her ITA regional. I believe she didn't drop a set before knocking off her teammate Yepafanova in the final. Still has yet to drop a set during this process as well, the win over Snow Han. Keep your eye on that Ma Crawley matchup on day two. But of course, some of the other upsets we saw on the day, I don't know if this one counts. Irina Cantos-Ciameres of Ohio State, who was a quarterfinalist at the ITA All-American, super successful. I think she won about 70% of her matches last season, playing number one for the Big Ten championed Ohio State Buckeyes. She earns a 3-set win over number 8 seed Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina. But again, that was a pick-em match. 6-3, 4-6, 7-5. Brutal draw for both players. I don't consider that a poor performance at all for Ackley. That's just a testament to, again, the fight of Irina Cantos-Ciameres, whose lefty game you recognize right away. And I know, should have probably said this at the top, we do apologize for all the issues with the scoring yesterday, some of the issues we had with our red zone stream. We hope to have those fixed here on day two. If not, we've got some solutions in the meantime to make it a better viewing experience for all of you at home. But, you know, one of the matches we were able to follow at the start was the Cantos-Ciameres Ackley match. And it was a physical slog. It was a battle. It's exactly what you'd expect from two players who absolutely have top 25, top 20, maybe even better potential here in 2022. And of course, you look for South Carolina, another one of those notable results for them on the day. ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner, the freshman, exceptional in her run to that title about a month ago. She got pushed in her match on day one. 3-set result for her against Elza Tomase of Tennessee, ultimately Hamner. And this was my first time getting to see her play. The firepower is quite evident. She's got weapons on both wings. Great at taking that ball early on the rise as well. I don't think she's quite the mover that Connie Ma is, but she's definitely got more firepower, can just a little bit more, you know, panache I suppose, on that ball from the baseline. And, again, it was really fun to watch her play, to see the frustration she expressed after dropping that second set. And she went down 5-2 in the second, was able to, narrow that gap a little bit, make it a 6-4 set, forced Tomase to, breaks her once and forced her to serve it out again. But it was a great service game from Tomase to hold 4-6-4. Hamner came out swinging, though, in the third. It was an aggressive, swing, but it was a controlled swing as well. I'm a fan of her game. Again, she, even in a tournament that doesn't feature Emma Navarro, doesn't feature Peyton Stearns, doesn't feature Janice Chen of Pepperdine, Sarah Hamner's here to play, folks. She is going to be at the top of women's college tennis this season, and we have to take notice of South Carolina as such, because when you have a force like that, like Ackley as well, at the top of your lineup, I don't care what 3 through 6 like it looks like, you are going to compete against just about anyone. So it was fascinating to see her play. Some of the other notable results on the day: Cam Mora of UNC, expected to probably jump into that #1 singles position. Tough loss for her on the day. Great fight. She was down a set and a break to FSU's Petra Huel. Huel in the end, though, 6-1, 6-7, 7-5 victory over Mora. That match was, about 3 hours on the day, but, certainly an exciting one to watch. Some of the other notable ones, just quickly: what a win for Selma Ewing. 3 sets over Kylie Collins. Collins comes out swinging in that first set. Just, Ewing wasn't prepared for the pace of the serve, the explosion of the forehand, the tenacity with which Kylie Collins played. But Ewing was exceptional in making adjustments, ended up finding that Collins backhand, ended up flipping the script of the rallies. It was Ewing being the aggressor, Ewing moving forward to the net, Ewing forcing Collins to either be on her back foot or forced her to be aggressive in difficult positions. Welcome back to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin, so excited to be on the call as we watch 32 of the top men's and women's players from across the country compete for the right to be named a national champion. For those of you tuning in for the first time today, A, welcome. B, where have you been? It's been a fantastic day one of action. Yesterday's play, of course, round of 32 for both the singles and the doubles. Today's play starts out with some round of 16 singles action. We've got, I believe, 14 different courts we can broadcast throughout the course of the day. And that's what we're going to be doing here on this coverage, providing what we call our red zone coverage of the event. Rather than lock in on one specific match, we're going to try and jump around throughout the course of this morning session, highlight the break points, the set points, the match points, the dramatic finishes we have across the ground. Also, try to highlight as many of these performers as we can, as again, so many exceptional players from across the country getting that opportunity to play in one of the college tennis showcase events. With that in mind, we're going to start off with a rundown. We're going to go to each and every court we have on our stream, introduce who's playing, let you know where you can watch them in case you want to lock in on any specific match. And with that said, I'll start out with a huge shout out to our friends over at both Track Tennis and Tennis Ticker. If you want to follow each individual stream, you can do so with our friends at Track Tennis. You want to follow the individual scores throughout the day, you can do so with our friends at Tennis Ticker. Links to both of those apps available on the ITA website. And of course, a shout out at the beginning here to our friends Tim Russell, Dan Johnson, the entire ITA team for allowing our Cracked Rackets group to help cover this fantastic showcase of college tennis. With that in mind, enough of my face. Let's get to the action. Super producer Daniel Westoff, and let's start out on Stadium Court. As again, we work our way across the board here on Stadium. We've got the #1 seed in the women's singles competition, Abby Forbes of UCLA. She's taking on Maria Kazareva of St. Mary's. Now, it's worth noting, Abby Forbes yesterday, 0-0 victory in her first round match. It's just extraordinarily difficult to beat any player at this level. 6-love, and that is a testament to the talent of Abby Forbes. But of course, in her opponent Kazareva, 4-3 victory yesterday over Denver's Reed Miller. And so again, this is a match we will have our eye on. If you have not seen Abby Forbes compete, I mean, just Again, the athleticism she brings to the court in everything that she does, the fitness level she brings to the court as well. She is ready for the slog. If you want to knock off the number 1 seed, you better be ready to play 2.5, 3 hours. And maybe my favorite match of any match I watched at the 2021 NCAA singles tournament was the match she played against Della Perez Somariba. That was a just thrilling 3-set finish. And again, that loss, I imagine, fresh on Forbes's mind as she begins her season here this year. She's the number 1 seed for a reason. We will have our eyes on her throughout the day. Again, it's Forbes versus Kazareva here on Stadium Court. With that in mind, again, we're going to rapid fire through these courts before we lock in on any individual match. Let's go straight to court 6. Super producer Daniel Westoff for our next matchup here on the day. Another women's singles battle. Erin Cayetano of USC, semifinalist at the 2021 ITA All-American event, one of multiple Trojans to experience that success at that event. And of course, it's worth knowing both she and fellow ITA All-American quarterfinalist Selma Ewing both earning victories on day number 1 here in San Diego. But she's got a tricky matchup on her hands as she's going to take on FSU's Petra Huel. A 3-set win yesterday over UNC's Cam Mora. That's a match we featured pretty heavily here on our stream over the course of that battle. It was about a 2.5-hour affair. Huel, a 6-1, 6-7, 7-5 win over her fellow ACC foe. This is one to lock in on because, again, there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding the Florida State roster right now, and that was a super talented Florida State team in 2021, a team that obviously reached the final stages of the NCAA tournament in Orlando. We'll keep an eye on this one as well. USC surprise round of 16 appearance, and Cayetano, by the way, near side of your screen in the white hat for those of you wanting to identify these players. USC, again, with Cayetano, Ewing back in the fold, you bring in someone like Snohan, who was injured last season, wasn't able to play. She was the number 7 seed here at this event, knocked off yesterday. But again, keep an eye on the Trojans here this season as well. Court 6, Cayetano, number 6 seed of USC, taking on FSU's Petra Huel, who now in the near side of your court. But with that said, let's go to court 7. If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff. And this is a court we will be watching closely. One of the matches we are going to focus in on here in the morning session, the aforementioned Selma Ewing. And by the way, that's just good booking by the ITA staff. Shout out to the tournament director. As someone who has tried to manage a tournament before, that just in general, USC coach Allison Swain is like, thank you for playing my players next to each other so that I can coach both of them actively throughout the course of the match. You see Selma Ewing playing next to her teammate Erin Cayetano. Ewing serving on the near side of your screen. She's taking on ITA All-American champion and probably the hottest player in women's college tennis right now, South Carolina freshman Sarah Hamner. Was a difficult first-round match for the number 3 seed for South Carolina. It was a 6-1, 4-6, 6-2 victory for her yesterday against Elza Tomase of Tennessee. It was just as tricky for Ewing as well. She overcame a set deficit, knocked off Texas's Kylie Collins. That was both matches we were locked in on here on our stream yesterday. If you have not seen the freshman from South Carolina play, one word for you. There we go. It shows where my brain is this morning. Firepower. That's what she's got. It's in spades, abundantly clear. You can see if she's got time to set her feet, she can hit the ball through just about anyone. See the forehand firepower there, working Selma Ewing into that ad side corner of the court. But Selma Ewing dealt with plenty of firepower yesterday in Kylie Collins. And what Ewing was so impressive with was her ability to adapt during that match, find the backhand corner of Kylie Collins, work her way forward to the net so that Collins was on her back foot and that the dynamics shifted in sets 2 and 3. Collins nearly came back. It was a 5-2 lead for Ewing in the third. Collins managed to narrow that deficit to 5-4. Ewing able to serve it out, though, in that final service game. You see the big serve there. This is one of our premier matches. I promise you we will come back to court 7 in just a little bit. With that in mind, let's go to 8. super producer Daniel Westoff, where again, the action continues across the board. You've got a University of San Diego student here competing, Abigail Diasetnikov, taking on Irina Kantos-Siemers of Ohio State. Of course, this is Diasetnikov serving on the near side of your screen. Kantos, the lefty. Argue most recognizable forehand right now in women's college tennis. And of course, for the Buckeye was an impressive 3-set victory yesterday over Iana Ackley of South Carolina. That was another match. Got to see a healthy dose of on our stream. Ackley taking that second set. Looked like she had wrestled momentum, but Kanto 7-5 in the third. It's a nice backhand from Diasetnikov, excuse me. Get things started, and that's what you'll have to do. Be the aggressor, because again, Kantos is going to make you work 2.5, sometimes even 3 hours if you want to knock her off the court. She'll be ready for another 3-set slog despite yesterday's result. It's a fun contrast of styles here on court number 8. That's why we'll keep an eye on it. Watch one more point here before we move on. Of course, worth noting, there are 2 University of San Diego students still alive in the draw. You have Diasetnikov here in the women's side, August Holmgren, number 3 seed on the men's side. I'm all for a partisan crowd, so hopefully we see some. You can see there a nice group assembled on the sideline. That said, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go to court number 9 as we work our way through these morning matches. This is another one I promise you we'll be highlighting here throughout the morning. North Carolina's Fiona Crawley, undefeated in dual matches last season, looking to step up, help replace, fill that gap left by the graduation. 3 of the greats: Alexa Graham, Sarah Davatella, McKenna Jones. Alexa Graham, your 2020 champion of this event. Davatella, 2019 champion. Of course, McKenna Jones, your 2021 NCAA doubles champion. So yeah, a little bit of a hole to fill. Of course, Fiona Crawley undefeated in dual matches last season. 3-set win for her yesterday. She's taken on the freshman sensation, Stanford's Connie Ma. Straight set win, excuse me, over number 7 seed Snow Han of USC yesterday. Such an explosive game for Connie Ma. So fluid around the court as well. This is one I promise we'll be keeping an eye on, folks. It's 2-1 here at the turn. Crawley, Ma, one of our showcase courts here this morning. I know we have a couple of questions in the comments. And by the way, to any of you, court requests, comments, throw them into our YouTube chat. You want to message us on Twitter if that's easier for you, at Crack Rackets, at Great Shot Pod. Unfortunately, no broadcasts for us on courts 14 or 15. We've got cameras everywhere else, but unfortunately no 14 or 15 for us. Again, you can follow Scores Tennis Ticker, follow all the individual streams, Track Tennis. Shout out to my main man Igor up here early with us, I'm sure. With that in mind, let's move to 10, Westoff. Again, as we work our way across the board here. This is another one of those matches I want us to key in on. Not necessarily because I think the scoreline is going to be particularly tight. No disrespect to Tennessee's Rebecca Martena. But I am fascinated by number 2 seed out of Princeton, Daria Freeman. And I appreciate all of you who do take the opportunity and time to reach out to us to inform us of the information we don't know. Of course, Freeman didn't participate in the ITA All-American this year. That's because there was no pre-qualifying. She would have participated. Had she done so, we likely would have seen the number 2 seed go on a run of success. Of course, unfortunately, weren't able to do that. That said, keep your eyes on the number 2 seed. Only have heard positive things about the Princeton Tiger. You can see that backhand down the line there. Taken early, taken on the rise. Got to keep our eye on this match, certainly, as well as we see as Daria Freeman. Comfortable win for her yesterday. But a good win for Rebecca Martena as well. No denying that. You look at what she was able to pull off. 3-set win for her. 7-6 in the third over Iowa State. That's a Pornaklo. Princeton's just a team in general. We talked about this yesterday. Between Freeman, Vicky Hu, Brianna Schvetz. Could be a top 10 team when all things are said and done. Again, Freeman, Princeton, far side of your screen serving now. Court 10. Stick around for the end of this service game. I'm fascinated. I'll be honest. I have yet to see Freeman play as well. So part of that scheduling, a little bit, I suppose, biased by me, but she's the number 2 seed. We didn't have the chance to see her play yesterday. I think this is obviously a player we got to highlight a bit today. Tell you what, we saw this from Martena yesterday, though. She is going to make Freeman work. Great coverage around the court. Love the depth she plays with. Freeman, though, holding here on 10. So with that in mind, let's go to 11. Again, continue our work around the board. Apologies for the voice crack. This is an interesting one, too, of our fascinating results on the day yesterday. JJ Tracy was down a set and a break. Tracy, the Buckeye, in the red on the far side of your screen. Number 8 seed here at our event. Trailed by a set and a break yesterday. 2 TCUs, Juan Carlos Aguilar was able to get that break back, take a 7-5 for second set, cruises 6-1 in the third, and that's JJ Tracy in a nutshell, folks. He's lost fewer, I think, than 5 college tennis matches in his career, and just super, super quick. Big forehand, but solid on that backhand wing as well. Can make special things happen in the outer thirds. Gonna need to, though, against Arkansas's Alexa Buchan. See the forehand there from Tracy Buchan yesterday. 7-5, 7-6, dramatic win over Columbia's Alex Kotzen. You're gonna get some funk from Buchan. That serve leaves a lot to be desired, but he's going to find winners down the line when you least expect it. He's going to throw in a heavy amount of forehand slice. Be interesting to see how much he has left in the tank, though. It was a physical straight set win. Now, of course, Tracy played the 3-set match, but I'll just say I know JJ Tracy's got it left in the tank. This is definitely a prove-it sort of match for Buchan and the Arkansas Razorbacks. See Tracy here serving far side of your screen again for those curious, because I know it's a similar color matchup. Buchan, white top, red bottom. Tracy the reverse. That's the foot speed I'm talking about, folks. Tracy out of corners. The depth on that forehand slice, giving Buchan a little taste of his own medicine. Get the chance to watch JJ Tracy compete at one of our Cracked Rackets ITA summer events heading into his freshman season in 2021. And super producer Daniel Westoff could confirm. Thought I was giving hot takes at the time, but you could just tell. Again, you watch enough college tennis, you can tell who's got it, who doesn't. Much like one match of watching Connie Ma, you can say, oh yeah, freshman's going to be good this season. You could just tell for JJ Tracy, he plays at the speed. He's on the level. So it's not a surprise at all to see him make a big jump here at the start of his sophomore campaign. Return goes a little bit long there. Tracy looks to extend his lead here on court 11. Let's go to 12. Again, we're going to check in everywhere throughout the course of the day. 12 is another one of our premier courts, though. Trey Hildebrand, quietest defending champion, entering the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships in history. I'm not going to say no. Felt like you knew when Nuno was the champ, and you knew when Petros was the champ. Trey Hildebrand was your champ last year, folks. That is a pretty lob, though, from number 5 Seton. Another Ohio State Buckeye, another great scheduling move by the tournament director. Buckeyes playing next to each other. I know you say that's not that hard to do, but it's the little things, folks. Got to celebrate the little victories. Votzel serving on the near side of your screen. Hildebrand, the UCF Knight, on the far side. Of course, it's a fascinating question for Ohio State, one we will debate certainly on our Great Shot podcast preview of the Buckeyes season later on in our College Contender Series. But what does the lineup look for Ohio State, particularly given the fall JJ Tracy has had? You know Kingsley's going to be up there at the top. Votzel certainly earned a slot in the conversation, but after that, Tracy, Oklahoma transfer Jake Van Emberg. See another big overhead there from Votzel. Trotter, Boulay, Cash. They're getting Jack Anthrop in, one of the top recruits in the nation as well. God forbid they get John McNally back too. He's still got an extra year. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. Look out for the Buckeyes, folks, as always, in 2022. That's special, though. From Hildebrand there again, defending ITA National Fall Champion. Looking to push Mate Votzel here on court 12. Let's go to 13. Keep our eye on 12. Going to keep an eye on this one as well. Andre Martin. I introduced him as this yesterday. Going to stand by the take. The tennis hipsters probably favorite college tennis player right now. He's just not, it's not a mainstream thing to say, but Andre Martin could be a top 20 guy this year. The decisiveness he plays with, willingness to move forward, Kyle Edmund-esque on the forehand. That said, it's not a Crack Rackets podcast until I make the claim that Stefan Dostanic can be the best player in college tennis. Dostanic, third year now with the Trojans, technically a sophomore, given that extra year of COVID eligibility for all of those players impacted. Number 4 seed here at this event, semifinalist at the ITA regional before he suffered an ankle injury during the match. He's done a break for much of his second set yesterday before earning a straight set win, I believe, over Kentucky's Francois Musatelli, 6-1, 6-4. If you listen to our preview pod, you know he was my pick. You watch the ball of Stefan Dostanic come off the racket. It's a pro ball, folks. But again, Andre Martin is going to put pressure on him, be aggressive. So this is going to be a hard-hitting match. You can see on the scoreboard on your screen here. Dostanic, an early 5-2 lead. 2-5 here in his service game. By the way, Mate Votzel's 6-1 first set over defending champ Trey Hildebrand. You also had a 6-love first set for JJ Tracy. 5-love right now for USC's Aaron Cayetano over Petra Huel. Apologies. Again, trying to spend some time with all of these matches early on before we lock in on any one thing specifically. But since Martin's serving to stay alive here in the set, well, I'll cheat a little bit. This is one of our premier matches here in the morning. It's a good hold for Andre Martin. Dostanic trying to serve it out, so we're going to stick around for one more game here. Again, the junior, third year USC Trojan, so good in his sophomore second year campaign. It's fewer than 5 matches at the number 3 singles position for the NCAA quarterfinalist Trojans. You see the serve drop shot combo there. You expect the heaviness of the ground stroke. You expect him to go big forehand. That's the Dostanic playbook. Instead, he mixes in the variety there. I'm telling you. You hear rumors about some of the events that were played at the USTA National Campus this past summer. Those shadow wildcard events. Lots of success for Dostanic is the word on the street.
Let's go. Come on.
It's good hustle, though, from Martin to absorb that depth, pace. And from Martin yesterday, physical 3-set win over Pepperdine's Pietro Fellin. I see in our comment section a lot of love for the Arthur Ferry Sven Law match. We'll get there, folks. You think I don't have a Baylor Bear take? Our Cracked Rackets team headed down to Waco next week to do some reporting. We're excited for that. See some frustration mounting for Stefan Dostanic. And if you're going to knock him, it's going to be that it is one speed. Yes, that speed looks pro level. Yes, that ball is a pro ball. But the variety, the plan B, plan C, plan D, when he's pushed off that baseline, what does that Stefan Dostanic look like? That's the question all of us are wondering here. Entering this campaign where he will be the guy now for USC. Then again, though, when plan A looks like that, you're feeling pretty good. 30 all now, 5-3, first set. Dostanic, USC, number 4 seed serving far side of your screen to Georgia Tech's Andre Martin. Didn't see an out call there. But Andre Martin's not a guy to whiff. Said I'm going to assume that was an ace. Say 40-30 here, set point.
Yeah!
And so the serve was long. It was a double fault, not a second serve ace. Andre Martin back on serve. 4-5 here on court 13. Again, this is going to be one of our showcase courts. We're going to come back to it. Let's go to 16. No broadcast on courts 14 or 15. Just a reminder to all of you tuning in with us. Also to Emma, who asked, is the tennis ticker scoreboard off? Those of you who tuned in yesterday know we do have a couple of issues still with our tennis ticker scoreboard updates now. You can already tell this morning they have worked to alleviate 93% of the problems. And as we know, 93% is an A. Tennis ticker, A for their performance over the past 12 hours to help all of us college tennis fans follow the action as closely as possible. That said, we know there's still a 7% we're looking for. We promise things will continue to improve throughout the day so that we're at 100% efficiency. We're where we need to be for this event. That said, we do apologize for some of those issues. We promise it will continue to get better throughout the day. You know what's gotten better? The performance of Olafia Aini. He continues to show off why he was one of the top recruits in the nation entering his college tennis career. But of course, he plays for Cornell, and we haven't gotten to see any Ivy League college tennis action in about 18 months. Thus, it was an upset victory for Olafia yesterday when he knocked off number 6 seed Gabriel Diallo of Kentucky. Aini, near side of your court, taking on Mason Byler of Oklahoma. Byler 3-set win yesterday over Wake Forest Taha Badi. This is a contrast of styles. Olafia, the aggressor, big serve, wants to move forward, play +1 tennis, again, play on his terms. Byler's going to scrap. Byler's going to claw. Byler's going to hit big as well. This is an interesting one. Again, we'll keep our eye on it, keep our eye on the scoreboard as of right now. You look at this matchup again for Olafia, I believe currently up 5-2 on Byler. You do wonder how much does Byler have left in the tank. It was about a 3-hour match yesterday between he and Wake Forest Taha Badi. But again, right now, Olafia, you need big lead on Mason Byler. 2 more to go before we lock in on the specific matches. Let's go to 17 next. Super producer Daniel Westoff, and currently here on court 17, Andrew Rogers of Pepperdine. Early action. Again, it's been physical. Not sure if that scoreboard's a bit behind. Perhaps it may be, but he's taken on number 1 seed of Washington, Clement Chittick. Chittick, 4th best UTR right now in all of college tennis. And you see near side of your screen, Andrew Rogers, the transfer from Tennessee. You see Coach Adam Shackley, of course, as well. Shaq looks like he could be playing in this event. He's still got it. And of course, you may see him ball boy at various points throughout the match. I know he's a nervous watcher, so he's a guy who likes to get after it on court. Tell you what, though, if you haven't watched much of Clement Chittick yet, very, very smooth game for the number 1 seeded Washington Husky. Just, not going to overwhelm you with an Alex Damajan server +1 forehand. Not going to overwhelm you with, Mitchell Frank type tenacity. Just does everything well on tennis court. It's a smooth game, works his way to the net, can absorb, redirect pace well. See how just in control his game seems to be right now against Rogers, keeping everything out in front. You see Coach Shaq offering a word or two of advice to his transfer Rogers. It's a really nice point, though, from Andrew Rogers here on court 17. And again, while we wait for that scoreboard to update, let's go to 18. In the meantime, introduce our final match here of the morning. It's another hometown favorite. August Holmgren, San Diego senior number 3 seed here at this event, finalist at the ITA All-American, where he was knocked off by Florida's Ben Shelton. Taking on another veteran of the process, Finn Reynolds. Reynolds, near side of your screen. I believe. Indeed, yeah. That is indeed Reynolds, near side of your screen.
Come on, man. Let's go. Come on.
I don't think I've seen Finn Reynolds ever without that hat on. But it is worth mentioning, just again, given the color issues here, you'd feel like you could ask one of them gets the light blue, the other doesn't. Big serve, though, from Holmgren. He holds 4-5-3 here on 18. So again, that's everything. Those are all of our matches here this morning. Now, a couple of first set scores just to update you on what's in the books. And we're going to stick here as Reynolds serves trailing 3-5 on 18. But first set's in the books. JJ Tracy, 6-love first set. He continues to rock and roll. Now up 2-love as well over Arkansas's Alexa Buchan. You look at some of the other first sets. Aaron Cayetano, 6-2 over Petra Huel. Alafiaini, 6-2 over Mason Byler. 6-1 first set for Mate Botzel over Trey Hildebrand as well. Currently 5-all on court 13 between Dostanik, Andre Martin. We're going to go there next, Westhoff. And again, after this one, we're going to focus in on our, I would say, 6 show courts. Right now, the matches I think are going to remain, tight first sets, headline matchups. For all of your individual streams, anything you want to watch in particular, we are collegetennis.com, or Google search ITA National Fall Championships. You'll find the homepage, find links to any individual stream you're looking for, as well as to the tennis ticker, scoreboard. Here, Reynolds serving. 30-love up on Holmgren. Of course, was a big summer for August Holmgren. Knocked out Jordan Thompson, top 100 player at the ATP San Diego event about a month ago. Ends up falling short in the final round of qualifying, but got a lucky loser into the main draw. We got the opportunity to compete against Grigor Dimitrov. Dimitrov match probably a bridge too far at this moment for Holmgren, but again, you saw straight set win yesterday over Jeffrey von der Schulenberg of Virginia, and in his appearance making the finals of the ITA All-American, I would say one of the best serve plus one forehands, maybe the best in college tennis this season. You can see he gets after that forehand as well. Net cord, though, sails wide. Finn Reynolds asking the question of August Holmgren, saying, hey, serve this out if you want to take this first set. Nevertheless, it's exactly what Holmgren will have the chance to do. 5-4 here on court number 18. With that in mind, Westhoff, let's go back to 13 if we can. Andre Martin serving to stay alive in the first set. Trailed 5-4 against Stefan Dostanik. Got that break back after a loose service game, particularly a couple of first ball errors early on for Dostanik. Now love 15 here in the 5-6 service game of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket as we pick up our coverage. That is a heck of a lob. Picked up off the feet of Andres Martin, and even in the, 10 points we've seen in this match thus far, a constant theme. You see a hesitancy from Dostanik to move forward. I don't think that lob is the reason why, but just not the most comfortable volleyer, not the most comfortable guy at the net. 30-15 here for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket. Forehand sails wide, so now 40-30. Meanwhile, a couple of other score things to keep an eye on. Abby Desietnikov of San Diego served for the first set against the Reno Cantos Siamers. Now it's Cantos up 40-15 at 5-all after she was able to break back. Meanwhile, ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner down 15-40 in her 4-all service game against USC's Selma Ewing. But we're going to a breaker here on court 13. Georgia Tech's Andres Martin forcing that tiebreak against USC's Stefan Dostanik. Of course, maybe one of the questions in college tennis coaching circles right now. Who's USC head coach Brett Macy going to hire as his first assistant at USC? Of course, he was gifted associate head coach Chris Quinta. Macy was first given the head coaching job in 2020. Quinta now California men's tennis head coach. I know many of you are wondering. The answer is yes. I have offered my services to Coach Macy. He quickly declined. I told him to sleep on it. We'll see what he says at the end of this tournament. But it's an excellent job opportunity for so many. Very late in the year for that job to come open, but it'll be fascinating to see where it goes. You imagine probably goes to a former Trojan, right? That ball sails long, so 1-1 here in our first set breaker. Meanwhile, Abby Forbes served for the first set. She was broken. St. Mary's Kazareva. That match on center court, for those of you that want to follow that one. Great patience. And the feel Andre Martin has on that backhand slice. The depth he's able to produce. That's the shortest shot. What, you make a short list. Kingsley, Boytan, Dostanik. Hit that ball from that position, that corner of the court. It's brilliant stuff from the number 4 seeded Trojan. 2-2 now here in our first set breaker. Again, Selma Ewing right now 2 points away from that first set. We may pop over there for a moment. See if we can't check out that set point. It's a sloppy miss there from Andre Martin. 3-2 Dostanik. Can we do that, Westhoff? Can we go to court number 7? Selma Ewing, Sarah Hamner. Again, Hamner, your 2021 ITA All-American champion. Down 5-4 here, 30-15. Selma Ewing, number 1 singles player for USC last season, looking to serve out this first set. Heck of the first 2 matches for Ewing. She gets Kylie Collins of Texas round 1, now hard-hitting Hamner round 2. What depth from Selma Ewing on that defensive lob. Just bought herself so much time to get back to the center of the court. And then perhaps even more impressively, that lob turned into offense. Sarah Hamner hit that shot from the fence, and as impressive as the strength and the depth she was able to put on her reply, Ewing took control of the point, and now all of a sudden, 3 set point chances here for Selma Ewing of USC. I don't want to say it would be an upset, given Ewing's the veteran here, but an upset brewing here on 7. First set Selma Ewing. 6-4 over number 3 seed Sarah Hamner. We will absolutely be keeping our eyes on this one, folks. Meanwhile, back to 13. Best in the business, super producer Daniel Westoff beats me to the punch. 5-2 Distonic. You see the Trojans serving near side of your screen. Meanwhile, yes, you see in the comments, Sven Law, Arthur Ferry continue to exchange breaks back and forth. Currently 6-5, 30-15. Ferry serving for the set. That is the strength, flexibility. I hope I'm not accused of bias here, but that's a pro ball. I know I keep complimenting it. How many players can hit that shot, have the combination of strength and ability to do it? Not many. Forehand sprays a little wide. Still 2 more set points coming. Meanwhile, first set to Arena Kanto 7-5 over USD's Desietnikov. Oh. What a get from Andre Martin. And you heard me mention it earlier. The feel on that backhand slice to guide that ball just past Ostanek down the line. Beautiful shot from him. Still, first set point on the Distonic serve. 6-5 here. Meanwhile, speaking of San Diego products, rough stretch for the Toros. August Holmgren broken, serving at 5-4. It's 5-all for he and Finn Reynolds. Yeah! Stefan Dostanek. Big serve out wide. Was trickier than it needed to be, but 7-6 first set for him on court 13. Meanwhile, can we go to 18? I know, again, not one of our premier courts here, but Finn Reynolds, I believe, did indeed get broken, serving at 5-all. Scoreboard a bit behind on 18. Believe this is Holmgren serving 6-5 for, again, a trickier than it needed to be first set, but a first set nevertheless. Oh, I hate to do this. Can we go to 11 quickly, Westoff? Is there any chance? Match point, JJ Tracy. 6-love 5. I mean, he's just cruising here. Yeah, 6-1, 5-1. 6-love 5-1, 40-love. Match point coming up for the Buckeye. We'll go right back to 18. Of course, he missed the forehand. All right, can we see if there's action on 18? First set, August Holmgren. 7-5, he takes it. Let's go back to 11, see if we can catch that 40-15 match point. And this is the joy of the red zone coverage. You get it all, folks. First set to August Holmgren, 7-5 on 18. First winner of day 2, JJ Tracy, 6-love, 6-1 over Alexa Buchan of Arkansas. He advances to the quarterfinals of the ITA National Fall Championships. All right, with that said, can we check it on 9? Had a scoreboard update on 9 that says it's now 4-all here in the first set between Fiona Crawley and Connie Ma, but I think we may be a hair behind, as it was either the longest 4-3 game in history or slightly behind. Still, this is a fascinating one because obviously Connie Ma has been lights out thus far in her freshman campaign, ripped through her regional to qualify for this event. But I offered this hot take yesterday. I'm sticking with it today. I think Fiona Crawley plays 1 singles for North Carolina this year. I am that impressed with Crawley's game, the firepower she's able to produce, the consistency of that firepower as well. Another one of those, you know it when you see it. Crawley's just a winner. Finds ways to assert herself in every match she plays. Some intensity, some fire out of the Stanford freshman. You file that under things you love to see. Believe that's a hold for 6-all here on court 1, according to my sources on the ground. So we'll see. It's either a breaker here or 5-all. And we'll know pretty quickly what the case is. Meanwhile, struggles for the #1 seed after she didn't drop a game all day. First set breaker for Abby Forbes on Stadium. We'll go there next. Keeping our eyes on all the matchups unfolding here across our morning session. Tough miss. But it is indeed a first set breaker. The skills of inference, folks. Always trust those sources on the ground. First set breaker here to decide Mon Crawley. Westhoff, if you can, queue up Stadium as well. Oh, best in the business, folks. So we're going to try and hop back and forth as much as we can. It's 3-love Kazareva here. St. Mary's coming out strong. Shout out Dominic Caceres, 2019 finalist at this event. I think I got that last name right. I believe it's 3-love here on Stadium Court. And Abby Forbes served for the set up 5-4. She served for the set up 6-5, broken on both occasions. Deja vu for the Bruin. I mean, man, is Kazareva swinging freely. By the way, 7-5 first set indeed for Arthur Ferry over Sven Law. Keeping an eye on that breaker on court 9 as well, trying to ensure I have an active scoreboard for all of you so that when we do hop back in, Don't worry, Westhoff. I'm keeping my eye on it. So as they make the turn here, it is all Maria Kazireva. 6-love here in this first set breaker. We're going to stick around here just for this quick exchange. Again, should be a quick changeover. Meanwhile, you guys, I'll show you on my phone. You can't see it, but I'm making sure I can follow that score. Crawley, the early lead right now. It's a mini break 2-1 lead. Six love here. Kazireva, you see Coach Stella Sampras Webster. Excuse me. Coaching on Forbes. Trying to just, again, play freely here. She misses that forehand long. Will, oh no, did that land in? That did not land in. I don't know if Forbes made the call, though, is the issue. We'll see here if they go to the chair or not. Looks like they're calling that first set. Indeed, Kazireva. So she takes it 7-6. Let's go back. You beat me to it. We're here on 9. I believe it's 4-1 Crawley here. And the scoreboard's a little bit behind. Oh, excuse me. 3-2 Ma. What did I see? Oh, that's because it's the wrong court. Duh. My bad. Either that or she called that bait. Either way, that's on me. Unforced error. So it's 4-2 Ma. That's why we try to use the computer screen instead of the phone screen. So we make the turn here on court 9. Meanwhile, one to keep our eye on court 15. We don't have the stream, but I can tell you, sensation of the ITA All-American on the men's side, Hawaii's Andre Ilgan. 6-love first set he took over Denver's James Davis. Davis takes the second set 6-1. So we've hit the third set there. See if we have any no other third sets currently underway. Selma Ewing, 6-4, 2-love lead on ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner. On serve 5-4 in the second set. Otzel Hildebrand, defending ITA All-American champ Hildebrand. ITA All-American, excuse me, ITA National Fall champ. On the precipice of perhaps getting knocked out. A 4-2 Ma here. I repeat, 4-2 Stanford's Connie Ma. One turn here, first set breaker. That cord goes the way of the Tar Heel. So 3-4, we're back on serve. what hitting from both wings, and you can see the frustration for Fiona Crawley after all of the work she did to set up that swinging backhand volley to miss that ball. It's a tough one, but again, you see the match toughness, physicality, ability to absorb, redirect, generate some pace of her own. And Stanford freshman Connie Ma. Is this a preview of our 2023 NCAA singles final? Maybe. Just maybe, folks. Yep, turn a bit long there from Ma. Still, Connie Ma, 5-4 lead here. On court number 9. Well, looking elsewhere. Dostanik now up a set and a break. Ferry now up a set and a break. Holmgren up a set and a break. Connie Ma fell. First of all, was that ball in? Do we know? Anyone? The reaction there from Fiona Crawley seemed to indicate either immense frustration or immense satisfaction. It's either 6-4 or 5-all, folks. Both players taking a tumble there. The racket goes flying. And so it looks like she did miss that volley. Connie Ma, 7-6 first set over North Carolina's Fiona Crawley. Now, of course, Crawley, 3-set comeback yesterday. This one far from over. We'll keep our eye on court number 9. Now, with that said, let's go to 12, if we can, Westhoff. Haven't checked in on this one in a little bit of time. Trey Hildebrand, your defending ITA National Fall Champion. Currently 5-all in his second set with number 5 seed, Ohio State Mate Votzel, excuse me. Votzel played a physical 3-set match yesterday against Duke's Andrew Zhang. Likely would like to get off court a little bit quicker today. Hit the hour 15 mark across the board. Hildebrand holds, though, 4-6-5. Can we go to 10? I know we don't have a scoreboard on 10, but it's Daria Freeman time. Have not enjoyed enough of the Princeton number 2 seed. Would like to do so for a little bit here on 10. Freeman, near side of your screen. Look at the aggression she swings with on that backhand. It's Jokic-esque. I like that. From Mertena, turning that defense into offense. Again, we haven't seen much of this match, but what we have seen, the dynamic has been clear. Freeman doing the majority of the dictating. Mertena absorbing, redirecting, trying to turn the match into a track meet. But Freeman gets broken here. Mertena sticking around. You know, yesterday he was giving me pronunciation updates. Max Potter, if you're on the stream and you have a score update for me on 10, I know a guy with 2 thumbs who would be very appreciative this one. So feel free to text away. Meanwhile, again, keeping my eyes on all the other score lines. We were a little bit behind on that score. I apologize. But in the end, Clement Chittick, #1 seed from Washington, 4th best UTR in the nation. 2-3 victory over Pepperdine's Andrew Rogers. That's just, again, 2 clean ball strikers. Chittick just a little bit better across the board. You saw the ease with which he moved that ball around the court. Maybe there was some doubt at first, given the lack of top 10 players in the draw. But Chittick fully deserving of that #1 seed. So just a score update for all of you to keep in mind. In the meantime, can we go to 6, Westhoff? I know it's a match we haven't checked in on in a little bit of time, but Aaron Cayetano took the first set, comfortable first set. Near side of your screen is Cayetano, 6-2 over FSU's Petra Houle. She now trails 3-5 here. In the second, Houle, let's take that ball early on the baseline, be the aggressor. Cayetano more willing to make things a little funky. Let's lock in here at the end of this. That's good stuff from Aaron Cayetano. ITA All-American semifinalist ain't going anywhere easy. Wants to at least ask the question of Houle. Force her to serve it out. Cayetano sprays a little wide. 40-30 now. Well, Sarah Hamner, we're going to check in on 7 next. Hamner Ewing doing battle in that second set. Hamner, a couple break points to get herself back on serve. Just seeing this comment now. No, thank you, Kyle, for joining us here for our coverage of the 2021 National Fall Championships. Big hold from Cayetano, going to force Petra Houle to serve out this second set. I lied, Westhoff. We're not going to 7. Can we go to 12? Let's go to 12 next if we can. Hildebrand, Votzel, second set breaker. 2020 ITA National Fall Champion Trey Hildebrand on the brink of elimination here. He trails by an early mini break 1-2. That's what we're talking about, folks. It's too good from Mate Votzel. The hands to get up there at the net, keep that ball low. Hands to scoop up that overhead from Trey Hildebrand. That's why Coach Tucker, Kronagi, that's why they're excited to be in Columbus here this season. And again, very quickly, they may have 2 more quarterfinalists. First 2, well, I guess not the first 2 as Chittick is through, but may have another quarterfinalist on their hand. How about that? It's good stuff, though, from Trey Hildebrand. Still mini break lead to Votzel, 3-2 in our second set breaker. You know things are funky when you bring out the forehand slice. Chipping and charging, a bold tactic from Hildebrand. Ultimately ineffective on that point as reply goes into the net. 4-2 Votzel on the turn. Meanwhile, match we were keeping our eye on earlier, Stefan Dostanek, 7-6, 4-2 lead for the USC Trojan. To 7-5, 3-2 lead for Reno Cantos of Ohio State over USD's Abigail Desietnikov. Abby Forbes has raced out to a 3-1 lead in her second set. Mason Byler of Oklahoma. Another 3-set battles on his hands as he takes the second from Cornell's Olafiaini. Trey Hildebrand employing that hacksaw ridge game plan. Chop after chop after chop. But unfortunately, commits the unforced error. 5-2 Votzel. Six-2 Votzel now. Couple of passing shots there. Great job to dip that first one. I don't think we have the match point sound effect yet. We're still on match point. That's a tricky lob there from Trey Hildebrand. Bold move. You're down 2-6. Why not? Still, a couple of match points coming up here for Mate Votzel on serve. Think about the slow clap, folks. College tennis is officially back. It's a good move by Hildebrand. Again, force Votzel to come up with a pass. He can't let Mate Votzel play on his front foot. 6-4 now. Another match point fought off. Hildebrand volley sails long. The defending champ knocked out by number 5 seed Mate Votzel. 6-1, 7-6. He is into the quarterfinals. So that's it for us here on 12. Let's go to 8. Let's check in on Cantos and Desietnikov. See where they're at. Oh, actually, excuse me. Let's go to 6. That's on me. Can we go to 6, Westhoff? Sorry. Poole serving for the set against Cayetano. Right now, we're hopping in right on set point. 40-30, folks. Pool serving on the near side of your screen. Aaron Cayetano says, no, not yet. Deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, Hamner does get her match back on serve. Up 40-love in 3-all in the second set. Would not shock me at all to see that match go the distance as well. Still, deuce point coming up here on 6. What a ball from Aaron Cayetano. Sneaks the backhand up the line. Set points fought off. 5-all here on 6. Meanwhile, Stefan Dostanek now serving. A double break, 7-6, 5-2 for the match against Andre Martin. That gets to a match point. We'll hop over there. Actually, let's hop over there if we can, Westhoff. Let's go to 13. Check back in on this match momentarily, but Dostanek right now serving for that match. And I believe we hop in now here with that forehand error, going to be 15-all. Or excuse me, now 30-15. Must have missed a big first serve from the number 4 seed. Now 40-15 here. Again, want you to imagine it, folks. Slow claps in your head. Winner of this takes on Mate Wotzel. Mate Wotzel is it? It is indeed, as Stefan Dostanek. Straight set victory over Georgia Tech's Andre Martin. He advances to this afternoon's quarterfinal round, where he'll take on Ohio State's Mate Wotzel, number 4 seed, number 5 seed. You love to see it. With that said, we're back on 6. Cayetano serving. She's just broken for 5-all here in set number 2. I believe it was a 6-2 first set. And indeed it was for Cayetano. By the way, Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to keep your eye on court number 8. I'll keep my eye on the score line. But Arena Kantos now a set and 5-2 up on San Diego's Abigail Desietnikov. Meanwhile, 15-30 here on court 6. It's a really nice forehand combo from Cayetano, and you can tell, with all due respect to Petra Houle, hits the ball so much more cleanly when she's got her feet set in the center of the center third of the court. Does not want to be going corner to corner with Cayetano. 30-all here. This critical juncture, 5-all in the second set. All right. Why not? Let's go to deuce. Let's see which side Huel likes to return from. Match points on 8. What's more critical? Deuce point. We've committed to this match. I'm sorry, Arena Kantos. I know it's 1540. I'm going to ask you, Desietnikov, give me a 30-40 points. We can stick around here for deuce. There it is. 6 game. Oh, you're a beast, Westhoff. And in the end, error goes wide. Arena Kantos ends the run of San Diego's Abigail Desietnikov 7-5-6-2. The ITA All-American quarterfinalist into another quarterfinal here in San Diego. Meanwhile, Erin Cayetano has wrestled all of the momentum away from Florida State's Petra Huel. She now leads 6-2, 6-5 here on 6. Let's go to 7. Hamner Ewing. Selma Ewing was up 6-4 to love in this match. It is now 6-4, 3-4, 30-40 in Selma Ewing's service game. 2 break point chances here for Hamner to give herself a chance to serve for the set.
No,
Yep.
wide.
Hamner does not like the call. I say yep as if I'm in some sort of definitive angle, although I suppose if you look up on your screen, it's like, no, it's right there. You know, I'm very close to the call in that theory, but obviously we're looking through the broadcast. It looked a hair wide to me. And again, to any of you who want to interact with us, feel free to hop into our YouTube comments, hoping to have the opportunity to speak with some of these winners, players throughout the day. Ewing manages to escape 4-4 all. I mean, the firepower is so evident for Sarah Hamner. Meanwhile, if we can, Westhoff, let's go back to 6. Cayetano now 2 points away. You can see her on the left side of your screen now. Now locking in here, 15:30 in the Petra Huel service game. That's such excellence from Erin Cayetano, who, as identified, we can all identify. Petra Huel in the center of the court is a different beast than when you can get her stretched in the outer thirds. And you saw the angle, the spin on that forehand from Cayetano. It's a winner against 90% of players, but that much more effective in this match. Drove match point for the USC Trojan. Erin Cayetano. She was down set points. She escapes with a straight set victory. 6-2, 7-5 over Florida State's Petra Huel. Meanwhile, let's go back to 7. Nothing stings worse than missing those breakpoint opportunities. And now all of a sudden, Sarah Hamner, 15-40 down in her 4-all service game. May we see the ITA All-American knocked off this morning? Trojans go 3-0 in the round of 16. It's possible. By the way, those of you following at home, Sven La, 6-4 second set over Stanford's Arthur Ferry, the number 2 seed, pushed to a third. Abby Forbes 2 points away from sending her match to a third set as well. Let's go, folks. Day 2 officially heating up. Selma Ewing will serve to defeat the ITA 2021 All-American champ. Court 7, things heating up. Can we go to stadium? West off to see if Abby Forbes can close out that first set. Or second set, excuse me. 5-2 right now is where she's at on stadium. Meanwhile, some of the other matches now out on court. Riley Tran taking on Alex and Noel. Noel, the ITA All-American Singles finalist. Tran, another one of the dangerous UNC Tar Heels, is going to get a shot to show off what she's got here this year. Deuce point, by the way, coming up here. That is such good stuff from Maria Kozyreva of St. Mary's. And again, for Abby Forbes, just for those of you who don't remember, was up a set in what, 3-0, 4-0 on Estela Perez Somariba at last year's NCAA tournament. Wasn't able to close out that match. You just have to ask, does that sit in the back of your mind in a moment like this? And I've said it before, I'll say it again. You will not find a more lovely human being than Abby Forbes. Huge fan of her. Just the kindest soul you're going to meet. But you always wonder if a loss like that lingers in the back of your mind in a stage like this. 5-3 Forbes here on Stadium. By the way, I'm keeping my eye on court 7. Selma Ewing, Sarah Hamner. Hamner, quick love 30 lead in the Ewing service game. So tenacity the freshman plays with. Love seeing this back against the wall. How does she respond? Meanwhile, again, Abby Forbes here. Closing in on a second set. August Holmgren's got a match point on 18. Or excuse me, he's serving for the match on 18. He's now up 7-5, 5-2. Of course, I think we're going to lock in for this third set between Forbes and Kazareva should it get there. So lock in maybe on Hamner Ewing or Ma Crawley. I think maybe we'll pick one of these matches. I guess let's put it up to a poll, Westhoff. Throw it up on the YouTube chat. What would people rather have us lock in for? Home stretch of Ma Crawley, Forbes Kazareva, or Ewing Hamner. We'll leave it up to the listeners, the viewers, and they can pick what we lock in on for a nice 20-minute stretch here at 2. Sarah Hamner right now, break point chances. But Abby Forbes down 15-40 here. Again, is it another nightmare scenario? Another lead evaporate. She had a lead in the first set of this match as well. That's better. Easy overhead put away for 30-40. Meanwhile, Westhoff, we got to go to 7. Have to go to 7. Deuce point, match point in Ewing Hamner. Coming up here. Oh, boy. Yeah. Ewing going to protest that call. She missed it. I hate to say it. She missed it. Again, I know it's right there for me. But that looked wide on this part of the broadcast. Of course you're going to be frustrated. That was the ball you wanted. The chair umpire's on that sideline. And I have to say, I think she missed it a hair wide. So we play on here on court 7, 5-all. If we can, let's go back to Stadium. I know, don't worry, I'm keeping my eye here on this action, but Abby Forbes gets to a deuce point now, set point chance, 5-3 to send this match to a third. Meanwhile, Fiona Crawley's taking a break of serve lead on court 9, 3-2 in the second set there. These were the matches we highlighted, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's the ball? Abby Forbes. I mean, she has Kazareva. Hands on knees. What a physical battle, but we play on here in set number 2. A couple of second sets we're monitoring here from our early morning session. Can you do me a favor quickly, Westhoff? Just pop the 10. No scoreboard needed. I just want to see if they're still playing Freeman versus Mertena. Curious to see if there's any action going on still on 10. Just to see if that match has finished, because I know the scoreboard's a bit behind. I don't see a chair in the chair. So again, if we have an update on that, we'll get to you as quickly as possible. Let's go back to that Hamner. Yeah, court 7. Hamner, Ewing, 5-all, 15-all, defending ITA All-American Sarah Hamner. Close call on that sideline. Deuce point. Ewing had a match point, 5-4, 40-all. Deuce, as it's known in our circles, misses that ball a little bit wide. Immediately appealed to the chair umpire. Chair umpire gave her the quick confirm. I can't say I disagree. All right, Sarah Hamner. 6-5 lead here now. On court number 7. Let's go to 9, Westhoff. Crawley, Ma. I believe it's 3-2, 40-15 right now for the UNC Tar Heel here in set number 2. I think this is the match we're going to lock in on here come the 2 o'clock hour. If we can, let's go to stadium quickly, Westhoff. Abby Forbes, love 40 now. She's got 4 more set points. $15.40 now. I mean, Abby Forbes, just 1 point. You feel like she can just win one of these sets. The relief, the burden that comes off the shoulders could be a new Forbes in set number 3, but you can just feel the tension in each of these set points. There it is. You can see Maria Kazureva falling over almost in defeat. 6-4, second set. Forbes finally takes it. Meanwhile, Ewing looks like she's going to serve out served to force a breaker in that second set against Hamner, but it's time for us to lock in. And 3-all now. Here, by the way, Daria Freeman, we do have a score update. 6-love. She takes the first set, now up 5-love in the second set breaker. So Freeman pushed to the brink here. May have even won that match when all things are said and done. Indeed, she did. August Holmgren, another winner in the past few minutes, excuse me. Andre Iligan as well. We'll get to those scores at this changeover as we lock in here. 3-all in the second set. Back and forth affair between freshmen from Stanford, Connie Ma, Carolina sophomore Fiona Crawley. She missed it. How many times have we seen Fiona Crawley miss that ball? And I know it's really stupid, but I love the frustration Crawley shows with herself. She's like, how do you miss that? You're better than that. And I agree. Fiona Crawley, better than that, but still, ball floats wide on her. All of a sudden, it's 4-3 Connie Ma here on court number 9. Meanwhile, 1-all in that breaker on court number 7. You look at some of the matches that have come off court over the past couple of minutes. Mason Byler, another come from behind 3-set victory for him as he earns 3-set win over Cornell's Lafia Aini. Number 2 seed Daria Freeman of Princeton, 6-love, 7-6. She was pushed physically in that second set against Rebecca Martena. But in the end, just too much firepower for the number 2 seed from Princeton. Meanwhile, we all know earlier today, Irina Kantos-Siamers of Ohio State knocked off San Diego's Abigail Desietnikov in straights. Good news for the Toros. August Holmgren, 7-5, 6-2. He takes his match over Ole Miss's Finn Reynolds. Again, in case you're just joining us, some of the matches you may have missed. Erin Cayetano, down 5-4, down set points, earns a 6-2, 7-5 victory over Florida State's Petra Huel. Andre Iligan, 6-love, 1-6, 6-love win over James Davis. You also had Dostanik, 7-6, 6-2 over Andres Martin. Votzel, 6-1, 7-6 over Trey Hildebrand. Clement Chittick earns a straight set win, 6-2, 6-3 over Andrew Rogers. And then JJ Tracy, your quickest and first win of the day, 6-love, 6-1 over Alexa Buchan of Arkansas. That sets up where things are at now. And by the way, Sarah Hamner inching closer and closer to earning a split with Selma Ewing. She's now got a 4-1 lead in that breaker. But again, we asked, you answered. We're locking in here. Crawley, Ma, right now Connie Ma up a set 7-6, up 4-3 as well here in the second set. Ball sails wide for Crawley, who you do worry, will she start to press as we reach the later stages of this match? Love 30 now here for Fiona Crawley. Again, for Crawley here. Lost to Hamner in the ITA All-American qualifying. 3-set loss, obviously, at the time. You were wondering, ooh, how does that bode for her moving forward? But then, of course, Hamner goes on to win the event. Another error from Crawley moving forward. Connie Ma now. Oh, excuse me. Crawley got the break. So, okay. My bad. So it's 4-3 Crawley. Did she make that backhand volley, I suppose, then? Currently love 40 here in this game. Again, apologies for that fact. That's on me, not on Tennis Ticker. I was just not following closely enough. Of course, again, all scores available with our friends on Tennis Ticker. All matches available with our friends at Track Tennis. Poor service game from Fiona Crawley, to say the least. Double fault brings us back to 4-all here. Momentum, Connie Ma right now. Another error from Crawley. Meanwhile, set points for Sarah Hamner. Currently up 6-4 in that breaker on Selma Ewing. Arthur Ferry, 4-2 lead. The third against Sven La. Abby Forbes, early 1-love lead. Her third set. This matchup has 3 hours written all over it, folks. Just don't get the feeling Fiona Crawley is going to go away anytime soon. 15-all here, 4-all, but as tight as it gets. Meanwhile, Hamner does take the second 7-6, so we're going 3 on court 7, folks. Yeah. A trade of breaks sticks to the script here. on court number 9. Momentum has been damn near impossible for either of these players to capture. So Fiona Crawley going to have the chance to serve to send this match to a third set. She now leads 5-4 here on court number 9. Again, just an update on where things stand elsewhere on the ground. Sarah Hamner, South Carolina's ITA All-American Championship winning freshman, does earn a 7-6 second set against Selma Ewing. Ewing had set point, 5-4, deuce, her serve, had the +1 forehand she was looking for, misses that ball just a hair wide. Hamner takes advantage of that fact. Comes back, takes set number 2, 7-6. Meanwhile, some of our other matches from our early sessions, Sven Law currently serving 2-4 deuce in the third set against number 2 seed Arthur Ferry. You've also got Abby Forbes, 1-all now in her third set against St. Mary's Maria Kazureva. Some late addition main draw matches to go on, the second wave of main draw matches, only 2 of them, I believe. But ultimately, Mel Riasco, Georgia freshman, maybe the win of the day on day 1, her straight set upset victory over number 4 seed Lisa Czar of Pepperdine. She's up 5-3, serving for the first set against Tiffany Fiquet of Mississippi. Meanwhile, Riley Tran, 2-3 on serve against All-American finalist Alexa Noel of Iowa. Battles on our hands everywhere, folks, as Fiona Crawley looks to serve out set number 2 against Stanford freshman Connie Ma. Again, worth reminding everyone, A, 3-set victory for Fiona Crawley yesterday against LSU's Sophia Carrington. B, Crawley didn't lose a dual match in 2021. She was that good in her freshman campaign for the Tar Heels, as expected. Has to be a top 3 Fiona of all time as well, right? Like, I'm trying to think. Fiona from Shrek, Fiona Crawley. Do we have a third Fiona who belongs in that top 3? At Great Shot Pod, if you can think of one, throw it in the YouTube comment as well. But Fiona Crawley here, 30 love lead now on Connie Ma, 2 points away from forcing a third. Quadruple set point coming up for Fiona Crawley. Just want to remind everyone, full third sets in our singles main draw. You're playing for a national champion. You better be ready to put forward a national champion's effort. Also worth noting here on Friday, it's our 2-match Friday singles main draw. What does that mean? We're playing round of 16 main draw for the quarter, and we're also playing quarterfinals for the main draw here today as well. Plenty of tennis on our Cracked Rackets YouTube stream planned throughout the day. Even if Fiona Crawley wins this match, at least the gauntlet of another one afterwards, or Connie Ma manages to hold on in this match, winner of this one doesn't get any easier. They've got Princeton's Daria Freeman, your number 2 seed, next. Oh man, just looking across the board, some of these matchups on hand. All right. Little bit complicated. All of a sudden. See Crawley, a little conversation there. I believe that's the associate head coach. There it is from Crawley. Big serve and backhand combination from the San Antonio sophomore. Earns her the second set. We're going the distance here on court number 9. I don't think that's a shock to any of you who have followed the action closely. And of course, you saw associate head coach Tyler Thompson, the big fist pump. Both players now going to take a moment to, again, get ready, reset, refocus. Entering the third set, you look at some of the other matches we're keeping our eye on. Third set underway. Abby Forbes, 2-1 lead right now on Maria Kazareva on center court. Meanwhile, Arthur Ferry looks like he's about to hold to take a 5-3 lead on Baylor Sven Law on court number 14. Ewing a 1-love lead, on Hamner now on 7. So you look across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 matches still from our morning session, I believe, out there. Yes, 4 matches still from our morning session. Again, some of the other winners on the day. JJ Tracy took him about 12 minutes. Turned a 6-love, 6-1 victory. Quarterfinalist at the ITA All-American follows that up with a quarterfinal here at the National Fall Championships. Your number 1 seed entering the event, Clement Chittick of Washington, continues his dominant form. 4th highest men's singles UTR of any player in the nation. Gets the job done. Straight set victory today over the veteran Andrew Rogers of Pepperdine. Speaking of veterans, Mate Votzel. Straight sets over Trey Hildebrand. Aaron Cayetano. Straight sets over Petra Huel. Austin Holmgren providing some good news for the San Diego Toros as he earns a 7-5, 6-2 victory over Finn Reynolds. Unfortunately, his female counterpart, Abby Desientiknikov, knocked off by Irina Cantos Siamers of Ohio State. You look at some of the matchups we know now are going to happen on the men's side later today. Quarterfinal, Chittick versus Tracy. That's a 1-against-8 seed. Holmgren going to be taking on Mason Byler. Holmgren, your 3 seed, Byler unseeded. You've got Votzel versus Stanek, 5 versus 4. Iligan taking on the winner of Ferry and Loss. Right now, only 1 seed upset. Only 1 seed not through to the quarterfinals on the men's side. But of course, with that in mind, let's hop back around. I think we've locked in here as we wait for this match to return. Let's go check out some of the other action currently unfolding. If we can, West off, let's go back to 7. Hamner, Ewing, USC, South Carolina, battle of the USCs, I suppose. Why don't we put that on the line as well? Winner of this gets to call their school USC for the remainder of the year. Of course, it'd be weird if we called them Southern Cal. USC is USC. South Carolina, South Carolina. But of course, again, Ewing had herself a match point here. Fiona Farrow, good call, Colette Lewis. Fiona Farrow's a top 3 Fiona. I'm sorry, Jay. I don't know who Fiona Apple is. Maybe that tells you who I am. But Fiona Farrow's a top 3 Fiona for sure. Keep following them in. Again, I've got Crawley. I've got Fiona from Shrek. I've got Fiona Farrow. Those are my top 3. Put Selma as a top 3 Selma as well. Selma Hayek, Selma Ewing. That's all I got. We see here 15-all, 1-all now in the service game of Selma Ewing. Far side of your screen was a different script yesterday for the veteran from USC, excuse me. That return sails long and wide from Hamner was worth mentioning yesterday for Ewing. She was the one down a set. Was thoroughly outplayed, I'd say, through those first 30 minutes against Texas sophomore Kylie Collins. But Ewing made exceptional adjustments. The depth she played with, the aggression she played with. Gonna need to find those adjustments again here in set number 3. You know what you're going to get, the relentless power from the baseline. 30-15 here, second serve. There's the power. Backhand line to set up the forehand put away. Again, she's only a freshman, folks. Scary, scary upside for Sarah Hamner. Meanwhile, third set officially underway on court 9. Connie Ma serving first there. Abby Forbes break lead 3-1 on center court. And Arthur Ferry closes out a 3-set victory, 7-5, 4-6, 6-3 over Sven Law to advance to the quarterfinals. Ferry now going to match up with Andre Iligan of Hawaii. So those are all of our men's matches now in the books, by the way. Here are your men's quarterfinals, all of which are coming up at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, 4:30 p.m. on our stream today. Again, your quarterfinal main draw matches for men's singles. You've got Clement Chittick, #1 seed of Washington, taking on JJ Tracy of Ohio State. If you're listening to this, Dalton, tweet this out. This is great social media content. #1 seed Clement Chittick taking on #8 seed JJ Tracy. I think the police were called, Serena, for John's Fiona Apple take. Who is Fiona Apple? To answer your question. But again, men's matchups. Tracy, it's again, why do I bring this up? Because the big thing, and I talked about this with the aforementioned John Parsons on our preview podcast, there were no top 10 ranked men in the ITA rankings entering this event. As such, you might expect some parity, right? You might expect an unexpected name or two to emerge. Nope. It's been essentially chalk. Chittick versus Tracy, 1-8. Holmgren taking on Byler. That's your 1 seed missing, as #6 seed Gabriel Diallo was knocked out in the first round. Then you've got 5 seed Votzel taking on the 4 seed Dostanek, 7 seed Iligan taking on the 2 seed Arthur Ferry. So much for no ad scoring adds parity into the mix. I guess not. I guess the best player still wins, at least according to the UTRs. Or maybe this is just indicative of UTR being very, very accurate right now. Shout out to them. Of course, 2-1 here, Ewing leading on serve in the third. None of our women's singles quarterfinals, for the record, determined yet, given we've still got, I believe, 5 main draw matches on court. As soon as we have those matchups, of course, we'll be sure to update all of you listeners on them. Again, Westhoff, can we send a poll for our men's quarterfinals matchups? I'll read them to you here. Tracy versus Chittick. Sails wide, Holmgren taking on Byler. Votzel versus Stonik. Illigan versus Ferry. I want to know who the people think are going to win today's men's quarterfinal matchups. Let's hear directly from you folks. You let us know. Also, what's your most interesting match of those duos? What are the storylines you're watching most closely in the men's quarterfinals? You can see the errors slowly begin to pile up for Sarah Hamner. Worth reminding all of you, played a physical first round match against Tomase of Tennessee yesterday, a match that saw her ultimately pull through in 3 sets, but felt like she almost won all 3 of the sets she played. As such, was truly, a 2.5 hour slog. Of course, took so much energy to just take that second set here. Loose service game thus far. 4 break points for Ewing. Now 3 after a poor service return. Just love the aggression Sarah Hamner plays with. I don't care that, yeah, the errors can pile up. You could say, okay, it's just 1 speed for Hamner when she's not on top of the baseline swinging freely. What is she doing? What's the game plan? But you can't teach that speed. And Hamner's got it. You know it when you see it again. Hamner's got that it factor, no doubt. Really nice fight there from Hamner. Steals that hold from Ewing. That's the fight we've seen from the freshman, match in, match out of her very young college tennis career. But again, 2-all here. 3rd set on 7. Let's go back to 9. Again, 7, 9, center court, 3 early morning matches we're still highlighting. If anyone knows what court Noel and Tran are on, if you know what court Fike and Riasco are on, could you please message that into our Cracked Rackets YouTube feed so we can incorporate those 2 main draw matches into our coverage here as well. I don't want to hop around and miss out on any of this match action searching for it. But again, if you know where Riasco and Fike are, if you know where Noel and Tran are, I'm not going to put my phone number out there, but if some of you have it, feel free to text that to me, aka Colette, if you're still on the stream. But B, if you know what courts they're on, let us know so we can incorporate them in. We've got 5 main draw matches on the court right now. Plenty of other fun stuff. Under Schulenberg, Trotter, Kotzen, Aguilar, Body, Diallo, Felin, Musatelli. Those are all great. We've got 5 women's round of 16 matches still on court. That's what I want to focus on here over these next 40 minutes. We have court updates. Thank you, James. Thank you, Jay. We're going to add 11 and 7 into our repertoire as soon as we hit this changeover. Right now, Connie Ma serving 1-all, 30 love, third set. $30-15 here, and I wish I could give you some unique insight, say, oh, this adjustment is the difference. This is what's deciding this match. This is just a good old-fashioned slugfest, folks. Two players, well-rounded games, good off both wings, good movers. Oh, that's so good. Such a good volley. Such a willingness to move forward from Connie Ma. That's, again, for lack of a better term, huevos. That's just the gumption, there it is, that you need in these stages. And I think for both of these players, I was going to say Crawley's been the one slightly more willing to push forward to the net, but I don't think she's been particularly effective up there. At least particularly effective more so than Ma. Meanwhile, again, that's a great volley from Ma. This is a slugfest, folks. Got a battle on our hands. Next generation of college tennis players, of college tennis potentially greats, competing here on court 9. And I don't say that lightly, folks. That's not hyperbole. I really do believe it. So now 40-30. Meanwhile, Hamner did get the break for 3-2. Kazireva up a break 4-3. Shout out to you, Jay, for calling that upset at the start of the day. Can we go back to 7 here, West? Or excuse me, can we go back to let's go stadium. We haven't checked in on Forbes or Kazireva in a little bit of time. Here on center. Again, I believe it's 4-3 Kazireva right now. Just up a break there in the third set. Above 15 here for Forbes. Meanwhile, I'm keeping my eye on. Actually, sorry to do that to you, Westhoff. Can we go to 17? Court 17 here, not 7. I know I pulled a fast one on you with that 7. Although I do like you and Hamner whenever possible. But can we go to 17? We've yet to see this matchup and broadcast. ITA All-American finalist Alexa Noel. Near side of your screen. That Iowa yellow. Forever recognizable. She just dropped her first set. 6-4 here. Riley Tran of UNC. And, of course, Tran, 2 hands on both wings, forehand, backhand side. She's another one of those players. It always sucks when you lose a Graham, who won this event last year, when you lose a Davitella, who won this event in 2019, when you lose a Jones, your NCAA doubles champion. That sucks. But it helps when you can replace them with people like Fiona Crawley, Riley Tran, who have never lost dual matches. So again, expect UNC to do damage. Be amongst the best in college tennis in 2022, despite losing all of that talent. This first set from Tran, indicative of the talent they have on the roster. Nice serve there from Tran into the body of Noel. Again, this is purely a body language assessment, but it looks like you've got a frustrated Alexa Noel out there. Imagine why. Tricky game style of Tran will do that to you. Second point we tune into. Yeah, I think we're going to be checking in on this one throughout the rest of the afternoon. Again, Riley Tran right now, 6-4 first set. She took over Alexa Noel. Also up break here, 1-love. Meanwhile, on court 11, after taking the first set, Mel Riasco now finds herself a love 3 double break deficit to Tiffany Fouquet of Ole Miss. Hamner held for 4-2. But Westhoff, I apologize for doing this to Alexa Noel fans. Iowa Nation, we know what the Iowa tennis program, men's and women's, have gone through over the past few years. Get back to this match momentarily. We got to go to Stadium. Top seed, 2 points away. Excuse me, 3 points away from being eliminated from this event was an 0-0 victory for Abby Forbes yesterday. 0-0 victory for her. Now finds herself down, I believe, with that missed love 30 here in her 3-5 service game, looking to stay alive against Maria Kazireva. Again, Forbes served for the first set up 5-4, served for the first set up 6-5, dropped it 7-6. Was up 5-2 in the second set, snuck out. Snuck out that second set 6-4. Now, again, going to need another escape plan here. 15-30, 3-5, third set. Shout out to you, Jin Jin. I am always a fan of a hard court fan. And Jin Jin, your standing, I believe is the term, your fandom of Stanford, it's palpable. I feel your energy, my friend. Always love that passion for college tennis. But now, match points coming up for Maria Kazireva. What a win this would be for the 22-year-old. Let's be clear. As a freshman, Maria Kazireva defeated number 9 Anna Danilina of Florida in straight sets. That said, to beat Abby Forbes, your number 1 seed in this event, 6-love victory for Forbes in her first round. Kazireva faced multiple set points. First set, dug herself back into that second set, and finally escaped with a third set victory, 7-6, 4-6, 6-3 over the top seed. Shout out to you, Jay. John Parsons, our Crack Rackets contributor. He called this upset at the start of the day. In the end, he is proven correct. Abby Forbes eliminated in the tournament by Maria Kazireva. Kazireva now going to face USC's Erin Cayetano later on today. That's your action there on Stadium. Appreciate the update here on 13. You'd recognize that forehand anywhere for Pietro Fellin. Pepperdine zone, this side of the court, taking on Francois Musatelli of Kentucky. But with that in mind, Westhoff, let's go back to our other matches. Can we go to 7? Want to lock in on 7, 9, 11, and 17 here over these next couple of minutes again as we see these final main draw matches come to a close. It's all Sarah Hamner right now. Deuce point goes her way. She'll now serve for the match. 5-2 in the third set. You see the fist pump from her coach. The freshman continues her winning ways here to start her college career. Meanwhile, let's go back to 9. And believe me, as soon as this game starts, we're going to get back here to 7. But on 9 right now, Ma, Crawley, your other match of the day going on. Scoreboard a bit behind here. When we last checked, they were on serve. No reason to think otherwise at this moment. By the way, Alexa Noel looks like she's going to get the break back against Riley Tran. Keep us back on serve on, I believe that's court 11. Tiffany Fouquet, for love, races out to a lead in that second set. Looks like she's going to force a third against Georgia's Mel Riasco as well. So we've still got some juice here to our morning session. Of course, 11:36 in San Diego, 2:36 here on the East Coast. That's special stuff from Connie Ma there, but I don't want to miss anything. Let's go to court 7, Westhoff. Lock in on that final service game. Oh, just in the nick of time indeed. Sarah Hamner was down match point to Selma Ewing in the second set. Ewing misses a +1 forehand just wide on the ad side of the court. Good start, though, in this 2-5 return game for her. And for Hamner, it would be back-to-back 3-set victories. Yesterday, I thought she was the better player from start to finish against Tomase. Tomase made her work, but this one would feel a bit like an escape for Sarah Hamner. Ewing's put so much pressure on her here. Had her chances, but Hamner just, that firepower, the tenaciousness, she keeps coming after you throughout the course of these matches. And I think that's the thing that's impressed me most about the freshman. 3 points away here now, 15-all, 5-2, third set. Ball floats a little long on Ewing. She doesn't love the call. I think her coach is having a word, the chair umpire as well. I mean, far side of the stream's impossible. Even when I'm looking up, let me see. Tough to tell. 30-15 here. So now triple match points emerge for the number 3 seed, Sarah Hamner. And I talked about the lack of upsets on the men's side. That has not been the case on the women's side. Hamner, though, 1 point away from avoiding an upset. Tremendous fight from Selma Ewing, but ultimately in the end, just too much power tennis from Sarah Hamner. She takes it, fights off match point, 4-6, 7-6, 6-2. She advances to this evening's quarter, or I suppose evening, depending on where you are, quarterfinal round. Let's go back to 9 right away. Again, last morning session match on the board. Crawley, Ma, third set. Wish I had a definitive scoreboard for all of you. If any of you have been following it closely at home, if you're listening on the ground, you have an update for me. You know where to find me, at Great Shot Pod, at Cracked Rackets, or here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube feed. Just send in that message. By the way, 100% of you think Chittick's going to knock off Tracy in our quarterfinal. Bold choices. Lex Noel does get the break back for 1-all. Meanwhile, Tiffany Fouquet again cruising 4-1. Second set. She looks to force a third against Riasco. Looks like that ball did indeed land in. Another serve coming for Crawley. Of course, we play Let's on the women's side. Is Fiona. Look at that passing shot from Connie Ma. The patience there. So it looks like the break goes to Ma. Where are we from a scoreboard perspective? Looking for any sort of help we can get here. We know we're deep in the third. It's got to be around 4-2, 3-all. I know it's an even number score here. (5-1) was the third possible combination. I know 6 games have been played. That much, knowing what side they started on, that they didn't alternate. Certainly game 7 of this set, but where are we at from a score perspective? John thinks they said Stanford leads 5-1. Given the conversation after that error, isn't that a little bit too much angst for a 5-1 miss, even if you're kind of freshman here, first few months on the job? Ugh. The let cord overhead winner, exactly how Fiona Crawley drew it up. I see some progress. Something just updated on Tennis Ticker. Generally, that means we get a big wave coming. It's like mail-in votes at the end of an election. You get that big wave of scores all in one. That's what we get here for our Tennis Ticker updates. Of course, again, a shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker at Track Tennis, providing coverage of all of this week's play. I believe that ball was called out. By the way, Riley Tran has broken again, taking another 6-4, 3-2 lead for Riley Tran. Set point right now. I don't want to hop away from this, but there's a set point right now. For Tiffany Fouquet, who got a 3-set win yesterday over Kari Miller of Michigan. She's got a chance to send her match with Mel Riasco to the third. Riasco breaking, though, actually, so 2-5 there. They play on. I mean, when it's working for you, it's working for you. And right now, it is working for Connie Ma. The athleticism she shows off there. The on-the-stretch forehand drop volley. You see me reaching for it. I'm imagining, again, the strength it takes to execute that shot. She's a freshman, folks. She is a freshman. We're seeing it all unfold in front of our eyes right now. Ball sails long on Connie Ma. For the record, it was indeed 5-1. Good call by you, Jay. That's good ears. Unfortunately, I can't hear what's going on the match court. Or at least not always. When we switch screens, it just depends. It's a tech thing. Doesn't matter. Point being, 5-2 here. Fiona Crawley stays alive on court 9. In the meantime, can we go back to 11? I don't think we've checked in on 11. This is Riasco taking on Fike. Little Georgia, Mississippi, all SEC squabble. Of course, again, we'll get back to 9 as soon as they're off this changeover. 5-2 and a third takes preference in the order of operations, but Tiffany Fike looking to serve out that second set. Imagine it's Fike near side of your screen. Similar looking uniforms. And it is Fike near side of your screen. Riasco on the far side. 15 all here in the 5-2 service game. We're back to Crawley, 2-5 here on court number 9. We got a question from Cortland. I'll answer as soon as we're done with this point. Oh, the lefty forehand. That was, love the ambidextry, whatever. The ambidextrous nature of that attempt there from Crawley. Love 15. Cortland asks, Alex, quick take for who you think is going to win the men's side. Now, I could give you the quick take here, or I could point you to the Great Shot podcast episode we did previewing this event. Myself, John Parsons, whose name you see on the stream here, offering our extensive thoughts on the action. What a backhand from Crawley. Picks it up at her feet on the rise. That's, you know what? I'm down 2-5. Fill in the expletive you imagine she'd use, then the word it. That's what that backhand is. You just go for it. 15 all here on court number 9. It just feels like every time Crawley's tried to come to the net, she's either A, been passed, or B, hit the net tape on her approach shot. Connie Ma is too dynamic in the outer thirds of the court, and Jinjin, you know I love you. I think there's a little bit of bias behind that. She's the true number 1 seed. Everyone knows it. All the experts know it. All the players know it. I'm not ready to go quite there. She's certainly, though, on the short list. Everyone knows how talented Connie Ma is. If she wins this event, no one would be shocked. That's so good from Connie Ma. Look at Fiona Crawley's court position. She's on top of that baseline inside the court. Okay, I didn't remember. For the record, there's a comment from our friend John Parsons. I wasn't sure if my women's title pick was. I'm pretty sure my women's title pick is down a couple of match points here once again. Fights one of them off. Big serve 30-40, by the way. Slow clap going on in everyone's head, I hope, right now. I do believe my men's prediction is still alive. I think my women's prediction may have already lost. I don't remember who I picked, John. You know that's part of my charm. But here, 30-40, 2 more match points for Connie Ma. What a win this would be. There it is. Connie Ma, the Stanford freshman, sending a message to the rest of the nation. She's here to play, folks, and she advances to the quarterfinals 7-6, 4-6, 6-2 over Fiona Crawley. And let's be clear, it's our match of the morning. Highest level we saw from start to finish. Both players brought the goods. I don't think Crawley played particularly poorly. I think this result, a testament to, again, Connie Ma. And yeah, I believe I lost both of my women's finalist picks. That's half the fun here, Jay. That's why I stay away from the predictions when we're on the broadcast. But of course, again, that's our last 9 a.m. Pacific time match off the board. Worth noting, Fike takes the second set over Riasco 6-2. Also worth noting. I want to quickly pop back in on 17 Westhoff if we can. Court 17 right now. Riley Tran, Alexa Noel. Heck of a shot from Riley Tran there. Lefty two-handed forehand, down the line winner. Just want to see if our scoreboard's accurate here on this side. Figure out where we're at. Is it 4-2? 5-2, because I believe this match coming down to the finish line. And why do I bring it up? Well, by the way, fascinating matchup coming up next for Leah Ma. She's got dead legs as she takes on Daria Freeman, number 2 seed of Princeton. Woo! That is a matchup, folks. 2:45 Pacific time, 5:45 here on the East Coast. I don't need to assume, I know all of you will be tuned in for that. I appreciate, again, Cortland, all of your questions. We do answer the majority of them, and I appreciate your comment there. If you're looking for that podcast, go to the website, crackedrackets.com. You can see it right on the bottom of your screen. You'll find the link to that and all of our coverage, including my day 1 recap, which we'll have playing for you on this stream when we take our first break shortly. Again, we are going to take a quick break here on our stream. 15 minutes, hit reset on all the buttons. Make sure the audio sounds good. Make sure we know our court's moving forward as well. Of course, again, second wave of main draw matches coming later. In the meantime, plenty of fun consolation action. You look across the board right now, Gabriel Diallo. Great bounce back from him. He currently leads 6-1, 5-3 on Wake Forest Tahabadi. Pietro Felding, 6-4 lead on Francois Musatelli. Alex Kotzen up a break, 4-3 on Juan Carlos Aguilar. Andrew Zhang taking on Nikola Slavic. You've got Kylie Collins taking on Elza Tomase. Von der Schulenberg versus Trotter. Plenty of exciting action right now across the board. But again, here on 17, I believe it's one of two things. Either 4-3 Noel I think 4-3 Riley Tran. A bit behind here on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, court 11 Westhoff, if we can hop over there. Mel Riasco to start her third set against Tiffany Fouquet. Again, that's court 11. You're looking for our last two main draw matches on court. It's courts 11, court 7. You've got quarterfinal matchups, Noel, Iowa, Tran, UNC. And then here, near side of your screen, Fouquet, Mississippi, taking on Mel Riasco of Georgia. Nice volley there. Okay. See a big scoreboard push coming on. We're getting those late ballots in from Charlottesville here. Come on. It is indeed 4-3 Noel on court 17. Interesting start here. Again, on court 17. Let's go back to 11. And it is 4-3 Noel back on serve. Or excuse me, on 17, not 11. This is 11. Let's go back to 17. Noel, 4-3 lead on serve. She looks to hit the third. And you know what we're going to do, Westhoff? In the option this match does go to the third set. I don't want to miss the third set is the problem. Sneak a break in here at some point. How about this? Let's go one more changeover here. See where we're at. Lock in here on this Noel Tran matchup. Take a quick break. Fouquet did, obviously, as you saw, gets the break of serve, so it's 1-love lead for her. That's court 11 for those of you who want to follow these matches individually. All links available on the ITA website. We are college tennis, of course. Shout out to our friends at Track Tennis. Shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker. Helping us with all of the nuances of this coverage throughout the day. Stuff there from Riley Tran. Opens up the court for herself. 30 all now here. 3-4. Tran serving up the set. Tran appeals to the chair umpire. Chair umpire confirms. Break points coming up for Noel. Third set. Very much in play. Meanwhile, Tiffany Fouquet looking to pull away in her third set. 1-love, 40-15. She's up on Riasco. Here comes Alexa Noel, the ITA All-American. Did not lose very often during the 2021 dual match season. Has lost even less frequently here in the fall. Third set loss for her in that All-American singles final to South Carolina. Sarah Hamner was such an impressive run, though, for Noel through the draw. She gets wins over Cayetano of USC, Georgia Drummy, Duke, wins over Zalewka of UCS, Zalewka, excuse me, Gina Dittman of Northern Arizona. Just a winner through and through. One could argue her injury early on in the ITA individual singles competition, one of those inflection points of last season. Excuse me, last season's tournament. Riley Tran's not going anywhere, folks. Arguably the upset of the day, win of the day, straight sets over Natasha Subash yesterday. Did not see that one coming. Still up a set here against the ITA All-American finalist, but well serving for it, 5-3. Trickiness, the drop shots, the short angles. Set ain't over yet. By the way, 40-15 up, or 40-15 down, excuse me. Mel Riasco breaks serve back for 1-all in the third on court number 11. Again, back draw matches happening elsewhere on the grounds right now. Your only two main draw matches here. Women's round of 16, courts 11, court 17. Third set's underway on, on court 11 here. Riley Tran up a set, but trailing 5-3. Alexa Noel serving for it. So if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go back to 11 in the meantime. Okay, now 2 breakpoint chances. .40 here. good hitting. Ultimately, in the end, though, Fouquet gets the break 2-1. Can we go back to 17? Again, Riley Tran able to break Alexa Noel. Serving now 4-5 here. Stay alive in set number 2. Yep. Inch or so wide. And chair umpire's right on that line. That wasn't a particularly fast ball. Hard to imagine he missed that call. See here again, 4-5 service game for Riley Tran. Sails long for Noel, and again, you can see the frustrations mounting. Another missed backhand slice. And you can tell Noel has just struggled finding her rhythm here, and that's what Riley Tran does to you. The short angles, the sudden on the rise, the slices that she plays with, that two-handed slice just dies on the court. Time to send to bonus time, folks. Inside out slice from Fiona Crawley, from Riley Tran, excuse me. Inside out slice forehand. She has a two-handed forehand. That's as good as it gets. I mean, creativity-wise, I didn't see that coming. Did you? She holds for 5-all. We play on here in set number 2. Now, again, we've pushed back our break here. What we're going to try and do, stick with you through the end of this second set for Noel Tran. As soon as this set comes to a close, win or lose for Noel, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, reset all of our microphones, make sure our tech is good. Heading into our next wave of matches. Again, if you want to follow any of the individual streams in the meantime, we are collegetennis.com. You'll hop on over as well to our friends on the Tennis Ticker for the score updates. Shout out to my main man, Dan Johnson. Entire team for the ITA on the grounds in San Diego, making everything happen. I mean, inside in slap forehand from Riley Tran leads to that down the line forehand from Alexa Noel. We're seeing it all, folks, here. The shot making, the audacity, that little margin at this stage. That's what it's all about, folks. Again, Alexa Noel trying to survive, stay alive here in San Diego. That's a tough way to follow up that. Free point there. One of those critical moments of the match, folks. And she serves and volleys, comes up with the goods. That is what an ITA All-American finalist does. Alexa Noel sliding backhand cross-court volley, sneaks it by Riley Tran here. Now all of a sudden, got ourselves a 40-30 point. That forehand.
Oh my God.
Share confirms now. Deuce. Ooh, you can feel the tension. That's so smart from Alexa Noel. Riley Tran has been cheating over, trying to hit that forehand as frequently as possible, or at least the lefty. I think it's a forehand on that wing. Noel says, no. I see you cheating. I'm going inside out. Catches Tran peeking over, hits the winner. 6-5 Noel on serve here. Set number 2. Alex Gruskin of Cracked Racquets again. So excited to be with you this weekend on the call for the ITA National Fall Championships. Again, we got 2 main draw matches on the ground right now. Let's pop over to that feed on court 11 if we can, Westoff. Right now, Tiffany Fekay of Mississippi now trails Mel Riasco. They're on serve, though, 2-3 in that third set. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we've got matches like Pietro. Can we go to court number 13 in the meantime? Pietro Felin of Pepperdine, 6-4, 5-3 lead on Francois Musatelli of Kentucky. Be a nice bounce back win for Pietro Felin after he had a big win yesterday. Just a big lead. Wasn't able to close out his win yesterday against Georgia Tech's Andre Martin. Court 8's another interesting one. Kotzen, Aguilar. Aguilar right now 5-all, 40-30 lead. Kylie Collins, 6-1 lead in her match against Elsa Tomase. Kolaslavic, 6-3 first set over Andrew Zhang of Duke. But the match we've got our eyes on right now, let's go back to it. Court 17, Alexa Noel, Riley Tran. Tran serving now down 5-6. Second set here, Tran took the first. 6-4, also earned a first round impressive victory over Virginia's Natasha Subash. You look right now on the list. College player UTR's Alexa Noel. Just outside the top 10. Inching awfully close to it. little too eager with that inside in forehand. Now we've seen her miss it a couple of times here. Meanwhile, worth noting, Mel Riasco now a 30 lead. She's up 3-2 in the third. Both of these players, another matchup coming up today as they'll play their quarterfinal in singles tonight. 2 hours from now as well. So try to get off that court as quick as possible. Trainer desperate to avoid a third set against Alexa Noel. Folks, we're going 3 here on court 17. Unsurprising, Alexa Noel finds the fight, takes the second set 7-5 over Riley Tran. Makes sense, folks. It's an ITA round of 16 affair. Inevitably, the margin's so thin between these two players. You knew a third set would be possible. It is. You see Coach Kalbis working his way towards the bench. Go talk to his player, Tran. He's going to have a full third set. Figure out a game plan here. Again, we're going the distance on 17. Meanwhile, Mel Riasco does take a 4-2 lead in the third set over Tiffany Fouquet of Mississippi. Keeping an eye on that. Those are our final 2 main draw matches happening right now on the grounds. Of course, we've got plenty of other action, though. Unfolding consolation singles matches happening now. We've got, of course, a second round of main draw action, our 4 men's and women's singles quarterfinals coming up later in the day. And then, of course, we've got our nightcap later on, doubles as well for the men, for the women, as we try to figure out who deserves the right to be named an ITA National Fall Champion. Now, before we sign off for a quick break so we can come back for the ending of that Noel Tran third set, there is one thing we would like to do here at Cracked Rackets. And unfortunately, it's more of a somber note for us here for college tennis fans. All of us know when you're in college tennis, if you're an assistant coach, a head coach, followers of the game, you are closely committed, just so passionate for the sport. And of course, for those college coaches across the country who have an influence on so many young athletes, young student athletes, scholars, whatever it may be across the country. Again, the impact they have, it's immeasurable. The amount of athletes touched by by these coaches, what they do not only on the court, off the court as well, help them mature, help them become the adults they would like to be. That's why, obviously, here at Cracked Rackets, we were devastated to learn of the passing of Lauren Dills, of course, the former assistant coach over for New Mexico. He's an assistant coach for the men's team 1989 through 2008. And of course, again, 20 plus years of dedication to college tennis, the number of athletes he coached, the number of athletes whose lives he made a difference on. It means the world to so many. So, of course, what we want to do here to honor Coach Dills is offer a moment of silence before we sign off. So, again, Westhoff, if you don't mind, for all of us, again, this moment in honor of Coach Lauren Dills, who passed away too soon at age 55, former New Mexico assistant men's coach. Welcome to the mini break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Friday, November 5th. Day one of the ITA National Fall Championships officially in the books. If you have not already, come join us and follow all of the action on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. We'll be covering the event from first ball to last here, Friday through Sunday, as we go from our round of 16 all the way through our championship matches. Of course, was an exciting day one of play, a day that featured a healthy amount of upsets across the board. And of course, what I want to do on today's show is recap all of those upsets, talk about the most impressive performers on the day as well, the players that stood out, at least to the eye-popping results as well, and so much more. Of course, before I do that, I do just want to take a moment to thank all of you listeners, thank our Crack Rackets Patreon family, without whom these daily episodes would not be possible. Of course, I also have to offer thanks to our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location. tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you let them know we sent you there, you'll get 15% off your order, free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls, excuse me. Of course, again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's get into the action we saw unfold on Thursday. Was a splendid day of play, round of 32 in singles, round of 32 in doubles. Of course, it's always exceptional to get the chance to see 32 of the top men's and women's singles and doubles players across the country all compete in one location. We're on the search for that next Cam Norrie, right? That next Danielle Collins, as there have been so many players of late that have gone from the college ranks and immediately experienced success on the pros. Yesterday, a couple of standout performers, some of them freshmen, I think we have to keep our eyes on here in 2022. Let's start with the upsets on the women's singles side. Two freshmen in particular were exceptional throughout the course of the day. I want to start with freshman Connie Ma of Stanford. She knocks out 7th seeded Snow Han of USC. Straight set victory for Ma, 6-3, 6-1. Oh my goodness, does tennis come easily to the Stanford freshman? And it's easy power for her off both wings, forehand, backhand side. There's a fluidity to her game as well. It feels like even if her opponents hit the ball a little bit bigger than her, even if they have a size advantage, her ability to absorb, redirect that pace off of both wings, it's special stuff. And given how much college tennis we watch here at Crack Rackets, I like to think we know it when we see it. You can see it with Connie Ma right away. She is going to fit like a hand in a glove into that Stanford lineup. And, you know, it was a disappointing day. I don't know if it was disappointing. It was a tough draw for another Stanford freshman, Yepafanova, who ends up dropping a straight set affair on the day. But I mean, again, with Connie Ma, who ends up earning a doubles victory with Angelique Blake as well, 3-set victory there. I know the Cardinal had a down year in 2021. They didn't reach the round of 16. That's only like the third time that's happened since 1985. But I think they're in for a bounce back season here this year. And for Connie Ma, again, there was just nothing Snow Han could do. She never found her rhythm throughout the course of the match. Felt like she made a bit of a push towards the end of that first set, but then Connie Ma came out firing at the start of the second. And even if Connie Ma's serve leaves a little bit to be desired, and it definitely does, because the ball certainly will sit up on the second serve, it's her footwork around the court, her speed. Again, she beats you to the spot. She's got that quick twitch athleticism where the ball just explodes off of her racket. I was a big fan of Connie Ma's performance on day one. And now she probably plays our match of the day on day two, as she's going to take on UNC's Fiona Crawley. Of course, Crawley undefeated last season in the back half of the lineup for the Tar Heels. She'll be expected to make a jump up this year as the Tar Heels try to replace that trio of Davitella, Graham, and Jones. Was a good win for Crawley. Struggled at first, but found a rhythm. 3-6, 6-2, 6-1 victory over Sophia Carrington of LSU. But again, I want to stick with the upsets first. Connie Ma was probably my most impressive performer of the day, and it's worth remembering she ripped through her ITA regional. I believe she didn't drop a set before knocking off her teammate Yepafanova in the quarterfinal. Still has yet to drop a set during this process as well, the win over Snohan. Keep your eye on that Ma Crawley matchup on day 2. But of course, some of the other upsets we saw on the day. I don't know if this one counts. Irina Cantos-Ciamers of Ohio State, who was a quarterfinalist at the ITA All-American, super successful. I think she won about 70% of her matches last season, playing number 1 for the Big Ten championed Ohio State Buckeyes. She earns a 3-set win over number 8 seed Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina. But again, that was a pick'em match. 6-3, 4-6, 7-5. Brutal draw for both players. I don't consider that a poor performance at all for Ackley. That's just a testament to, again, the fight of Irina Cantos-Ciamers, whose lefty game you recognize right away. And I know, should have probably said this at the top, we do apologize for all the issues with the scoring yesterday, some of the issues we had with our red zone stream. We hope to have those fixed here on day 2. If not, we've got some solutions in the meantime to make it a better viewing experience for all of you at home. But, you know, one of the matches we were able to follow at the start was the Cantos-Ciamers Ackley match. And it was a physical slog. It was a battle. It's exactly what you'd expect from two players who absolutely have top 25, top 20, maybe even better potential here in 2022. And of course, you look for South Carolina, another one of those notable results for them on the day. ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner, the freshman, exceptional in her run to that title about a month ago. She got pushed in her match on day 1, 3-set result for her against Elza Tomase of Tennessee, ultimately Hamner. And this was my first time getting to see her play. The firepower is quite evident. She's got weapons on both wings, great at taking that ball early on the rise as well. I don't think she's quite the mover that Connie Ma is, but she's definitely got more firepower, can just a little bit more, panache, I suppose, on that ball from the baseline. And, again, it was really fun to watch her play, to see the frustration she expressed after dropping that second set. And she went down 5-2 in the second, was able to, narrow that gap a little bit, make it a 6-4 set, forced Tomase to serve, breaks her once and forced her to serve it out again. But it was a great service game from Tomase to hold 4-6-4. Hamner came out swinging, though, in the third. It was an aggressive, swing, but it was a controlled swing as well. I'm a fan of her game. Again, she, even in a tournament that doesn't feature Emma Navarro, doesn't feature Peyton Stearns, doesn't feature Janice Chen of Pepperdine, Sarah Hamner's here to play, folks. She is going to be at the top of women's college tennis this season, and we have to take notice of South Carolina as such, because when you have a force like that, like Ackley as well, at the top of your lineup, I don't care what 3 through 6 like it looks like, you are going to compete against just about anyone. So it was fascinating to see her play. Some of the other notable results on the day: Cam Mora of UNC, expected to probably jump into that number 1 singles position. Tough loss for her on the day. Great fight. She was down a set and a break to FSU's Petra Huel. Huel in the end, though, 6-1, 6-7, 7-5 victory over Mora. That match was, about 3 hours on the day, but, certainly an exciting one to watch. Some of the other notable ones, just quickly: what a win for Selma Ewing. 3 sets over Kylie Collins. Collins comes out swinging in that first set. Just, Ewing wasn't prepared for the pace of the serve, the explosion of the forehand, the tenacity with which Kylie Collins played. But Ewing was exceptional in making adjustments, ended up finding that Collins backhand, ended up flipping the script of the rallies. It was Ewing being the aggressor, Ewing moving forward to the net, Ewing forcing Collins to either be on her back foot or forced her to be aggressive in difficult positions of the court, just to try and do something to change the rhythm of the rally. Great fight from Kylie Collins at the end of that third set to force you. She was down 5-2 as well, forces Ewing to serve it out again at 5-4. But Ewing's able to get the job done. She earns a 3-set victory. That was a nice bounce back for the Trojans, considering, again, she had fallen, considering Snohan had fallen in that same time period to Connie Ma. By the way, the person who knocked out Yepafanova was another USC Stanford battle. It was Erin Cayetano, I believe, semifinalist at the ITA All-American, straight set win over Yepafanova. That was an impressive performance by a seed. Abby Forbes, 0-0 in her first round victory, just reminding everyone why she could very well be the top player in college tennis this season. Daria Freeman, a 6-1, 6-2 victory, the 2 seed out of Princeton, who didn't have a chance to play the ITA All-American because there was no pre-qualifying this year. And that's worth mentioning, because had she played that event, very likely would have had success in it. You don't just show up as a number 2 seed for no reason. Daria Freeman, a name to watch throughout the course of the weekend. Again, she's got a matchup today against Tennessee's Rebecca Mertena, who earned a 3-set victory over first-time Iowa State regional champion Tessa Pornaklo. Of course, that was a fantastic match, super fun one for us to watch the ending of on our stream. In the end, though, Mertena, the victory. The other upset I didn't mention, I didn't have much of a chance to see this one as it was not on one of our play courts, but hell of a win from Georgia's Mel Riasco, the freshman, 7-6, 6-4 over number 4 seed Pepperdine's Lisa Czar, who had been on fire this fall and has lost, I think, fewer than 5 college matches in her career thus far. Again, you're trying to replace Katarina Jokic at Georgia this season. And while that will never happen, you can never replace someone like Jokic. You bring back Kowalski, you bring back Leah Ma, you bring in players like Riasco. Starting to believe more and more in this Georgia team in 2022. And of course, I'm not going to read every result. I think I got them all pretty much. Shout out to Abigail Diasetnikov. I'm going to butcher that every time. San Diego native. She earns a win on her home courts. Big win from Riley Tran. Was down set points. Natasha Subash served for it up 5-4. Had a set point chance. Deuce point. Tran gets the break. Earns a 7-6, 7-5 victory. Again, you're trying to replace Davitella Graham Jones. You get wins from Crawley. You get wins from Tran. You know what Scotty and Mora can be. Obviously, they've got depth. They've got recruits. UNC's here to stay, folks, and it's going to be fascinating to see Riley Tran. Another tricky matchup for her. She takes on Iowa's Alexa Noel. Noel, the ITA All-American finalist, 2-2 victory for her over Princeton's Vicky Hu. That's an impressive win on its own. Noel Tran, exciting matchup. Hamner Ewing tomorrow, all in on that. I mean, there are a bunch of good ones here. Round of 16 is when the action starts to heat up, folks. So again, you don't want to miss out on any of it. You should follow along with us on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. But of course, that's where the women's singles are after day one. Let's pivot now to the men's singles action. First time for me to see Washington's Clement Chittick and the number 1 seed, a 6-4, 6-2 win over arguably the best name in men's college tennis, Tad McClain of Auburn. The game comes easy to Clement Chittick, and just his ability to absorb, redirect pace, move forward. All the swings are condensed, good juice on the serve. It's just a very smooth game. And you can tell, unless you've got the big weapons to press him, he's going to eventually break you down. He's not going to commit that unforced error. He's going to absorb, redirect. It's not, blow you away pop, but it's not 6 feet behind the baseline tennis either. He is on top of the baseline, taking the ball early. He's just a good tennis player. I don't know how else to describe it. Clement Chittick can play, folks. I'm trying to think of a comparison from over the years, a guy who's just smooth off of both wings, but doesn't have that overwhelming weapon. I would say that's Chittick right now. Again, very few vulnerabilities in his game. I was impressed with his 6-4, 6-2 win. I was impressed with the win we saw from Arthur Ferry, 3-3 from the number 2 seed out of Stanford over Oklahoma freshman Jordan Hassan. But, speaking of Oklahoma, big win on the day for Oklahoma's Mason Byler, probably the match of the day, 3 sets over Wake Forest Taha Badi, match of the day on the men's side. In terms of the upsets, you only had one in men's singles yesterday. It was by Alafia Aini of Cornell, and that is, of course, absolutely worth taking note of, as we haven't seen Ivy League play in over 2 years or a year and a half at this point. And so we had forgotten Alafia Aini was one of the top recruits in the country when he chose to go to Cornell. And of course, he's a guy who's played plenty of pro events over the past 18 months in lieu of playing college tennis. And he's had success as he's done so. And it was so impressive about Alafia's performance, knocking out number, I believe, 6 seed, Gabriel Diallo of Kentucky, was just the aggression he played with, because of course Diallo, 6'7", he's going to hit the big serve, hit the big forehand, try to work his way to the net, keep points quick. Quite frankly, Alafia was just better at that game plan than Diallo was. It was Alafia incorporating the serve and volley. Alafia taking big cuts on the return of serve, just looking to be aggressive, looking to not allow Diallo to be on his front foot. And he succeeded in those aspects of the game. And now Alafia is going to take on the aforementioned Mason Byler, who played a 3-hour marathon yesterday against Taha Badi. Alafia Aini can very likely find himself in the quarterfinal round of this event. And of course, after that, he would potentially face number 3 seed August Holmgren, who was excellent in a 6-1, 6-3 win over Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. The serve plus 1 forehand combo of number 3 seed and San Diego native, University of San Diego, Austin Holmgren, I should say. It might be the best serve plus 1. It might be the single biggest weapon in men's college tennis, and that's including guys who aren't playing this week, like Cannon Kingsley. I guess Adrian Boitan is Adrian Boitan. That's a discussion for a different time, but Holmgren's right there with those guys is what I'm saying. And, again, he looked like a man, and at times he made the doc, Jeffrey von der Schulenburg, Virginia sophomore, look like a boy. And it was just, again, that's a testament to the development of Holmgren, who played such aggressive front foot tennis. And yeah, he's in San Diego, home turf, home conditions, but he made the most of that. Impressive 6-1, 6-3 victory for the number 3 seed. Win of the day seed-wise probably goes to JJ Tracy, who was down a set and a break for the majority of that second set as well against Juan Carlos Aguilar of TCU. In the end, Tracy 4-6, 7-5, 6-1 victory. The kid grinds. And again, his combination of speed, ability to turn defense to offense, his ability in the outer thirds of the court, guy's a winner. And considering the Buckeyes aren't going to need him at the top of the lineup because they do bring back Kingsley and they do bring in Monte Vozzo, a very impressive 3-set win over Andrew Zhang of Duke. Zhang also, by the way, impressive on the day in his performance. But I mean, Tracy, does he jump Trotter? Does he jump Boulay? Does he, try to, is he the number 3 guy now behind Vozzo, behind Kingsley, or do you try to sneak him in at 5, 6 singles? Because if you can do that, throw him behind Van Emberg, throw him behind a James Trotter, that Ohio State lineup looks scarier and scarier with every passing day. And of course, they swept the ITA All-Americans in doubles. And yes, number 2 seed Boulay and Trotter ended up losing their first round match. We'll get there momentarily, but that Ohio State team is on the short list. They are national championship contenders this season, particularly if the form of JJ Tracy continues as such. You look elsewhere across the course of the day, I thought it was an upset. Alexa Buchan of Arkansas, 7-5, 7-6 win over Columbia's Alex Kotzen. It was, they were playing in the windiest, I would say, time of the day, and the forehand slice of Buchan just got to Kotzen. Too many unforced errors on approach shots. Kotzen, it felt like he hit the more dynamic ball. It felt like he was the more aggressive baseliner, and yet, again, Buchan made that one extra shot each and every rally that eventually would draw the Kotzen error. Super impressed with the Razorbacks' performance. Fantastic victory for him. Great comeback from behind victory for Pepperdine's Andrew Rogers, 4-6, 6-3, 6-1. He knocks out Franco Cabalbo of Utah. Look, Rogers is going to be expected to play in the top half of the lineup. It's going to go Daniel DeJong 1, probably Rogers number 2 for the Waves. And compared to Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Virginia, probably still a little bit below those group of players, unless Rogers makes a big jump. And, if Pepperdine wants to compete with that group, they need the best version of Andrew Rogers. He's got an opportunity on day 2 as he's going to take on number 1 seed Clement Chittick. But again, that's a nice win for Rogers. Down a set, but he was the more aggressive. He had the bigger weapon, just the assertiveness he played with. That's what you want at the top of your lineup, a guy who's going to play on his terms. That's what Rogers did. This was a great victory for him. And again, that's a big question for Pepperdine. They've got about 8 guys, but 2 through 4, 2 through 5 in doubles. Can the meat of their lineup compete with the best in college tennis? That's a question we will see answered during this dual match season. Andrew Rogers is going to be a big component of that answer. You look elsewhere. Speaking of James Trotter, he fell on the day to Ole Miss's Finn Reynolds. Reynolds 4-4 victory. Of course, Reynolds with the graduation of Tim Sancullen going to be the guy now for Ole Miss this season. He's definitely got it in him. Finn Reynolds is as experienced as anyone in college tennis, so that's a good victory for him. And Reynolds, Holmgren, veterans, aggressive veterans. That match should be exciting on day 2. You look elsewhere, 2021. ITA Fall National Fall Champion, Trey Hildebrand. 3-set win for him over Ole Miss. Ole Miss's Nikola Slavic. He now matches up with number 5 seed Monte Vozzo, who, as I mentioned, escapes against Duke's Andrew Zhang. Keep an eye on Duke. Could be sneaky good year for the Blue Devils, much needed. And I know I've harped on this over the past couple of pods, but just keep an eye on Duke. Think this could be a big bounce back year for the Blue Devils. It was a big bounce back for Georgia Tech's Andreas Martin, 3-set win over Pepperdine's Pietro Fellin. Again, if Pietro Fellin can fill in 4-5 singles and win 60% of his matches, 2/3 of his matches, Pepperdine goes from top 35 team to top 25 team, maybe even top 20 and in the hunt for a seed come the NCAA tournament. That was a good performance for Fellin, but better win for Andreas Martin, who that was my first time watching. Kyle Edmund-esque on the forehand. I just like the aggression he plays with. Going to need all of it as he takes on number 4 seed USC Stefan Dostanek, who looks healthy. and I think is going to win this event. 6-1, 6-4 win for Dostanek over Kentucky's Musatelli. You look elsewhere, first time for me getting to see the lefty out of Hawaii, the name of the ITA All-American Hawaii's All-American semifinalist, Andre Iligan. 4-1 win for him over Regalado of CSU. He's now got Denver's James Davis here on day 2. If you're asking me my best matches in the men's singles portion, I'd say Baylor Sven Law, who earned a 1-0 victory over Columbia's Max Westphal, taking on Arthur Ferry. I think that's must watch. Martin versus Dostanich, must watch. And then probably go, Hildebrand Votzel. That's a good one. Aini Byler, all good ones. Again, round of 16 action. No bad matches throughout the course of the day. Come join us on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Quickly on the doubles, because it was a little bit trickier for us to follow this action given the struggles on our track tennis, on our tennis ticker. And shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, our friends at Tennis Ticker, for helping make all this coverage possible. I know we're working again to fix all of these things moving forward. I thought the Wake Forest duo of Bryland and Killingsworth looked very good, but the Old Dominion duo, the finalists at the ITA All-American, Cessna Sky and Starbutseva, I love the aggression they play with. They are clearly in sync. Their movements at the net, when one's crossing, the other's shifting to cover the open court, and just they're trying to press forward. They're on a string, and it was a tricky match for them. 3-set win over an MSU duo of Petrovich and Lewis, but they were impressive. They're the real deal. They, again, that given the first time getting to see them, they are that good. They're going to be in the mix at the top of women's college tennis doubles-wise, I think, throughout the course of the year. Speaking of teams that'll be at the top, Makarova, Goldsmith escape with a 3-set win. Czar, Flores escape with a 3-set win. Collins and Shabatapan of Texas were down an early break in their first set, but they ended up, finding their form. They cruised to a straight set victory. A lot of 3-set matches on the day in doubles. You got wins, Subash Munera 3-set win. I mentioned Blake and Ma 3-set victories as well. The big takeaway, I suppose, from day one on the women's side, no upsets from the seeds. All 8 advanced to the round of 16, and so we'll get to see all of them compete here on Friday night. Of course, you look on the men's side, only one upset on the day was your number 2 seeds, ITA All-American finalist Trotter and Boulay. They lose a 10-5 third set breaker to Sheehan Milovsky. Third set breakers are brutal in doubles. That's a close result. That sort of thing happens. But, again, things will only stay tougher for Sheehan Milovsky as they now have the last year's number 1 doubles duo from Texas, Elliot Spizzirri, taking on CM Waldeb. Elsewhere, again, all the top seeds advancing. I thought Fenty and Aaron Schneider of Michigan particularly impressive in a 2-4 victory. Votzel, Cash, they're the real deal. Schneider Banthia of Wake Forest was fun to see Sid the Kid Banthia in a veteran's role and the aggression he played with. They have an upset alert, though, on day 2 as they're taking on Baylor's Sven Law, Finn Bass. Sven Law's got it, folks, and that he's going to be playing 3 singles for Baylor, maybe lower, depending on. Welcome back to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin picking things up in the 3rd set of our final round of 16 main draw singles action. Riley Tran took the 1st set and had opportunities at the back end of the 2nd. But of course, ITA All-American finalist Alexa Noel, sophomore out of the University of Iowa. There's a reason she's seated at this event. She has come out swinging here down the back half of the 2nd set, breaks Tran 4-7-5, now leads 3-love here at the start of the 3rd, now 3-1, following a Riley Tran hold in our last service game. Double fault from Noel to kick things off here at 3-1. Again, plenty of action scattered throughout the grounds right now at the Barnes Tennis Center. Many of them consolation singles matchups still. You're trying to tell me Aguilar Kotzen or Hassan Westphal or Kari Miller taking on Lisa Czar, those aren't entertaining, fascinating matchups for us college tennis fans? I beg to differ. To all of you joining on the stream, and of course, welcome back to our coverage. We're so grateful to all of you who have taken the opportunity to join us here over the course of these first 2 days of coverage. Of course, we'll be here from first ball to last on each and every day of the action, barring, of course, any technical difficulties, I suppose. Big serve from Alexa Noel, now 15-30 here. For those of you joining us for the first time, we're employing what we call our red zone coverage. We're going to hop around court to court, give you all a rundown of all the action happening across the grounds on the Barnes Tennis Center. But of course, given this is our final main draw matchup, we figured we'd stick around here till the end of this one before we go through our rundown. Right now, 30-all, 3-1. Noel serving far side of your screen, that Iowa Hawkeye yellow. Fairly distinguishable, I would argue. Of course, North Carolina powder blue for Riley Tran. I could watch Riley Tran hit forehands all day long. And if you've watched this match from the start, you've noticed Riley Tran searching for that inside-in forehand at whenever, each and every possible moment of this match. Comes up with some ridiculous inside-in handwork there. But Alexa Noel, so physically fit, just asking every question of Tran, not giving an inch. This is a deuce point of deuce points, folks. 3-1 here, third set. Noel up a break. Tran working that shoulder. Can't imagine it's easy on the muscles to hit a forehand the way she does. Second serve. Aggression from Alexa Noel gets the job done. And it makes sense that she's targeting that Riley Tran backhand. She does successfully. Holds for 4-1 in the third set. Now, for those of you who were with us earlier, the other match we were monitoring, Georgia's Mel Riasco taking on Tiffany Fike of Mississippi. In the end, it was Riasco, the freshman, follows up on her upset of number 4 seed Lisa Czar with a 3-set win over Fike. 3 of our 4 women's quarterfinals now set. It's going to be Erin Cayetano, number 5 seed of USC, taking on Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. Kazireva, 3-set upset over number 1 seed Abby Forbes. That match coming up 5:45 East Coast, 2:45 Pacific. Of course, the winner of this match going to take on USC's, technically USC's, but South Carolina's Sarah Hamner. Hamner, the ITA All-American winning freshman, a 3-set win today over USC Trojan Selma Ewing. What a brutal thought that must be for both of these players. You get off the court, you're so excited to have won. You realize a couple hours later you're going to take on ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner. That's a brutal matchup for either of these players. Of course, Riasco is going to have another physical battle on her hands as she's going to take on Rena Cantos-Siamers of Ohio State. Riasco, Cantos, both unseeded. Cantos straight set win over Diesnikov earlier today of San Diego. And then your final quarterfinal. Connie Ma of Stanford. Phenomenal 3-set victory over UNC's Fiona Crawley. She's going to take on number 2 seed Diana Freeman of Princeton. So again, your matchups: Ma versus Freeman, Riasco versus Contos, Hamner versus the winner of this one, and then Cayetano taking on Kozareva on the men's side. We've got Chittick versus Tracy, 1 versus 8 seed. Holmgren versus Byler, 3 seed versus your only non-seed to advance to the quarterfinals. And got Votzel Destonic, Ohio State USC matchup. Illigan versus Ferry, Hawaii versus Stanford. It's going to be a fun afternoon session. We hope you all stick with us. Of course, here Riley Tran fighting for that opportunity to take on South Carolina's Sarah Hamner. 1-4, she trails ITA All-American finalist, someone who I suppose has already faced Hamner. What a rematch that would be if we get Noel Hamner Part 2. Look at that aggressive positioning for Hamner. And, you know, Tran started doing this in the second set. That's why I keep pointing it out. Keeps extending that shoulder, stretching it out. And take note of. You can tell she's uncomfortable hitting that overhead. Smart playing by Noel. Every time she's on the stretch, just fires that ball into the San Diego sky. Buys herself some time to recover to the center of the court. And again, sorry to keep beating this horse, but just asks the question of Riley Tran. It's a lot easier in theory to put that ball away than it is in practicality. In actuality, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. By the way, those men's quarterfinals matchups, all 1:30 Pacific time, 4:30 Eastern, so they're coming up about half an hour. Those are key matches on this red zone coverage when they start. Excuse me, I'm going to text ITA's Dan Johnson. See if we can't get interviews after those quarterfinal matches with the winners. So Alexa Noel has seized control of this match, folks. Looks like she has put herself in a position. Set up a matchup. Rematch of the ITA All-American Final with Sarah Hamner. Of course, we've seen so many swings. Already through these first 2 days. Never say never if you're Riley Tran, but it would be quite the deficit to overcome. Noel feeling that forehand now. Well, Tran just searching for any sort of answer, trying the drop shot play there. Not a bad play, just not the best execution. Again, Riley Tran stretching out that shoulder. All right. Not over quite yet. Riley Tran has herself an opportunity to get one of the breaks back. Still a big deficit. It's not over quite yet. Ball misses long. Match point coming up. You guys know the deal. Slow clap started in your head. Alexa Noel, 1 point away. Setting up a date. Rematch. Sarah Hamner. Alexa Noel, you can see the excitement on her face. Escapes with a 4-6, 7-5, 6-1 victory over North Carolina's Riley Tran. Now the question on all of our minds, how much gas does Noel have left in the tank? She's going to need to play big, but maintain that physicality. She's got a quarterfinal date with Sarah Hamner, ITA All-American singles final rematch. That's the tweet. Someone tweet it out. ITA All-American singles final rematch coming up 5:45 p.m. Eastern time here on this stream. Now, with that in mind, we're going to reset things for all of you listeners. Super producer Daniel Westoff, this is where you show your magic. We're going to go from center court all the way to court 18, see who's playing where. Not going to have exact scores for all of you on every court, but we do want to be able to help you identify who is playing where, so that if you want to follow any individual match, you can do so on the Track Tennis stream. Of course, you can follow all the scores with our friends at Tennis Ticker. Links to everything available on the ITA website, wearecollegetennis.com. With that in mind, you see here on center court, let's see, who do we have here on center court? Let's watch point, see if we can identify the forehands from anyone. Looking closely here at this stream. How about this? Here's what we'll do first. We'll go by process of elimination. We'll talk about the courts we do have. Let's start with court number 7. Super producer Westoff. And maybe that's a better idea. We'll start with 7. Right now on court, Iana Ackley, your side of your screen, taking on Baylor's Alicia Harana-Linana. Excuse me. For Ackley yesterday, 3-set tough defeat, 7-5 in the third. Against Serena Cantos Siamers of Ohio State. Look at her opponent, Herrera-Lanana. Straight set loss for her against Abby Desietnikov, excuse me. There it is, of San Diego. Sixth love first set for Ackley. On serve here in set number 2, Ackley leading 4-3, but again, it's a match that's certainly tightening up here down the home stretch. But here's where we're at again on court 7. Ackley taking on Herrero. 3-4 second set. Sprays a bit wide there. Herrera-Lanana holds for 4-all in the second set. Let's go to 8 now. This is one we absolutely will be popping in on here. Alex Kotzen of Columbia. Tough loss for him yesterday. Did not have his best tennis near side of your screen. Curly trails Juan Carlos Aguilar by a set that leads 4-2 here in the second. Aguilar was up a set and a break yesterday against number 8 seed and quarterfinalist JJ Tracy, before Tracy able to flip the script in that set, take a 6-1 third. Aguilar, of course, wearing different Texas colors than we might be accustomed to. Spent his first 4 years at Texas A&M, College Station. Now heads on over to Fort Worth, TCU. Alex Kotzen, one of the many Ivy League athletes who haven't suited up for their school in about a year and a half. He's the least experienced third year you're ever going to see in college tennis. And yet, of course, that 3 months he got to play in 2020 is more than the majority of his teammates here this season. So I know Columbia men's tennis head coach Howard Endelman, assistant coach Rich Bonfiglio. They're counting on him to step up, be one of their leaders here this season.
Come on, Alex, come on.
Big serve there from Kotzen. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The game reminds me very much former Florida All-American Oliver Crawford. And we see Kotzen holding here 4-5-2 on court number 8. With that in mind, let's go to 9. Player to watch in the consolation has to be number 7 seeded Snow Han of USC, the former top 100 ranked, I should say, junior in the world. Missed out on the majority of her freshman season due to injury, and yet you look at the talent on UNC. Cayetano into the quarterfinals. Selma Ewing, 3-set loss to Sarah Hamner. Snow Han loses yesterday to quarterfinalist Connie Ma of Stanford, but Han right now, 6-3, 4-1 lead over LSU. Sophia Carrington. Carrington a loss to Fiona Crawley yesterday. See Han, the SC on her chest, near side of your court. Again, you look at those pieces. Han, Cayetano, Ewing. You feel good about that top three against just about anyone, even Pepperdine, even Texas, UNC, you name it, Georgia, all these schools, UCLA. Those three can hang. And so be on the lookout for a big season from the Trojans here this year. For them to try and one-up again those results from last year. They were a surprise round of 16 appearance for Coach Swain. How about that as a dropper from Snowhan? You can tell wants to be on top of that baseline, playing big, playing aggressive. Ooh. Overhead goes a little bit awry there for Han. But again, that's where we're at on court number 9. Don't think we know who's on 10 right now. Not quite sure who's on 11 either. We do know who's on 12. Let's go there. Number 4 seed, Lisa Czar. She's not going to get triple crowned. She and partner Vicky Flores. A win in 3 sets in doubles yesterday. I believe they're seeded in doubles. I want to say number 5 seeds overall out of Pepperdine. But Czar yesterday, straight set loss to quarterfinalist Mel Riasco. Currently finds herself trailing Michigan sophomore Kari Miller. Miller serving for the first set, up 5-3. Of course, these two schools faced off head-to-head last year in the NCAA round of 16, a match that happened to be called by a handsome young man by the name of Alex Gruskin. Of course, Czar's been so excellent here in the fall, was dominant in her run to the regional title. Czar makes a million balls in play. Not going to give you anything easily. Sans that last point. Miller's going to have to work for it, but Kari Miller, part of a very talented, very young, but very talented Michigan Wolverine roster. She'll be at the top of that roster. Got a win over Arena Contos Sumares. Her spot in this final, in this field, excuse me. We have updates, by the way. Court 10 right now empty. Court 11 being used for warm-ups. Stadium court right now is the matchup happening between Corrine Marion Job and Anna Reed Miller, KSU in Denver, respectfully. Court 6 is where you'll find Tessa Kornaklo of Iowa State taking on Elaine Travinsky, excuse me. Of course, no stream for us on 14 or 15. No action right now on 13, 16, 17, or 18. So right now we're nursing 7 courts of action. And for now, we're going to stick here. Kari Miller serving again for that first set, 30-15 up on Lisa Czar. Alex Kotzen serving for the second set. He's down love 40 against Juan Carlos Aguilar. Cesar trying to pepper that backhand corner. 30 all now. Two set points coming up for Kari Miller. Freshman was the sophomore was sensational in her freshman campaign. And the first set goes to Kari Miller, 6-3 over Pepperdine's Lisa Czar. With that said, let's go to 8. Oh, see, sometimes you just beat me to it, super producer Daniel Westhoff. You know where I want to go. And the reason why it was clear, Alex Kotzen, love 40 down. Now deuce here, set point, break point, 5-3. He's looking to split sets with TCU's Juan Carlos Aguilar. Passing shot sails. Aguilar breaks. We play on here in set number 2, 4-5 now. Aguilar to serve when we come out of this changeover. By the way, Alicia Hirano-Linana earns the split on court 7 from Ayana Ackley. So we're going 3 on court 7 as well. Let's check in on the 2 matches we saw earlier. We weren't quite sure who they were. Let's go stadium first. Reed Miller versus Job. Right now, Anna Reed Miller serving, trailing 3-6, 3-5, 40-15 in her matchup with KSU's Karine Marion Job. Be a really nice bounce back for Job as she lost a tough one yesterday to top seed UCLA of Abby Forbes. Of course, yesterday for Reed Miller was a straight set loss to Kozareva. Kozareva now into the quarterfinals of this event, one of the upsets of the day in knocking off Abby Forbes. Again, we're about 8 minutes away from the start of our men's quarterfinal action. As soon as those matches get on court, we'll have them for you. For now, Anna Reed Miller asks the question of Karine Marion Job. She's going to have to serve it out. She'll have the chance to do so, though, as she leads here on Stadium Court. 6-3, 5-4. when we get back to this one. Now let's go back to 6. We weren't sure who was on this court earlier. We know now. Near side of your screen, Tasapor Naklau, first ITF singles regional champ in Iowa State women's program history. What a first for the Cyclones. Yes, that was my best T-Pain. I apologize. You see on the near side of the court, far side, excuse me, she's taken on Elaine Chervinsky of Virginia. Chervinsky yesterday knocked out by 2 seed Daria Freeman of Princeton. She'll play later today as well in her quarterfinal match. I believe she's got Connie Ma now of Stanford. By the way, for those of you curious, and you can see it in the bottom left portion of your screen, right over there. That's pointing, but scoreboard for you. Currently 1-2 in this breaker. Turn sails a little bit long still. Chervinsky, 3-2 lead here. Chervinsky entering year number 2 at the University of Virginia. Excuse me, entering year number 1 at the University of Virginia, the talented freshman. He earned some impressive victories this fall. That was Isabella Fenning of Miami, Megan Davies of South Carolina. Number 6 recruit on tennisrecruiting.net. You add her to the mix with a team already bringing back arguably the most talented top 2 in the country. NCAA champ Emma Navarro. Rennie, top 20 third year now, Natasha Subash. We see competing at this event here. All here in the breaker. After this point, we're going to hop back over to Stadium. Looks like we've got a match point coming up. Poor job, Westhoff. I'm going to trust you. If you think that match point's about to start, feel free to take us over. Looks like that passing shot sailed a bit wide. Tough to tell. Let's go back over to center. No messing around here. I'll keep my eye on that scoreboard. Passing shot dropped good. So 4-3 Naklau on court number 6. Meanwhile here, break point now for Reed Miller. 30-40. So she's got a chance to extend this set to 5-all. How about that? We play on here on center. So 5-all. Second set, meanwhile, back here on court 6. Naklau, Chervinsky, Iowa State, Virginia. 5-3 now to Tasapor Naklau. Again, lost a brutal 7-6 in the third matchup yesterday to Martina of Tennessee. By the way, this is your 2-minute warning. NCAA men's quarterfinal, NCAA, excuse me, ITA National Fall Quarterfinals. 2 minutes away now. Love this move by you, super producer Daniel Westoff. Deuce point, set point here, little quadruple threat action.
Come on!
So Alex Kotzen, big roar. He takes the second set. We're going 3 on court 8. Meanwhile, again, Chervinsky, Naklo. Now 6-3. And now the first set goes to Tessapon Naklo. She takes it 7-6 over Virginia freshman Elaine Chervinsky. Meanwhile, let's see. What do we have back on court? Center court, 5 all there. Meanwhile, on court 12, Curry Miller now up 6-3, 1 love. Break of serve to get things started in the second set for the Wolverine. We're going to stay around here where we find ourselves love 15. Karine Marion Job just served for that for the match. Did not get to match point though. By the way, on the near side of your screen is Denver's Anna Reed Miller. Far side, KSU's Karine Marion Job. Serve out wide. Just so all of you at home know, we do have court assignments for a couple of those quarterfinals. Chittick versus Tracy is going to be on court 18. Holmgren, Byler going to be on court 10. Still waiting for those final 2, but again, as soon as those matches get out there and get going, we'll go cover them. The other 2 quarterfinals coming up at 4:30. Hawaii's Andre Iligan, sensation of the ITA All-American, taking on number 2 seed, Stanford sophomore Arthur Ferry. Ferry, an impressive 3-set win this morning over Baylor's Sven Law. Of course, our other semifinal, not yet on the board, or quarterfinal, excuse me, not yet on the board. But as soon as I know where Voedsel Stonic is heading, I will let all of you know. Break of serve, though. Goes right back to Karine Marion Job, and she's going to serve for the match once again, 6-3, 6-5 lead. While we wait for that, let's go to 7. Ayanna Ackley, 6 love first set of for South Carolina. And Baylor's Alicia Herreno Linana, 6-4 second set, but now deuce point coming up here. Looks like that deuce point was just played. In fact, it was 2 love now to Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina, who you're going to see here in a second on the near side of your screen. This question earlier on our stream. They asked me my thoughts on the Paris Masters 1000 event happening this week. So today, Novak Djokovic advancing to the quarterfinals over Taylor Fritz. Excuse me, semifinals over Taylor Fritz, I think. Yeah, semifinals. I saw Medvedev knocks out Hugo Gaston. Dramatic first set there. Not sure about our other matchups. I believe we've got Zverev taking on Casper Ruud later tonight. Hubie Hurkacz clinching his spot at the year-end finals. 3-set win over James Duckworth. Worth mentioning, Hubie Hurkacz represented now former college tennis standout Carter Lynn, University of Michigan grad. Shout out to the college tennis ties as always. Here, Ackley, 15-all, 2-love, third set. Meanwhile, Reed Miller out to a love 30 lead once again. Scream Marion Joms tries to serve up that match on Stadium. See some frustration for Ackley. Kind of took off her foot off that gas in the second set. Similar letdown here despite taking the early lead in the third. So now we're back here on Stadium Court. So again, Queen Marion Job tries to serve out this match. All of a sudden, finds herself from love 30 to deuce. So she reaches match point. Slow clap in the head would be a heck of a bounce back after a double bagel defeat. See what the KSU players got. Meanwhile, Tracy Chittick on court 18. We'll go there next. Ball slaps long. Go into a breaker here on Stadium. Meanwhile, can we just pop over quickly to 18 Westhoff? Want to show our players now out on court warming up. JJ Tracy, near side of your screen. Quarterfinalist at the ITA All-American. Taking on one of the sensations of the seasons thus far. Clement Chittick of Washington. Chittick, semifinal run at the ITA All-American before he got knocked out by eventual champion Ben Shelton. That's something he and Tracy share in common. Very much looking forward to this battle, which looks like it's about to get underway here in 30 seconds. In the meantime, let's go to Stadium. Pop on over there for that breaker. One love here. Meanwhile, Rihanna Ackley, deuce point to take a 3-love lead. Alex Kotzen's already raced out to a 2-love lead. Kari Miller back on top by a set and a break, 6-3, 2-1. Dostanic and Voso either underway as well. Still trying to figure out exactly what court they're on. As soon as we find them, we'll pop on over to them. But actually, I lied. I apologize. Don't want you all to miss out on any of the quarterfinal action. If there's a match point here, we'll come back to it. In the meantime, let's hang around on 18, Westoff. Let's go check out the beginning. JJ Tracy taking on Clement Chittick again for Chittick. Earns victories over Jonas Zieverts of Arizona, Ryan Getz of Virginia, Stefan Dostanik in 3 sets, Gabriel Diallo in 3 sets, before getting knocked out by Shelton at the ITI All-American. For Tracy, he came through qualifying, then got wins over Hamp, Slavic, Alexandra Recco. Great fall for Arkansas before he got knocked out 6-5 by Ben Shelton. It was a 6-1, 6-love victory for Tracy this morning. Chittick, I believe, 2-3, 3-2 perhaps, over Pepperdine's Andrew Rogers. Tracy serving first on your side of your screen. Tracy, sophomore for the Ohio State Buckeyes. So good in his freshman season at the bottom of the lineup. Putting together 26-3 singles record, won 24 consecutive matches between January and the Big Ten Championships, end of April. Tell you what, that forehand for JJ Tracy is special. The racket speed, he's able to produce the spin coming off of that ball. You saw the short angle to open up the court with, but that missing component has been finishing at the net, and that's what the Buckeyes teach you best. You play a couple years for Coach Tucker, Coach Crow. They're going to teach you how to volley at the net. That's a great finish for Tracy, and a scary thought for the rest of the nation if he fills that piece into his game. Freaking point. It's the other component for Tracy. He'll track down everything you throw at him. I'm not going to say the fastest player in college tennis, but he's on the short list. It's a hell of a point from the kid to get things going here. 30-15. Again, right now, 4-all in that breaker on Stadium Court. How about Clement Chittick? Maybe the best known secret in college tennis? first season last year. An all Pac-12 first team spot. First player to do that in their first season for the Huskies since 2004. Finished the season ranked 106, was 13-6 at the #1 singles position. So now we're here on Stadium Court. I appreciate you jumping for me, Westhoff. Match just ended. In the end, it's Kareen Marion Job. We apologize for missing that one. What a bounce back for the KSU players. 6-3, 7-6. She advances over Anna Reed Miller of Denver. With that, let's go to 10. See if that's where our matchup between Dostanic. This doesn't look like Dostanic and Voedsel. I won't lie. Let's see. From a racket standpoint, I don't think so. I see the backwards hat here. I believe this is Holmgren Byler, though. I agree with you. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Again, here on 10, yeah, I do believe we've got Holmgren Byler. We're still looking for Voedsel Dostanic. Oh, yeah. Fairly certain that's August Holmgren on the farm side of the court. Yeah, and that's a big OU on his chest. Indeed, we found it. Court 10, Mason Byler taking on August Holmgren. You can lock this one in. So we've got Tracy taking on Chittick on 18. Holmgren taking on Byler at 10. Voedsel Dostanic, I believe, is on 11, but here on 17, that's 100%. Excuse me, not on 11, on 17. Dostanic, near side of your screen, taking on Monte Voedsel. Transfer from Oklahoma State to Ohio State on the far side. Quarterfinal action here. Pick up this quarterfinal 2-1. Here, start of the first set on serve. By the way, we know there's a fourth quarterfinal floating out there. Gotta find Illigan and Ferry next myself. Stanford versus Hawaii. Little bit much there for Dostnik, and that's going to be the thing he'll have to balance here, because certainly more dynamic player from the baseline, more fluid. I'd say in the outer thirds, Votes much better moving forward. Playing that +1 tennis. Be incumbent upon Dostnik to be patient, wait for his moments. Again, we know 3 of our 4 semifinals. Holmgren, Byler, court 10. Tracy, Chittick, court 18. Dostnik, Votes 17. Still looking for Arthur Ferry and Andre Iligan. Stanford, Hawaii. Believe it's on court 14, which unfortunately is not one of our broadcast courts. If one of you know otherwise, at Great Shot Pod, at Cracked Rackets, or throw it in the YouTube comments. Meantime, we're going to stick here on this match. Although worth noting, Clement Chittick did break JJ Tracy to start. So Chittick, the #1 seed, up 2 games to love. .40-30. So Votes holds 4-2 all. With that in mind, let's pop back over to court number 18 if we can, Westhoff. Tracy, love 2. Currently love 30 down to Clement Chittick, near side of your screen. If that's what it's going to take from JJ Tracy, it's going to be a long 2 hours of play. Now, it helps that Tracy's first match today was about 45 minutes. 6 love, 6-1 victory for him over Alexa Buka of Arkansas. But, man, Clement Chittick just gets after that ball. Both wings. Now 15-40 here. 3 break point chances taken early. Double break 3 love lead. Meanwhile, I'm keeping my eye on court number 7. Right now, super producer Westhoff, 5-1 Ayanna Ackley in the third. We'll cap on over there if we get to a match point. Again, for now, we're going to lock in on these quarterfinal matches. long there. One fought off. So we have it, Westoff. They weren't on court yet. Iligan, Ferry, court 11. That's our final quarterfinal, court 11 for Ferry. Iligan will pop over there in a little bit as well. Chittick making it look awfully easy right now on court 18. 3-love lead for him here early on in our one of four of our, I should say, men's singles quarterfinals. Let's go to 7. Little non-quarterfinal action, but Iana Ackley closing in. 3-set win over Alicia Hirano-Linana of Baylor. Right now 5-1, 15 all here in the third set for Ackley on the near side of your screen. Looking for a bounce back here for the Gamecocks here in 2022. A lot of talent on that roster. So one match point fought off by Alicia Hirano-Linana. Now, I've been asking you to imagine it. I think we have it ready. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Match point coming up. Cue the slow clap. Fought off in phenomenal fashion by Alicia Hirano-Linana. That brings us to a deuce point, break point, game point, set point, match point. Westoff, hit me with it again. There it is. Iana Ackley. 6-love, 4-6, 6-1. Circuitous path. Nevertheless, gets the job done and advances to the second round of the ITA National Fall Consolation. With that in mind, let's get back to our main draw action. Let's go, what were they? 17, I believe, for Dostnik and Votzel. $17 indeed for these two. Dostnik, Votzel, near side of your screen, the Ohio State Buckeye 5th year, holding for 3-all here in the first set. You look across the board, JJ Tracy gets a break. He's now at least on the scoreboard, still trails by a second break, 1-3 in the first set to number 1 seed of Washington, Clement Chittick. Currently no scoreboard for Holmgren and Byler, but for those looking for the San Diego native, Holmgren currently playing on court 10 on the Track Tennis stream. Again, you want to watch that stream individually or any of these streams individually, you can do so with our friends at Track Tennis. Shout out to my main man, Igor, who I know is on the 1s and 2s on their side, making all this possible. Good play from Votzel. I like the pressure he's putting on Dostnik. You don't want to let Steph swing freely from the center of the court. The ball he hits, quite frankly, it'll break you down. The depth, the pace, heaviness of the ball. Votzel trying to change the dynamic here early, be the aggressor. That's just too good, though, from the 3rd year USC Trojan. 4 game points for him here to take a 4-3 lead in the first set. Yeah. I love the attempt. Great play. Poor execution. Change up off speed. Knuckleball from Dostanic. Dropper ends up in the net. 15 now. It's a quick 40-30. Getting a little slippery here in this 3-all service game. Love the fact that they're playing right next to Chittick and Tracy. Obviously, that's done so the Ohio State coaches are able to coach both of their guys during the course of this match. Pointed it out earlier in the day. We'll point it out again. It's just good coaching. I mean, good scheduling across the board. Dostanic, a little dramatic, ends up holding though, 4-3 here on court number 17. Let's go next. I want to quickly introduce court 11 if we can. Super producer Daniel Westoff, if we're ready for 11. If not, let's go to 12. I'll leave it up to you. I like it. We're here on 11. Improperly labeled, it seems. See any action on 11. But allegedly, that's where Andre Illegan and Arthur Ferry are taking place. Can we go to Stadium quickly? I just want to see if they're on Stadium, and if that's maybe they were waiting for that last match to finish before throwing this one on Stadium. That looks like Arthur Ferry. That's definitely Arthur Ferry. Number 2 seed on Stadium court, taking on Andre Illegan of Hawaii. Illegan, the lefty. Let's see one serve here just to confirm. Yep. So Stadium court, Arthur Ferry, your number 2 seed here in singles. Stanford sophomore, 3-set win over Sven Law earlier in the day. He's taking on the sensation of the 2021 college tennis fall, Andre Illegan. junior, all Big West first team singles and doubles selection in 2021. Semifinalist at the ITA All-American, where he was knocked out. August Holmgren, San Diego. Meanwhile, we're keeping our eye on Kotzen and Czar as well. Lisa Czar looks like she's about to force a third set. First, Kari Miller, Alex Kotzen, 4-2, 30-15 up on Juan Carlos Aguilar. If those get to match points or set points, we'll hop over there briefly. Of course, all 4 men's quarterfinals now on court at the ITA National Fall Championships. Tessapor Naklau of Iowa State, also 7-6-5-3 up. If she gets to match point, we'll head over there. Keeping my eye on all 3 Westhoff. I believe that Naklau-Chervinsky matchup's court 6. Memory serves me correct. See here, though, Arthur Ferry, an early 2-love break of serve lead. Ferry made the final round of qualifying at Wimbledon this summer. Was up 2 sets to love on Talon Griekspoor. Lost the 3rd and 4th sets, 7-6 and 7-6. Before bowing out in the 5th. He was a guy who there were many expectations on. And Arthur Ferry's another sophomore who belongs on Chris Hallior's poll of best sophomores in the country. That's the best class in college tennis. You just look at the list. Chittick, Monday, Strom, von der Schulenberg, Montez, Rodesh. Shelton, Ferry, Boyer. Sophomore class is loaded. Ball signals long on him there. Meanwhile, Kotzen, 5-2 lead. And just keeping our eye on all of these things. Ooh, can we go to 17 Westhoff? No disrespect to Arthur Ferry here. 30 all 2 love. We got a deuce point for Monte Votzel on serve. Someone just held. Not quite sure whom. Apologies for missing that one. That's on me. It was on the scoreboard elsewhere. Votzel holds 4-4 all. So let's go back to stadium. Yeah, back to stadium, excuse me. In the meantime, 30-40 now for Andre Illegan. That's what we missed while we were away. But Illegan, 2 breakpoint chances. He is back on serve here early. So Illegan breaks. We're back on serve here on Stadium Court. If we can, Westhoff, let's go to 8. Kotzen, Aguilar. Right now, Alex Kotzen, 5-2 up in the 3rd. Also 15-30 here in Aguilar's 2-5 service game. Let's see if the Columbia Lion can't close out, earn a much-needed win. It was a brutal day for the team yesterday. By the way, in the meantime, shout out former Columbia Lion Max Schnurr, former UNC Tar Heel Will Blumberg, third consecutive Challenger final this week in Charlottesville. It's good stuff from Aguilar. Staying alive. 40-30 now. Meanwhile, Chittick about to serve for the first set, up 5-4. Or 5-2, excuse me. Head over there as soon as this game is done. Win or lose for Kotzen. Westhoff, you know what time it is. It's a deuce point. It's a break point. It's a set point. It's a match point. Cue the slow clap. We play on here on court number 8. Aguilar holds 4-3-5. In the meantime, let's go back to 18. Clement Chittick out to serve for the first set against JJ Tracy. Chittick currently leading 5-2. Meanwhile, for Tracy's Ohio State Buckeye teammate, I think the feed is frozen right now on 18 Westhoff. Perfect. We're back on 12 in the meantime. Any chance we can go to 17? Votzel, Destonic. Perfect. Thank you. Get a bird's eye view of Chittick Tracy, where it's 15 all right now. As soon as we have that court available to us once again, we'll go back there. That's why he's the best in the business, folks. Back live here on 18. 15 all in Clement Chittick's 5-2 service game. While Votzel did hold 4-5 all. So it's bonus time on court 17. Get a score update. Anyone know the Holmgren score? Happy to announce it. Just don't want to give you guys bad info. 15-30 though here. For the Chittick double fault again. Clement Chittick, sophomore. Technically a third-year junior, I suppose. All Pac-12 first team last year. Knocked out by Ben Shelton. All right. So things get a little complicated here for the number 1 seed, 15-40. Got a set point here for Lisa Czar. Shout out to you, super producer. Over. That's a nice ball from Kari Miller, though. Fights one of them off. Still a set point, deuce point there. 40 here for Chittick is where we're tuned in. That ball good, that ball wide. Looks like that ball called good by JJ Tracy. Deuce point coming up. He elects to go to that ad side. No slow clap. We save those for the match points. Big deuce point coming up here. Set point for Clement Chittick. Triple threat. Tracy gets the break. Stays alive here on court number 18. Worth mentioning at 5-3 right now. Chittick leading Tracy. 2 of Tracy's 3 games coming via breaks of the Clement Chittick serve. Meanwhile, Alex Kotzen now. He's done it. 3-set victory over Juan Carlos Aguilar. 6-7, 6-4, 6-3. He takes it over the TCU 5th year. Meanwhile, over on court 12. Lisa Czar does take a 6-4 second set against Kari Miller, so we're going the distance there. Now 3-5 here. JJ Tracy serving to stay alive in the first set. His teammate Mate Votzel did earn the break. So it's 6-5. Votzel's going to serve for that first set on court 17. Keep an eye on both of these matches, between 17 and 18 right now. 2-all, Ferry, Illigam, things evening out there. No score update for you on Holmgren and Byler, but I can tell you that match happening on court number 10. Tracy sends that forehand wide. Never like to see the hand on the hips this early. Again, these guys played a lot of tennis already. Physical first couple of, I'd say first hour of play here. 45 minutes of play. Love 30 here for Tracy. Love 15 for his teammate Votzel. Serving for that first set on the court next to them. See a sneak peek of Votzel serving on the far side of your screen on the left. It's about the only free point Clement Chittick will give you. How well he's striking the ball right now. Probably best Husky since Mitch Stewart. I think that's pretty fair to say. Folks' thoughts of Emmett Egger days. Of course, I know National Indoors this year held in Seattle for the men. That means Washington going to get an automatic berth to the final 16 field. So we'll get to see Chittick compete against the nation's best once again. They're here. 15-40 as that approach passing shot lands. 3 set points for Clement Chittick. Yeah, so Tracy serves 5 times in the first set. He's broken 4 times. Clement Chittick continues to rock and roll. Was a little more dramatic than anticipated. 6-3 first set, though. Let's go to 17 right away. Mate Votzel. Suppose always appreciate the chance to see a shirtless JJ Tracy, but if we can, again, right now, 17. Votzel. Broke for 6-5, faces 3 break points here. 15-40, Stefan Dostnik, a chance to force a breaker here in set 1. Got the backhand he wanted there, misses it in the net tape. 30-40 though. 2 more break chances here. Meanwhile, Andre Illigan loses the first 2 games of the match. Hawaii's lefty now leads 3-2 over Stanford's Arthur Ferry. Again, we've got the 4 quarterfinals plus Czar Miller. That's what we're working with right now on our Crack Rackets broadcast. Alex Gruskin, so thrilled to be with you here. 6-5, 30-40, second serve coming up for Ohio State's Mate Votso.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Ooh. Depending on where that ball goes, he might get a, I don't want to say firm talking to. Yeah, it was tough to see where he went with the ball. Just tough glare there. But it's quarterfinal action. What'd you expect? Dostanek fights back. Breaker on hand. Let's see what the Trojan third year's got. One love, USC. And of course, lingering over all these things for the Trojans. I think you can see Coach Macy there on the fence, but no assistant right now. Long-time associate head coach Chris Quinta taking the head coaching job at Cal. Of course, Coach Quinta was that connective thread to Peter Smith's four-peat team. 5 and 6 years in the current era of the Trojans. It'll be a fascinating look to see who Coach Macy hires.
Yes.
It's really nice defense from Stefan Dostanek, who, of course, still alive in doubles. He and partner Sam Rubel, transfer from Duke. Going to compete a little later tonight. Those doubles matches scheduled, I want to say, for 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30, or maybe, excuse me, 9:30 Eastern time. That's all there is to say there. When Stefan Dostanek finds the ability to channel that performance in each and every point he plays, and you saw it dealing with Votsel's depth, responding with his own depth out of the corner, he's ready to be the guy. That sort of tennis, that's #1 singles for USC quality. 3-love lead now.
Come on.
This is where you have to wonder for Mate Votsel. 3-set physical match yesterday against Andrew Zhang, was pushed this morning in his second set against Trey Hildebrand as well. So I believe a 6-1, 7-6 victory for him over the defending ITA National Fall Singles champ. Had a lead, saw it evaporate here. Served for this set. Can he find a second wind in this tiebreak? The answer so far is no. That's a loose error from Mate Votsel now. 5-love. Of course, Votsel, another guy still alive in the doubles action. He and partner Robbie Cash, top seeds here in San Diego. Earned a first-round victory yesterday. Votes on the board here. 1-5 in our first set breaker. Let's hop over to 18 while we wait Westhoff on this quick turn. It's just the way he absorbs on that backhand wing. The backswing's so condensed for Clemenchidik. That's a fantastic forehand, obviously, from JJ Tracy, who has himself breakpoint chances here. Start the second set, but I see them going back. Let's go back to 17. Westhoff 5-1 Dostanek. So we see the guys going back. You can see in the corner of your screen that 30-40 point. Let's focus here. 1-5 votes are serving. I wonder if he liked that call. Gonna go ahead and say no. The forehand sails on Mate Votso. Stefan Dostanek was broken for 5-6 in this first set. Immediately breaks back. Takes 6 of the first 7 here in this tiebreaker. He's now got himself 5 set points. 1 set lead in our quarterfinal. That's why you build the 6-1 lead, right, folks? Afford yourself that opportunity to take an aggressive cut on the second serve. 6-2 now. That was a wee bit sloppy, and Dostanek gives that call. A long look. Was clearly out. I think he, again, aware of the fact folks didn't love that other call. Dostanek going to question one back in response. That's part of the gamesmanship, folks. That's how this game works. All right. All of the sudden, 4-6 now. Votso serving. Dostanek's still going to have one more on serve after this regardless. Swings of momentum, the name of the game on court 17. So that's what he did last time as well. Now we know what the Mate Votso playbook is. Fake the ball swing, ultimately let it drop for him. Unfortunately, that forehand forced Stefan Dostanek dropping right in the corner of the court. He takes a 7-6 first set. Yeah, Trojan third year looks ready to make that jump into the elite ranks of college tennis this season. I know we don't have a score for you, but I love August Holmgren. I'm a Mason Byler fan as well. Mason Byler's your Charlie Hustle Award winner thus far in this event. Let's go to 10, excuse me, Westhoff. Let's go to 10 to check in on Holmgren, Byler, see where they're at. No score update for you in the moment, though. Anyone following along, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be in person, you're following this stream, text me the score, please, so that we can lock in on this. Mason Byler, 2 3-set victories to get to this stage. Knocked off Taha Badi of Wake Forest on day 1, a win over Alafi Aini. 3 sets on day 2. course, such a fascinating time. We explored this yesterday for Oklahoma tennis. You're, less than a decade removed from 3 consecutive NCAA team final appearances, 2014, 2015, 2016. Of course, now you've got to move to the SEC on the horizon as well. Where's Coach Crawley and this team have in store for the 2022 season? Certainly Baylor, Texas, TCU, so solidified at the top of that Big 12 conference. How about that point from Baylor and Holmgren? But of course, again, look at that Big 12. Dustin Taylor, one-time assistant for those Virginia three-peat teams. He takes the head coaching job at Oklahoma State. Of course, with Coach Whitehead, he's doing down at Texas Tech, brings back, I believe, 5 returners this year. It's going to be tough pickings for Oklahoma in the Big 12. When you think August Holmgren, you think Speed Demon, tracks down the dropper there. Brilliant depth on his approach response. Easy put away volley. Meanwhile, keeping my eye on center court, Andre Iligan, 5-3 lead on Arthur Ferry. Ferry serving, 15 all. I'm in on Mason Baylor. The aggression he plays with, assertiveness, he's ready to step up into that #1 singles role for this Oklahoma team. Because, of course, decisiveness, the name of the game. You're at the top of men's college tennis. Be able to grind your way to victories there. Have to be willing to move forward, have to be willing to step up, take that ball early on the rise. As we all can see, Baylor's willing to do just that. Set of forehands there from Mason Baylor now. Meanwhile, J.J. Tracy's taken an early 2-love lead on court 18. Tracy not going anywhere anytime soon. And no, for those wondering, the stream is not frozen. That's just August Holmgren tying his shoe. Tweener. Continuing. Such good feel with that backhand slice. And again, sneaky good movement for a guy with that frame. Both of these players. Strength in those legs, powering that first step for Holmgren. He's got himself an opportunity here in the service game of Mason Baylor. Nice long on him. Either escapes with the hold. Let's go to 11. If we can't, not 11, stadium. Excuse me. It's labeled as 11 on tennis ticker. You knew I meant it. Andre Iligan serving 5-4 for the set. First point of the game here on screen. Oh. Yes, yes. Westhoff, put that in a clip. I know we don't have replays. Mark the note on the stream. Let's cut it out. Let's label it hashtag SC Top 10 casual tweener from Arthur Ferry there as he earns the point. And again, gumption, 4-5 down, opponent serving for the set. You love to see it. By the way, can we just say shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Could not have changed that stream over at a more perfect time. As always, best in the business. Shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, providing us with these streaming capabilities. Our friends at Tennis Ticker, offering us the scoring updates. We know that it hasn't been the perfect weekend thus far, but I feel like we've gotten much better here on day 2. Of course, we look forward to continuing to improve throughout the course of the weekend, excuse me. You can see the frustration picking up now for Arthur Ferry. 30-all coming up here. So Andre Iligan continues his outstanding fall campaign. He takes a 6-4 first set over sophomore Arthur Ferry of Stanford. With that in the books, let's go back over to 18. JJ Tracy's opened up an early lead in the second set against top seed Clement Chittick. Tracy held just one of 5 times he served in that opening set. Got an early break and a hold. Perhaps most importantly, now up 2-1 here. 15 love. You do wonder, just from a tactical standpoint, watching these two play, both very flat on that backhand wing. You can tell the net clearance is much lower, in particular for Tracy on that side. His forehand extraordinarily heavy. Is that the side we see the errors produced for both of these players? That's also the side they're both going to try and target, find opportunities to attack off of. an interesting little tactical wrinkle to keep your eye on as we watch this match, folks. Sprays wide on Clement Chittick, excuse me. So now 4 game point chances for JJ Tracy. Meanwhile, 7 minutes away from the women's quarterfinal matches coming out on court. As soon as they do, we'll give you court matches. We'll give you who's playing who and where, so you can follow all the action yourself. In the meantime, though, heck of a service game from JJ Tracy. 3-1, he leads in the second set. His teammate, Mate Votzel, just held to take a 2-1 lead on court number 17. Court's right now on court 10. We've got Holmgren taking on Byler. Worth noting on court 12, 2-all in the third set. Battle unfolding between Pepperdine's Lisa Czar, Michigan's Kari Miller. It's a good ball, though, from Chittick, and that's what you got to do. Attack the forehand to open up that backhand wing. If you allow JJ Tracy to be static on that ad side, the backhand's going to look fine. It's getting that backhand pressured both with pace, forcing him to hit it from uncomfortable positions. It's just not as fluid as his forehand wing. Backhand a little wide there. 30 love. So now 30-all here. Chittick in trouble, letting this set escape from him here. First pressure we've seen him under all week. Has been dominant through his first 2 matches. To the net there. Very makeable backhand. So now 40-30 here. Turn goes long from JJ Wolf now. JJ Wolf, JJ Tracy was inevitable. It was going to happen eventually, folks. At least I didn't call him Mercer. Tracy, though, 3-2 lead here in the second set. Let's go over, if we can, West off to court number 10. Have a score update for all of you in that Holmgren. No, again, court 10 if we can. In that Holmgren-Byler match. No, they're on serve here in the second set, but it was August Holmgren, 6-2 first set. He took it over Mason Byler. Not sure who's serving here, but I know they're on serve. It's either 3-2. It's 3-2, one of them in the second. But again, Holmgren, 6-2 first set on court 10. So just wanted to provide that update for all of you with that in mind. You beat me to it, Westhoff. Let's go back to center. Arthur Ferry. Two-love lead here. Same thing happened in set number 1. But it's worth noting. Can we hop back on 10 real quick, West? I just want to see Westhoff, and I want to see who's serving. That's nice from Arthur Ferry. That's awfully nice on that dropper. Yeah, thank you. So I believe that's Holmgren serving far side of your court, 2-3 here, but he's up a set 6-2. Since we do know the score here, let's stick around for a hot second. See Coach Crowell on the sideline. Open up his guy, Byler. You just have to wonder, the 2-3 set victories, how much does Mason Byler have left in the tank? By the way, welcome back to my main man, Jin. I missed you in our bit of a break. Love a diehard fan. You are now the face of Stanford Cardinal tennis to me from a fan perspective. Fist pumps here again. This is the opening. I believe it's 3-2 Byler here. Looking to make a push. Meanwhile, 3-love Arthur Ferry. He's come roaring back in set number 2. Good return. Just a little loose on that forehand. He feels it. Coach doesn't even have anything to add. You can tell Byler knows exactly what went wrong there. Still a couple of chances here. Forehand sprays wide from August Holmgren. Don't look now, folks. But Mason Byler's done it again. At a minimum, 3-all here. I believe it's 4-2 now for Byler. He takes an early lead in set number 2. We're going to stick around through the end of this game just again. We're not sure when we're going to be able to get our next score update. Don't want to bother my source on the ground too frequently, as I know he's actively invested in this match. Nice response there from Holmgren. Meanwhile, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, and this is on me, cue up cameras for court 9. Queue up a camera for court 11 as well. As we get ready to introduce some of our women's quarterfinals. Not quite yet. Again, we're going to stick around here for one more game. Women's quarterfinals now on court. And again, we're going to stick with you here on this stream through the singles quarterfinals. May take a brief break after that as well. Definitely this session going through the end of the quarterfinals. We hope you stick with us. Ball there from Mason Byler. Meanwhile, for those of you following along at home, JJ Tracy broken, so it's 3-all now. Court 18 on 17. Dostnik's got a couple of chances, 15-30 here in the service game of Monte Votzel. Excuse me, 15-40 now. No, 15-30, 30-all. It's a really nice ball from Mason Byler. He holds here, I believe, 5-2 lead now for the Sooner in set number 2. In the meantime, let's go to Stadium. if we can. Oh, no, we're over on 12. We're Lisa Czar. You're right. 2 points away from closing out a 3-set win over Kari Miller. Good call by you, Westhoff. Make that 1 point away now. 2-5. Love 40 here. You know what that means. Cue the slow clap, my friend. Lisa Czar does it. Come from behind victory for the number 4 seed. She earns a 3-6, 6-4, 6-2 win over Michigan's Kari Miller to advance to the quarterfinals of our ITA National Fall Championship consolation. With that in mind now, it's only main draw matches out on court. We've yet to locate one of our women's quarterfinals. I know one of them's on 7, one's on 9, one's on 11. Got to find that last one. We will. But now things get particularly fun here. And by the way, Arthur Ferry here on center, 4-1 lead. JJ Tracy, can we go back to 18? Right now for Tracy on 18. He breaks right back. So it's a 3-6-4-3 lead for him. Let's go to 17. Luka Doncic, his friend, Stefan Dostanic. Nick now had some chances. Votes ultimately holds. So it's 7-6, 3-4. Now 15-30 actually. So Votzel's got himself a chance in a return game. Stick here for this game for a little bit. Haven't checked in on this since the end of that first set. Dramatic breaker goes to Dostanic. That's textbook. Absolute textbook stuff from the third-year player out of USC. 30 all now here. Of course, worth remembering, Votzel served for the first set, up 6-5 before Dostanic got that break back, raced out to a 6-1 lead in the tiebreaker before ultimately taking it 7-4. It's all breaking Dostanic's way right now. 40-30 now. Looked good from Mate Votzel. And indeed, that forehand on the run pass landed in. So now deuce point coming up here.
Yeah!
A big serve from Dostanic. Didn't even give me time to hype up the moment. Didn't give me time to make the case for the Votzel push. So instead it's 4-all here in the second set. Meanwhile, JJ Tracy, 4-3 lead on court 18. Let's go there now if we can, Westhoff. Holding serve's been such a struggle for Tracy throughout the course of this one. Had just given the break back to Clement Chittick. Immediately grabs that break back. Once again, 4-3 here on 18. We'll go back to it as soon as it's ready. Let's go back to 17. In the meantime, Votzel serving 4-all in that second set. We'll let you know as soon as that stream is back up on 18. Keeping our eye on that. And in fact, we are back. 15-all here for JJ Tracy in his 4-3 service game. Nice serve from Tracy. Slider into the body. Now 30 all, and John Parsons brings this up. It is a fascinating question. What to do with JJ Tracy? He's almost too good to be playing at that 5 and 6 singles position. You feel like he's going to push Kingsley and Voedsel and Van Emberg, Trotter. He's playing as well as any of them right now. $40-30 now for him here, 1 point away from consolidating. Much needed hold for 5-3. Meanwhile, 4 all, 30 all for Voedsel Dostanik. We're going to switch over to there if a break point happens. So Westoff, keep your eye on that 17 score, please. Tracy holds 4-5-3 here on 18. Let's just do it. Let's hop over to 17 now. 40-30 for Voedsel. Big first serve. Gets him 2 game points. Again, as soon as we hit the changeover, we'll go introduce our women's matches, which are indeed underway. And we get our changeover. Voedsel holding 5-4 here on court number 17. That's a funny comment from John Parsons, an inside joke you would get if you listen to our Cracked Racquets preview of this of this ITA Fall National Championship, National Fall Championship. But in the meantime, I lied. We're not going to introduce the women quite yet. Why is that? It's because Arthur Ferry's serving to send his match to a 3rd set. All of these quarterfinals tightening up. We saw Mason Byler just break August Holmgren on court 10. We see Dostanich, Voedsel 5-4 in the 3rd. Tracy up 5-3 as he tries to earn the split on Clement Chittick. And right now, Arthur Ferry cruising in the 2nd set, 5-1. He's up on Hawaii lefty Andre Iligan right now, love 15 in the Ferry service game. Make that love 30 now as Jinjin's Christian Rude makes his push here. Of course, you think he's got Christian Rude type talent. Just wait if he has Casper Rude type talent. What do you think about that? Of course, for Ferry, again, reached the 3rd round of qualifying at Wimbledon, knocked down 5 sets by Talon Griekspoor. Quality summer of ITF results as well. Right now, poor service game from the sophomore from Stanford. Love 40 here. After this, we're going to go right back to 18, Westoff. Right now, Arthur Ferry, 15-40. Keeping my eye on JJ Tracy, who's 15-30 in that service game. Again, we can stay on Stadium for now. Keeping my eye on 18, 30 all now. It's love 30, by the way, for Voedsel. So keep our eye on 17 as well as Voedsel looks to force a 3rd. All right. Love 40 now, 30-40. Meanwhile, Cayetano has raced out to a 3-love lead in her quarterfinal against Kazareva. Other matches still on serve as expected. We see here 18, 30, 40 set point. 2 of them for JJ Tracy to force a 3rd here. That's what JJ Tracy does best. Forehand sent long. Deuce point, set point coming up. By the way, Iligan gets the break of serve, so Ferry still in control, but Iligan 2-5 now. He'll serve in the second set. Meanwhile, Votzel gets the break for 6-4, so we're going 3 on 17. Let's see if we're going 3 here on 18. Imagine we're going 3 on 10 as well. It's the witching hour. Third set's upon us pretty much across the board right now in our ITF National Fall Championship men's singles quarterfinals. Third set, forced by JJ Tracy. He takes the second set 6-3 over Clement Chittick. Third set, forced by Ohio State's Mate Votzel. He takes a 6-4 second set over Stefan Dostanek. Now, Andre Iligan took the first set 6-4 over Stanford's Arthur Ferry, but it's Ferry just broken while serving for the set up 5-1. Still a 5-2 lead here in set number 2. When we last saw Mason Byler, he had just earned a break on August Holmgren as well. Drama here Friday afternoon at the Barnes Tennis Center. Response sent a bit wide by Iligan. So a 15 start here for Ferry. So let's see here. We'll have 30 now for Ferry. Now 3 set points for Arthur Ferry, 15-40, looking to be the third, at least the third, might be the fourth. We might go 4 for 4 in quarterfinal third sets at a minimum. Would be our third. Ball ends up in the net though, so 30-40 now, 2 more chances. Another escape from Andre Iligan. 5-3 now. Here on center court. Ferry, though, still another opportunity to serve for it. Let's see what he's got. Nice +1 forehand there from Ferry. Love. Well, Clement Chittick's got 4 break point chances to start off with an early break lead here. It's getting a little tricky here. For Arthur Ferry, 15 all. He looks a little rushed. Their set point fought off by Iligan. So now 40-30 here for Ferry. See if he can't close this out. Allow us to go introduce our women's matches. There it is for Arthur Ferry. A little more complicated than it needed to be, but in the end, 6-3, second set. So we're going the distance, I'm pretty sure, in all of our 4 men's singles quarterfinal matches. Now, with that said, and Clement Chittick up an early break on court 18, but it's time for us to introduce the women's matches, and we start here on court number 7. She's arguably the player of the tournament thus far, Connie Ma, freshman sensation from Stanford, taking on number 2 seed Daria Freeman. Ma just holding, I believe, for 3-2 here on court number 7. So we're on serve here. Come back to this matchup as it resumes. Let's go to court number 9 right away, where we've got play on our hands. Irina Cantos Siamers, unseeded in this event, though not a surprise by any for any of us to see her reach the semifinals, quarterfinals. Lefty on lefty here. Cantos takes on Georgia's Mel Riasco. Was a physical 3-set win for Riasco in her last match over Mississippi. Fascinating to see how much the freshman's got left in the tank. Of course, Irina Cantos going to force her to use every ounce of that physicality. Nothing Cantos likes more than going side to side here with that forehand, moving you across. Cantos holds, though, 4-2 here on court number 9. And with that, let's move next to court number 11, super producer Westoff. See here, near side of your screen, Maria Kazareva, arguably upset of the day. She knocks out top seed Abby Forbes of UCLA. 3-set victory for her. Now takes on 7 seed Erin Cayetano. USC Cayetano. A little drama in her straight set win against Petra, who will face the set point in that second set. Was down 5-4, ultimately comes back, takes it 7-5. Was all Cayetano at the start of this match, and you just had yourself wondering when Cayetano raced out to a 4-love lead, how much did Kazareva have left in the tank? But now 4-1, 30-40 for Cayetano in her service game. All right. Kazareva gets one of the breaks of serve back, 2-4 now. Here how Kazareva can follow it up. 5th year out of St. Mary's, playing her best tennis of the season. Oh, excuse me, of her career. Again, we'll stick here through the end of this game. Love 30 for Cayetano. I think she senses those, I don't want to say dead legs, but such a physical slog for Kazareva in her first match against Abby Forbes, who of course pushes you physically in every match. It play was about a 3-hour affair between the two of them. Here. There. From Kazareva for 15-30. Meanwhile, 5-2 Cantos Ciamer serving for that first set on court 9. Westoff, have that in the background in case you want to cue over there. Meanwhile, 2-3 deuce point for Freeman Ma. Believe me, we are going to spend at least 30 minutes on that Freeman Ma matchup momentarily, as third sets across the board right now in our men's quarterfinal matches. Things getting juicy in the first sets of our women's quarterfinal matches as well. 15-40 here. I'm just going to have you do it, Westhoff, so we don't miss out on it. Irina Kontos, 30-15, 5-2 on court 9. Kontos on the near side of your screen, taking on Georgia's Mel Riasco. It's a nice slider up the line there from Riasco. Could tell Kontos trying to cheat over, protect that forehand. Hit it, protect the backhand, excuse me. Hit the forehand as frequently as possible. Sneaks it up the line, though, does Riasco. Fascinating to see how much she has left in the tank as well. Never worry about that with Irina Kontos. Just, again, the perennial 2-hour 30. She loves to get her court time in, right? Big ball from Riasco. They overrule that? I don't think so. Looked like she was inkling for an overrule. Appealed to the chair umpire. 40-30 here. Set points for Irina Kontos to put herself one set away from the semifinals. Double fault, though, means we play on here in set number 1. Deuce point coming up in case you're unfamiliar, although at this point, I imagine many of you very familiar. 2 out of 3 sets, full third, no ad scoring, deuce point. Serves as a deciding point in the game, returner's choice for the return of serve, what side it comes on. Riasco goes ad. How about that from Mel Riasco, though? She says, I'm not done yet. Fight on, Georgia. 3-5 here on court number 9. Meanwhile, Connie Ma did get the break for 5-2. On court 7, Cayetano got a break right back. 5-2. On court 11, Mate Votzel now opens up a 3-1 lead on Stefan Dostanek. On court 17, Clement Shiddick. 2-1 break of serve leave on JJ Tracy. So things are happening everywhere, folks. Stick here for now. All here now. Again, both these players so effective with their returns of serve. Nice backhand up the line, though, from Irina Kontos. She does seem to be the one with the more aggressive court positioning at this point. So how she's built this 5-3, 15-30 lead. Now, 3 more set points. Let's go back. Can we? I think that wasn't the set point. 1 more. Back to 9. if we can. Or is this a set point for Cayetano? Westhoff, I love you. That's why he's the best, folks. We catch the Cayetano set point. We're back in time for the Contos set point. It's because I didn't see it coming that you scared me, Westhoff. For those of you curious, he's not here in the room with me. Great move by him. Great movement by Arena Contos Ciamers. Takes a 6-3 first set to take the early lead in our women's singles quarterfinal. We've got a bunch of fun matches right now. Let's go back to the men's side. Let's go to 17. Votzel, 3-1 break of serve lead. He's opened up on USC's Stefan Dostanik. 30-all here in the Votzel service game. Votzel's pushed to 3 sets in his first round win over Andrew Zhang. It's the first time Dostanik has gone 3 here in his 3 San Diego singles matches. Better to be lucky than good. Mate Votzel making the most of the let rule. It's 40-30 now. 2 game points for him here. Consolidate the break, take a 4-1 lead. Votzel had the pass he was looking for. That's some great depth, great pace out of the corner. And Votzel just giving a little look on the sideline there. You can see, not sure if that's Sam Rubel, different one of his USC teammates right there on the sideline cheering. Dostanik on. Deuce point coming up here. Dostanik looks to break back in set number 3.
Yeah!
It's too good, though, from Mate Votzel. Big serve into the Dostanik backhand. 4-1 now. He leads here on 17. Let's go to 18. JJ Tracy looking to hold 40 love in his 1-3 service game against top seed Clement Shiddick. Shiddick took the first set 6-3. Tracy 6-3 in the second. This match has been an absolute slog. Yeah. That on the run Tracy forehand becomes that much more difficult to hit. And now we're 2.5 of a match. Certainly for Clement Shiddick, brilliant tactic there. You know the Tracy backhand sits a little bit shorter. He jumps on it immediately. Follows it into the net. Still 40-15 for Tracy, but again, love that adjustment from Shiddick.
Come on, Tracy. Come on.
Ball sails a bit wide, so Tracy does hold. 2-3 here on court 17. Meanwhile, Ferry up an early break. Perfect. We're back on on 17 now, where Stefan Dosnik finds himself in jeopardy of falling very, very quickly. By the way, we do not have a third three-set quarterfinal. He's fallen behind love 30 here now. Love 40 in his 1-4 service game. This could very well spell the ending for the USC Trojan here. So 5-1 now. Voetzel closing in on the finish line. All right, Mate. Hoping some of that momentum translates over to his fellow Buckeye. Brilliant forehand down the line pass there. 15 love now. Yeah, ball sailing on Steph now. Looks like an all but sure thing. 15 all. So maybe I missed an error there, but still. In control. Great hustle, better overhead. So in the end, Mate Voetzel continues his exceptional fall for the Buckeyes. 6-7, 6-4, 6-1. He advances. Our first semifinalist, second semifinalist, I should say, at the ITA All-American, as August Holmgren closed out a 6-2, 7-6 victory over Mason Byler. Meanwhile, let's go back to 18. Tracy now 2-4 down against top seed Clement Shiddick. Can he perhaps ride some of the momentum from that Voetzel victory? Meanwhile, Arthur Ferry up 3-2. Actually, I lied. Let's go to 7. Connie Ma facing 3 break points against number 2 seed Daria Freeman. 4-all in the first set there. Crunch time of this match now 30-40 for Ma. Meanwhile, just warming up on court, Sarah Hamner, Alexa Noel. ITA All-American final rematch. That's coming up on court 13. Break of serve to Cayetano. She'll now serve for, to Cayetano. Break of serve to Freeman. So she'll now serve for the first set, 5-4. I suppose with that in mind, let's go back to 18. And hoping to have the opportunity to speak with both Votzel and with August Holmgren, hopefully with all of our champions at some point here on the broadcast. .30 here. Shiddick tries to put his foot on the gas. Commanding double break lead. See the fist pump now. 3 break point chances. Again, 4-2 here in the third for the top seed. Technically a second year. Technically a third year, excuse me, but really a sophomore. Not a guy you talked about with the Stroms and the Sheltons and the Mondays and Tracy's of the world until this fall. And he has been that good. That's just... Oh, bounced on that side first, I see. That'll do it. 5-2 Shiddick. Double break lead here in the third set on court 18. JJ Tracy's been the comeback king. We'll see if he's got another one in him. Meanwhile, on Stadium, Arthur Ferry's been nursing a break lead in the third set. Now finds himself facing a couple of break points. 3-2, 30-40 for Ferry. Center court against Hawaii's Andre Iligan. Looks like Ferry's fought off the first one, so now we're at deuce here. Iligan electing to go right back to that ad side. Again, we're monitoring Shiddick. We're monitoring Tracy. Shiddick and Freeman, as each of them serve for their respective sets as well, but a breakpoint chance here to get back on serve for Hawaii's Andre Iligan. And the Ferry. Stop if you've heard this before. Pulls a little magic out of his pocket with that half volley. He scoops, he scores. 4-2 he holds here on Stadium Court. Meanwhile, with that in mind, let's go to 7 if we can, Westoff. Freeman, Ma, 15-all for the number 2 seed, Daria Freeman. She just broke Connie Ma. She's now serving for this first set. It was a physical 3-set slog for Connie Ma in her earlier match day. A win over top 5 Fiona of all time, Fiona Crawley of UNC. There's a lot of Katarina Jokic in what I've seen in Daria Freeman thus far. I know that's a bold comparison to make for the number 2 seed, but just watch the aggressiveness on her backhand wing. She goes after that forehand as well. 2 points away now. 30-15 here. She leads. Stanford freshman Connie Ma. You can see the bouncing. You love to see that energy, the intensity, the routine. Connie Ma pressing a little bit there. Would have needed to summon some magic to make that on the rise backhand. 40-15 here. Meanwhile, Westoff, let's go to 18 if we can. 4 match points for Clement Shiddick. I know that's a set point here, but match point trumps set point. Shiddick now 40-15 here. Westhoff, cue it before we miss it. Cue that slow clap. There it is in the end. Clement Shiddick. 6-3, 3-6, 6-2. He advances over JJ Tracy. Sets up a matchup between he and August Holmgren. Meanwhile, let's go to Freeman, court 7. 40-30 now for the Princeton Tiger. She looks to close out that first set against uber talented freshman, excuse me. Already a Freeman. Connie Ma. First set goes to Freeman. 6-4, she takes it over Connie Ma. This is a match we will be back with shortly. Let's go to 13 if we can, Westhoff. I'm told 13 is the site of arguably, not arguably, we'll say it, the match of the day could turn into the match of the tournament depending on how much juice is left in the tank. But I just want to show this, put it on everyone's radar. South Carolina's Sarah Hamner, freshman sensation, ITA All-American champion. Taking on Alexa Noel of Iowa. Of course, this is a rematch of the ITA All-American final, which Hamner, I believe, led 5-2 in that third set before, unfortunately, Noel forced to retire. Now, right now, that's right, the excellence is so good. They've blown out the camera. We'll come back to that match momentarily as soon as that camera's rocking and rolling. In the meantime, let's go to Stadium. Closest to the finish line, Ferry and Illigan. We're back. So we see here, feet a little bit frozen. It's because we know so many of you are tuning in now for these home stages of the quarterfinals. Give us a moment, though. Super producer Daniel Westhoff will be on it. In the meantime, Westhoff, 9 Stadium and 11, whichever you want to choose from. 9 Stadium and 11. So we go to Canto Siamer's deuce point here. It's a big hold for the third-year Ohio State Buckeye as she keeps that deficit small. Still down to break 1-2 in the second set to Mel Riasco, but Cantos took the first. She's built herself some margin, looking to make it 2 Buckeyes in the singles semifinals as Mate Votzel knocks off Dostanik in 3-set. Votzel now awaiting the winner of Illigan and Arthur Ferry. Of course, here we go. Court 13, the matchup du jour. ITA All-American final rematch between South Carolina's Sarah Hampton. Hamner, excuse me. Shows you where my brain is. Sarah Hamner. And Alexa Noel of the University of Iowa. Hamner, near side of your screen. course, Noel, a dramatic come from behind 3-set victory over UNC's Riley Tran earlier today. Hamner had some drama of her own, though. She earned a 3-set win over USC's Selma Ewing. In the meantime, Westhoff, let's go back to Stadium. You beat me. How do you know you've been broadcasting for 16 hours over the past 2 days when your super producer beats you to the jump? Match points coming up here for Arthur Ferry. Jinjin, give me that slow clap. Not quite yet, says Hawaii's Andre Illegan. Still 30-40. 2 more match points for the Stanford sophomore. Number 2 seed Arthur Ferry looking to make it the 1-3. Looking to join the 1, 3, and 5 seeds. Westlock, give me that slow count. There it is. Arthur Ferry. 4-6, 6-3, 6-3. He advances to the ITA National Fall Championships men's singles semifinals, where a date with Mate Votzel awaits him. Now, with that said, all 4 men's quarterfinals in the books. Recap of your action. Shiddick, 3-set win over JJ Tracy. He's now going to take on August Holmgren, 6-2, 7-6 winner over Mason Byler of Oklahoma. On the bottom half, he had a 3-set win for Votzel over Stefan Dostanek. He is now going to take on Arthur Ferry, 3-set winner over Hawaii's Andre Illegan. Very, very fun stuff. Again, 4 of our top 5 seeds advancing to the semifinals. And now we lock in on the women's action. And of course, it starts here. Noel, early 2-love lead on South Carolina freshman sensation Sarah Hamner. Your court assignments for those of you who may want to follow anything specifically at home. This is on 13. Mon Freeman on court 7. It was Freeman of Princeton, the number 2 seed, 6-4 lead. 6-3 first set to Arena Canto. She trails 1-3 in the second, though, to Georgia's Mel Rayasco on court 9. And then Aaron Cayetano, 6-2, 3-2 break of serve lead over Maria Kazureva of St. Mary's. That matchup on court 11. Canto's on court 9. Ma on court 7. Here we're on court 13. So every 2, folks, 7-13. Those are your women's court assignments. Westhoff, can we go to 7, please, quickly? Deuce point, opening service game. Ma, second set against Connie. Daria Freeman. Ma comes up with the goods. 2 hold, 4-1 love. And I apologize to any of you who may have seen me on the stream there sneak a cookie in. Gotta do what you gotta do during these long days, right? I believe we're entering hour number, what, 7? Or 8th hour, building up to it. That's what Alexa Noel does. Absorbs your first strike. That on the stretch slice is just going to neutralize things. Tough low ball. Just draws the error from Hamner. 30-40 here. 2 points to take a double break. Quick 3-love lead on the freshman. Let's go to deuce. Be weird. There wasn't a little drama. Speaking of drama, Mel Riasco. 4-1 double break lead on Arena Cantos of Ohio State. That match had 3 sets written all over it. 2 lefties, grinders. No surprise to see that result. Deuce point, second serve coming up here. As Hamner tries to avoid an 0-3 deficit. But she cannot. And you saw the racket throw in consideration. Ultimately, momentum, Alexa Noel. 3-love lead for her. Meanwhile, Aaron Cayetano. Oh, Westhoff. Beautiful transition there. Fantastic effort from Kazureva. It's off. Excuse me, now 30 all. Her 2-4 service game. She's looking to just stay alive here on court 11. Keep her National Fall campaign going. Cayetano now 1 game away from the semifinals. 6-2, 5-2 lead for her over Kazureva. We now move over to court number 9. Cantos versus Riasco. 4-1, 15 all right now for the Georgia freshman in set number 2. It's a point out of my nightmare. Corner after corner after corner after corner, and yet in the end it is Cantos putting that ball away. 4-15-30. Again, we'll go to that Cayetano service game next as soon as it begins. She looks to book her spot. Back-to-back fall event semifinals. Was a semifinalist at the All-American as well. Again, between her, Selma Ewing, Snow Hahn. a really nice top three. Take them with Stearns and Collins and Shavatapan and Chen and Flores and Czar. Look here on court 11, Aaron Cayetano. 6'2", 5'2", 15 love. As you saw, Contos breaks for 2-4. By the way, I see a big exchange going on in the group chat. Shout out to all of you interacting. Appreciate that fact. All I ask is we keep it civil. Except for if you're criticizing John Parsons. He's trying to criticize me, saying I stole any of his takes. It's never the case. That implies I listened to him closely enough to have actually heard his take. But it is a tricky conundrum, squeezing singles and doubles into a single event. It's always going to be a struggle. See there, the big ball from Aaron Cayetano. First women's singles semifinalist as she earns a 6-2, 6-2 victory over St. Mary's Maria Kazireva. That in mind, let's go to 9. Yeah, perfect. 2-4, 15 all here. Mares tries to make this a straight set, not a 3-set affair. Way this one's going to be draining on the legs. Look at these forehand exchanges. Ball shanked wide though. 30. Meanwhile, to both of your points, again, Jinjin, it's a tough predicament because here's the alternative. Would you have preferred he lost his singles and that way he's a little fresher entering into the doubles? Do you want him to have lost his doubles so he doesn't have to worry about it entering the singles? It's the winner's burden. How do you keep your body fresh when you're playing that much tennis? And guess what? It's the burden every player in this draw, every coach would like every player in this draw to be dealing with. That was a bold choice. Generally, if I try to hit the overhead, I don't use my forehand grip. Do like the aggression there from Arena Contos. Nevertheless, we break points now. Riasco, 5-2 lead. See Coach Melissa Schaub, one of my favorites in all of college tennis. Still need that interview though, although she has reached out. We have put it on the books. To John's point about doubling up on singles on day one as Arena takes, or excuse me, Riasco takes a 5-2 lead and we go over to court number 13 if we can, where it's all Alexa Noel. 4-love lead for her over Sarah Hamner in the first set. Okay, so they're exhausted on day one as opposed to day two. And then day two is just a complete nightmare for these players because they'll have played 3 matches on the first day and you're just right away taking that gas tank closer and closer to empty. And even if they build it back up a little bit, you're just crushing it more and more. I don't mind the way they do it. Heavy day 1. You also got to make sure everyone plays at least once on day 2. You're not exactly guaranteed to do that if you mix in the round of 16, or if you do, you're there for a lifetime. It's really hard to play backdraw matches on day 1. You've got this big of a field. So again, I do think this is, and I'm definitely going to hold on to that term, the winner's burden from a scheduling perspective. Because, by the way, to Jinjin, and this is my last point on it, you know who else has to play twice tonight? Not just Arthur Ferry. Mate Votzel still has a doubles match as well. He and Robbie Cash are top seed, so let's be clear. It's not exactly unfair conditions for Ferry, given Votzel will be on court as well. Meanwhile, Sarah Hamner's just off. 5-love lead. All Alexa Noel in set number 1. So we see here Riasco trying to serve it out. Of 30, though, for her here on court 9. Meanwhile, it's a deuce point on court 7, 1-all. And that second set for Connie Ma. Keep our eye on that court 9 battle. 15-30 here. I've seen them exchange breaks multiple times. It's 2-break deficit, or perhaps a 2-hold advantage for Riasco, but she gives that service game back quite quickly. 3-5 now. Meanwhile, Connie Ma is broken by Daria Freeman, so it's going to be 2-1. Freeman setting a break lead in set number 2. Meanwhile, here's Alexa Noel serving. 5-love, far side of your screen. Take the first over Sarah Hamner. I don't think it's hyperbole to say Alexa Noel was the most underrated player in college tennis last season. All-American, 24-1 singles record at the number 1 spot. Excuse me, 24-1, I think, overall. Big Ten Freshman of the Year, Big Ten Player of the Year, ITA Rookie of the Year, was the first Big Ten Freshman of the Year, by the way, in Iowa program history. Named to the USTA Collegiate Summer Team. see here again right now. All Alexa Noel. 6-love first set. She takes it over Sarah Hamner. Can understand Hamner racing off the court. Wants to just wash that set away, no doubt. Here's where we're at right now in our 3 semifinals, if we can. And I know super producer Daniel Westoff stretched right now, so we've got something fun planned on the stream here for all of you listeners. But we go to court 9 right now. Mel Riasco. See here again, going the distance on 9, 6-love first set on 13. Can we go to 7? I know super producer Daniel Westoff working a couple of different angles right now. Again, we've got a fun surprise planned for all of you listeners here on the stream. Just need 2 minutes of patience here as we transition to 7. Daria Freeman. 6-4-2-1 lead on Connie Ma. Here again, Freeman with the early lead. But perhaps most importantly, and you can see it in the screen now as he's connecting to the audio, I believe he can hear me. August, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. We are joined now by semifinalists here at the ITA National Fall Championships, finalists at the ITA All-American. I'll say it, the player of California right now, August Holmgren. August, 6-2, 7-6 victory for you today to advance to the semifinals. Was a straight set victory, I believe, in your first match as well. What's clicking for you so far this fall?
I'm competing really well. I'm finding ways to stay tough in the big moments and just giving away very few cheap points when it really counts. I think that's the biggest difference.
Mm-hmm. And for you, the last time you were at the Barnes Tennis Center, I believe you were competing in the ATP San Diego event just a few months ago. You know, again, how did that situation prepare you for your 2 college events this fall? Obviously, you've put together 2 spectacular runs here. Thank you.
It really emphasized what I need to improve and what is working in my game. So it was very inspiring to see how few bad decisions the pros make, and I've tried to be a bit more disciplined, to copy that, to not make bad decisions, to be disciplined, and I think that's something that's really been showing in my game lately.
No, it's absolutely been working. And in particular, I was saying this when we were commentating your stream, the serve and the forehand, that seems to be the bread and butter. That seems to be working so well for you. Is that a fair assessment? And again, is that what you've been focusing on most as you get ready to make that transition to the pros, is just that +1 forehand, controlling the controllables?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working on the serve and forehand since I got to college. That's always been my bread and butter. What I've been working most on actually since last May in 2020 is the serve. And that's something that's really improved lately. I'm working a lot on serves and returns, and making sure that I give myself the best opportunity to be up in the rally on the second shot. Because if I can control the point with my forehand, then that's a great situation for me.
Oh, no doubt about that. And, I think something you've done sneaky well here, particularly in that quarterfinal victory, the movement. I don't think Sebastian gives you enough credit. You are fleet of foot, my friend. And in particular, some of the drop volleys Byler was hitting, you were tracking them down. You seem to be fluid around the courts. You moving well. How are you feeling about your fitness?
Yeah, thank you. I actually, because I've actually been working a lot on that lately. I connected with this with one of my friends or in Denmark over the summer who studies movement and has been studying a lot of what Mark Kovacs has been doing with movement, and we've been working together. So I'm doing a lot of agility work off court or outside of tennis practice, and I think it's really paying off.
No, I would agree with that. And, again, for you now, you're into another national semifinal here. What does this do for your confidence? What does this do maybe even for the team's confidence as you guys look ahead towards that 2022 dual match season?
It's a big confidence booster.
Sure.
There's no other way to describe it. I think we're going to be looking really, really strong this season. We got a lot of good guys coming in. And yeah, I mean we're here to take it. We're here to take it all the way, and I think I have no doubt that I can play with anybody in college tennis, and Guy Osorio is going to be healthy as well, and he can play with anybody. We have a great 1-2 spot right there, and we just have really, really solid lineup. So I think just hopefully for my team to see that we're right here. We're right here. This is college tennis, and this is us. So hopefully it can help us, get a good start to the season.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you there. Last two for you before I promise I'm going to let you go. This is really stupid, but I'm just going to throw it out there. Feel like you need a headband with that hair, with that look. I feel like a headband would complete the look. Am I out of line here? Is that perhaps in the queue as for later in the season?
No, I mean, I play with a headband. It's just that length where I get it in my eyes when I play and when it bounces. Exactly. But when I'm off the court, I don't need the headband.
Agree to disagree. I don't think the headband should ever go. I think it's a good look for you, August.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
in a few weeks, I'm sure it's going to be too long, so I'll need it.
No, that's awesome. That's why this hat is on, by the way. I totally feel that.
It's a good hat. It's a great hat.
Thank you. We do what we can. But last question to you. You're competing at the Barnes Center, obviously hometown for college of San Diego. Can we expect a crowd for you tomorrow? It is a weekend match. B, what does it mean for you to just be able to compete on your home turf?
I hope so. I hope we can expect a crowd. I've had a lot of supporters these last 2 days. And I think I know that a few of the guys will come out tomorrow as well for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I hope so. I play better with a lot of supporters. And what does it mean for me to play here at Barnes? It's really cool. I like these courts a lot. They help my game a lot. They help the kick serve just bounces so high, and then it sets up my forehand really well. And they're a little bit slow, so like I say, I can get away with being sneaky get to the ball without with being indoors I wouldn't get to those balls. So I think it's almost perfect, if not perfect, for me to play in these conditions.
No, absolutely. And again, you're coming off of an ITA All-American final. Have you played Shiddick before? Have you gotten to see him play at all? Any thoughts on that match?
I've practiced a lot with him these past 2-3 days, but I've never played a match against him. I saw him play against Ben Shelton at Tulsa at the All-Americans when I saw a few points. We were playing right next to each other.
Sure.
And he's so tough. Like, just makes a ton of balls, and it's really, really disciplined again. So I think it's really gonna be a battle to see who can I control the point with my forehand enough times to break through him. I think maybe that's what it's going to come down to.
Absolutely. And I'll tell him the same thing, but I'm rooting for you, August. So obviously, good luck to you tomorrow. Wishing you luck throughout the rest of this tournament. Wishing you and your team success as well. So appreciate you taking the time, and good luck to you, my friend. And I think that's perfect timing as well, as we may have lost him from a tech standpoint. But again, August Holmgren into the semifinals, your number 3 seed, a 6-2, 7-6 victory in his quarterfinal match. Thought I heard him there for a second, excuse me, in his quarterfinal match today over Mason Byler of Oklahoma. Again, super producer West stuff if we can. And I believe we have here. Thank you. Beautiful. We're back on court 7. Apologies for the abrupt exit. If someone's near August and can tell him thank you, we're very fond of his performance. We're rooting for him. That would be much appreciated. And apologies for that. Next time we're pulling someone on, I'm going to give all of you viewers a chance in advance to type in some questions, anything you'd want me to ask them. Hopefully we hit all of your questions there. Hopefully we get a few more throughout as well. But again, huge shout out to Dan Johnson for setting that up. That is correct, to John Parsons. Only two losses, excuse me, for Alexa Noel in her career. And again, we're hoping next to be joined by Arthur Ferry, 3-set win with a Stanford sophomore. So any questions you all may have for him, feel free to throw them at us right now. Daria Freeman on your screen, 6-4, 3-2 victory, lead. So setting a break over Connie Ma. Meanwhile, Sarah Hamner on the board, 1-all in her second set against Alexa Noel. And yes, to Jay's point, John Parsons, Alexa Noel, only 2 college losses in her career. One of them, the ankle injury she suffered at the NCAA tournament. The other, a withdrawal in the final of the All-American event earlier this fall. That's how exceptional she has been here as a collegiate athlete. Right now, we're looking at that next generation. Connie Ma was outstanding in her first 2 victories. Did she have to use up too much of the tank, though, this morning in a 3-set win over Fiona Crawley? Just tell, again, the split step, the quickness, they're just a trademark of Connie Ma. A little bit slow right now. Half a step, just a little sluggish. Freeman holds now, closing in on that. Jinjin, I'm very flattered that you're worried about the Arthur Ferry stamina. I promise you, 7 minutes with me will not impact his doubles performance. I appreciate it, Jinjin. Again, you have the athlete's thoughts in mind, but I think he can give us 7 minutes and be okay prior to the start of his doubles. And thank you, Patrick. You're the man. Some nice ball there from Connie Ma out of the corner. Again, you can see slowly laboring here as we stick around on court 7. We wait for Arthur Ferry, hopefully, to be joining us here in our booth next. Score updates. Deuce point right now for Sarah Hamner. Her 1-all second set service game. Currently 1-all in the third set of Cantos and Riasco. Sprang from Connie Ma now again. This is where you see the difference in physicality, even for Freeman, who hasn't played in 18 months. Or at least a college tennis event in 18 months. She's been busy getting after it on the pro level, getting after it in general. I think she would have been one of the, I mean, she's the number 2 seed, but it was the quietest number 2 seed in draw history, given that we didn't get to see her play at the ITA Regional. Okay, Connie Ma. Staying alive a bit longer. Really good stuff there from Connie Ma. And just staying alive here on court number 7. 3-4 now. She makes the turn here in the second set still. Second seed, Daria Freeman. 6-4, 4-2. Quick reset coming on our side, folks. Don't worry. We'll be back in about 2 seconds. Sorry about that, folks, as we just update our Zoom coverage. You can see now. Just the lighting here as well. Don't want that green screen getting the best of me. But of course, again, we sit here as we wait and be joined by Arthur Ferry momentarily. Stick with us here. Daria Freeman, 6-4-4-3 lead. As we are joined now on the stream. Can you hear me, Arthur?
Yeah, I can hear you all good.
Awesome. You are live, so don't swear at me, but we are joined now by National Fall semifinalist Arthur Ferry of Stanford. Arthur, 2 3-set wins today over Sven, over Andre. How's the body feeling?
Pretty tired. Yeah, it's always tough to go 2 3 sets in a row, especially with such little time in between. But happy to be in the semis and going to keep going.
Now, looking forward, obviously, to seeing you continue to compete. Now, before we get into anything too specific, talk me through the tweener. That's as casual as I've seen a tweener look throughout the course of the weekend, maybe in the past few months. Had to have felt good to win that point in the second set.
Yeah, it was good. If I recall correctly, I had an easy forehand just before, so pissed I didn't get that one to go, and so I thought I'd make the point a little special.
And it was so casual. Again, that looked practiced, I guess is what I'll say. That was a practice tweener. But for you today, again, the 2 3-set victories, you enter this event as the number 2 seed. But more importantly, you enter this event with just finally some pedigree to your name, finally some experience in the college tennis universe. How frustrating was it last year to kick off your college campaign with all the various protocols and everything that was the Stanford season?
Yeah, it was tough. I had 10 days of isolation and then went straight into a season with the team. So yeah, we went helped out with that, but it was good to get a few matches under the belt at that time as well, and getting my first individual matches is always good before season.
No doubt about that. And for you, I'm curious, given the lack of continuity, just the lack of practice time, we've seen big results from yourself, from Boyer, from Bassing over the past few weeks. What's clicking so well at Stanford? How's the level of practice right now for you guys?
Yeah, it's good. We've got a good team this year. We've got a bunch of freshmen and sophomores who are playing well, and then also still have Axel and Roadside kind of leading the way. So we'll definitely have a good team, good spirit. Practices really high level, and yeah, excited to see what we can do in season.
Is Geller the grandpa of the team now at this point? I feel like you'd probably give him a cane.
Yeah, he's the coach. He's limping around.
Exactly. Of course. Yeah. But I know you've got doubles tonight. Last question for you. Obviously, tomorrow you've got a tricky matchup on your hands. You take on, I believe, who are you taking? Votzel, I want to say, for Ohio State in the semifinals. You've seen him before. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
No, I haven't seen him before. I mean, I know he's played with a few of the guys on the team in doubles, but not much on him. I guess we'll just go out there and see what I can do.
No doubt about that. Well, tell Coach Goldstein he's got to eat a sandwich. Too skinny for a man his age, but obviously, pleasure to have you on the broadcast, Arthur. Good luck to you in your semifinals.
Thanks,
and in doubles.
Thanks. See you later.
Yep. See you. And there we go, Arthur Ferry again joining us here on our Crack Racket stream. Got semifinals coming up next. Oh, excuse me, he's got doubles later tonight, does Arthur Ferry. So we check back in here. Daria Freeman serving. Apologies, we didn't get to everyone's question. Hopefully we'll get the chance to talk to him later, Jinjin, as well. Connie Ma's not going away quietly, folks. She'll scrap. She'll claw. If we've learned anything about the freshman, it's that she's good for that. All of a sudden, 4-all now here on court number 7. Meanwhile, Sarah Hamner has raced out to a 4-1 lead in her second set. Not particularly surprising. Can we go back to 7? I was gonna say we missed something there. My bad. Here on 7. Again, 4-all now in the second set between Ma and Freeman. And our plan here, stick with you through all of these singles quarterfinals. Worth mentioning, good bounce back today from Gabe Diallo. Earns 2 victories on the day. First win for Diallo came earlier this morning. He knocked out Taha Badi. Follows that up with a win over Virginia's Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. We do have consolation singles upon us right now on some of our other courts. Fascinating matchup on court right now. Kylie Collins of Texas taking on Natasha Subash of Virginia. Right now we're locked in on our main draw women's quarterfinals, and here 4-all between Ma, Freeman. Here, Freeman does not want this match to go to a third set. Has had control essentially from the start of this one. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, doubling as the lighting expert here. Yeah, you can see Connie Ma forcing her way in. Only so much left in those legs. Freeman gets the break back. She'll serve 4-5-4 here in the second set. Meanwhile, again, 3 quarterfinal matches happening simultaneously. Here on court number 9, it's Mel Riasca with the opportunity to get us back on serve. Kanto Siamar serving up 3-2 in the third set, but love 40 here in the Buckeyes service game. Meanwhile, Hamner, 4-1 lead on Noel. That match has a third set written all over it. Some sort of confusion here on the call. Evidently. Yeah, I thought that forehand was out. It was out indeed from Kantos. So 4-2 here now. Excuse me, 3-all here now in the third set on court number 9. If we can, though, Westhoff, because we don't have a directly updated scoreboard right now, though I see that scoreboard slowly updating on 7. Let's go to 7, where Daria Freeman, you see her at the back fence, the number 2 seed for Princeton, yet to drop a set in this tournament. Didn't get to see her at the ITA All-Americans. Of course, that's a byproduct. No pre-qualifying this year. Had there been open pre-qualifying as there normally is, you can all but guarantee we would have heard the name Daria Freeman. You don't show up, become the number 2 seed at this event for no reason at all. She now has herself a 6-4, 5-4 lead, serving for the match against Stanford freshman sensation Connie Ma. By the way, just as fascinating as it is to see the development of Freeman, again, for the freshman Connie Ma, this is what you want to see from your freshman. How much does she have left in the tank? Where's her fight at? Where are her legs? Because, of course, while you don't play 2 matches in the same day at NCAAs, you do play about 5 out of 7 days in a row, 4 out of 6 days in a row. Great aggression, great physicality from Daria Freeman to get us started here. By the way, it goes without saying, breaks of serve have been the name of the game on court number 9. Kantos now 15-40, 30-40 now in the Riasco service game. She looks to take another break of serve lead. 15-all here, though, in Freeman's service game. Oh, both these players. Got the warning, tank on empty sign flashing. And yet Daria Freeman stretches her way to that ball in the forehand corner, lands over the head of Connie Ma. I don't know what time it is. It ain't over yet. Connie Ma continues to scratch, claw her way into this match. Again, taking every second of time offered to her. Ma thought she made it. Ball, though, called out, confirmed out. Westhoff, cue that slow clap ASAP. Quadruple threat here. Game point, break point. Point, match point. Ball sails long, call confirmed. Daria Freeman advances. The number 2 seeded Princeton Tiger. 6'4", 6'4". She knocks out the uber talented Stanford freshman Connie Ma. I promise you, we will be seeing more of Ma later on this season. In the meantime, yeah, let's go to 13. Sarah Hamner blitzed in the opening set by Alexa Noel. 6-love. Noel took the first, but right now it's Hamner. 5-2 lead in the second. Love 30 here in Noel's service game. She is now 1 point away from sending us to a third. $15.40 here. I'll share an anecdote. I don't know if she cares if I share it or not. During the NCAA tournament, happened to be at the same hotel as Alexa Noel, whose lob drops over the head of Hamner there for 30-40. And every morning, 2 people in the workout room, myself and Alexa Noel. Every morning, 6:30, 7 a.m., you name it, she was there putting in the work. That's how much this game means to her. That's how seriously she takes her craft. I should mention Cannon Kingsley, often in that workout room as well. Get the occasional Ty Tucker sighting too, which is always crazy. Hamner going to need all of those gym sessions, though. It was a physical 3-set first match for her against Riley Tran. We're going the distance again for both of these players. Set number 6 on the day in singles. Sarah Hamner, 6-2, second set over Alexa Noel. Mentioned it earlier, Alexa Noel, only 2 losses so far in her college career. The withdrawal to Hamner in the ITA All-American Final, she was down 5-2 in the third. And the ankle injury she suffered in the NCAA individual tournament. Other than that, it's an undefeated Noel. By the way, tuning in here, I apologize. Forgotten to give you all the update. Irina Kontos earns the all-important hold of serve for 5-3. Now 15-all here. She looks to close out her match against freshman Mel Riasco. Two points away is the Ohio State third year, who again will be counted on to help propel those Buckeyes to the next level in 2021. All of her success this past season unexpected, but now it's expected of her here in 2022. She will be the leader of that Buckeyes program at the top of the lineup. And you can understand why Coach Schaub has the expectations of her that she does. 1540, triple match point. Westhoff, you know what time it is. That was a weird ending. Not the one we expected. Nevertheless, Irina Kontos. Ooh, excuse me. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3. She advances over Georgia freshman Mel Riasco. Now, one main draw quarterfinal left to go here in singles. Alexa Noel. 6-love first set. A little bit of revenge on her mind. Came out firing against a Sarah Hamner, who quite frankly just struggled. To find her rhythm, but then it was Hamner. 6-2 second set. Kick things off here in the third. I believe it's 15-30. Oh, excuse me, love 40. Correction was made there to that scoreline. So love 40 here in Hamner's opening service game. By the way, this is what it's all about, folks. Yes, the break goes to Noel, but you can see Ayanna Ackley, South Carolina teammate of Sarah Hamner, on the sideline there, cheering on Yeah, it was 15-30. Okay, I was right. Scoreboard was wrong. Shout out to me. So it is. I think it's now 30-all here. No, was 15-40? I don't know, but it looks like it's game Noel at a minimum. That's the big takeaway here. One love. She starts things off with a break of serve. You see the high five from teammate Ayanna Ackley to Sarah Hamner. And at this point of the day, the energy level at the Barnes Tennis Center will have dipped from earlier this morning. At 9 a.m., it's vibrant on these tournament grounds. Everyone can feed off that energy, regardless of teammates. Meanwhile, Westhoff jumped on over. That's Sid the Kid Banthia, no doubt. He and Schneider. Ooh, fun doubles battle here as they take on a couple of Baylor Bears. Sid Banthia and Schneider versus the Bears, Bass and Law. Meanwhile, Kotzen and McLean are on court. Hahn, Naklo. Look for that Collins Subash matchup if you can. Westhoff, Texas versus Virginia. It's one I wouldn't mind flipping to. Meanwhile, 1-all though here for Noel. Wow. Oh, Sarah Hamner with the point of the tournament. Breaks the string on the return, has to play slice the rest of the way. You all saw that slice down the line passing shot. And I won't lie, 2 shots in, I was like, is this a mind game? She trying to get in Noel's head? I'd argue that's the finest point you'll ever see from a player with a broken string. Love 15 now for Hamner here. Meanwhile, we did get the update. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff, believing Collins, Subash. I almost called you Danielle Collins. Collins and Subash playing on center court. See, if I'm Hamner, I'm just slicing again. It worked so well. What a point. These two locking in. Again, neither giving up an inch. Willing to suffer. 15, 20, 25 shot rallies like that. Just love that shot tolerance from the freshman Hamner as well. Sort of looking as if to ask, was that ball on the far sideline wide? I won't lie, I thought it was in. Super difficult to tell from this angle. See now, again, 15-40 here for Hamner. Just tries to get us back on serve. Start out set number 3. Noel afraid to go for anything right now. You saw how casual she was from the center of the court with that slice. Hamner takes advantage. 1-all here. Kick off our third set. A couple trades of the break of serve. Meanwhile, you want to hop over on center real quick, Westoff? About 40 here for Kylie Collins, far side of your court. She leads Natasha Subash 5-1, and in fact, 6-1 first set. for the Texas Longhorn. Over Subash to kick things off. Meanwhile, here on 10, La Bass, near side of your screen, Sven La serving Finn Bass, the backwards hat. I will say, Finn Bass looks skinny, looks fit. Not to be weird, but I'm just saying, he looks fit. It's another guy to keep an eye on. So much talent at the bottom of that Baylor lineup. Not sure if there's even room for Finn in singles. I know there's room for him in that doubles lineup. Could see him and Sven La easily sliding into that #1 position to start the year. Yep. Hamner's found the rhythm now. Noel's going to have to come up with something besides these slices. Yes, she's making the match extraordinarily physical, and perhaps her calculation is that long-term Hamner wears down. I have not seen any indication that Sarah Hamner has an ounce of quit in her. That return went long as well, so we'll say 30-15 now. Turn was good, response was long. Really? I'll accept, I think she called it long. Okay, that I believe. Don't think that one was wide. Definitely could have been long. Slice by Noel. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant ball striking from Sarah Hamner there. You saw the way she opened up the court. Forehand cross, forehand cross, forehand cross. The moment she got the slice from Noel, takes the backhand cross court, draws that backhand slice from Noel until she opens up that down the line cross court play. Freshman's legit, folks. She's going to be right there. I don't care. No Emma Navarro, no Peyton Stearns in this event. No problem for me. Hamner's right there. Top 10 shortlist, maybe even the player in college tennis this season. You know what else is incredibly clear? How slow these courts are playing. And Holmgren said it when we interviewed him. August Holmgren, San Diego #3 seed, semifinalist on the men's side. But looking here in this match in particular, it's just so hard for either player to hit a winner. That's been the case in so many of these matches. Everything extraordinarily physical. Hamner misses wide. This is what Alexa Noel does to you, though. Here I was saying I thought she needed to be a little bit more aggressive. Stop, falling into these slice patterns. Now, I suppose the question's up to Noel. How much does she have left in the tank? If she can do this for another hour, Sure, maybe you draw the errors, but it just feels like everything we see is Noel on the stretch, sliced sky high into the San Diego air, just trying to stay alive in points. Meanwhile, yes, Hamner commits the error there. Now we have a big deuce point here at 1-all, but fascinating to watch. Court positioning for both of these players. Hamner playing roughly from Los Angeles. As such, makes the error. So the bet that Alexa Noel is making is that she's got the physicality to outlast Hamner here down the home stretch. Thus far, it's working. Some brilliant shot making from Hamner. But nevertheless, it's Noel who gets the break right back. 2-1 here on court 13. Let's go back to 10. Haven't gotten to watch much of the doubles here. But man, Finn Bass, and of course it's a changeover. Bass Law, 3-2 lead. Trying to think, what else do we have for sure? Can we go to 11? If not, let's go back to Stadium. Collins, Subash. Yeah, you see here on 11, NC State. Battle of Rosens, Van Sandbeek, Vives Marcos, Maxted. But for now, we'll lock in here. Subash, Collins. It's the first game here of the second set. 6-1 first set to Kylie Collins of Texas. Collins knocked out in 3 sets in the first round. Subash. By Subash, excuse me, by Selma Ewing. Ewing subsequently knocked out in 3 sets today. I believe Sarah Hamner. Excuse me. Yeah, indeed it was Hamner who knocked her out earlier in 3 sets. Meantime, let's go back. He beat me 2-13. 2-1. Noel. No overrule. Ball confirmed wide. So, team love now for Noel. freaking grind this match is. Every point. Physical, tactical warfare. 30 all here. Again, it's only 2-1 here. Third set, Noel. 3 breaks of serve thus far in the third set.
Oh my god!
Brutally tough error from Sarah Hamner. Again, Alexa Noel just makes you make one extra shot in every rally that she plays. Consolidates the break lead. 3-1 here on court 13. Again, Alex Gruskin, Cracked Rackets. So excited to be with all of you for the home stretch of day 2. Still have some doubles action. Filtering out on court now. Main draw matches. Bassenlaw, 5-2 lead on Banthia and Schneider. Action just getting underway in NC State TCU. Action just getting underway in Texas Harvard as well. First wave of men's doubles quarterfinals coming on court. Excuse me, round of 16 coming on court. Big doubles day for us on this stream tomorrow. Both the quarterfinals and the semifinals scheduled. So we're going to really lock in on that doubles action tomorrow night. For now, focused here on the ending. Hamner, Noel. 3-1 Noel. 15 love. Hamner serving on the near side of your screen. Oh, floats a little long from Noel. So now 40-15 here. Be nice for Hamner to just get a routine hold. Get back to pressuring Noel on serve. Meanwhile, after this, we are going to pop over to the doubles on 10. See if Lon Bass can't serve out that first set. There it is. Hamner holds, roar, 2-3. Noel's still leading. Let's go to 10 if we can, Westhoff. Oh, seamless transition, seamless put away volley at the net there from Finn Bass. Now 40 love for these Baylor Bears. 5-2 in the first set. No, in fact, they take the first set 6-2. The Wake Forest duo of Banthy and Schneider. With that in mind, what other courts do we know? Let's go to 11. Excuse me, let's go to 6. Let's go to 6. Let's go to 6. I was bluffing my stuff. 6. We see the debut of this fall of Elliot Spizzirri, third year from Texas. Partners with fellow third year close friend Siam Waldib. As they take on Shi and Lavsky of Harvard, another one of those Ivy League teams we haven't seen in 18 months. Harvard's going to be really good this year. So is Columbia. So is Princeton. Those schools only going to get better over the next couple of seasons as well. Godfather of college tennis, Princeton men's tennis head coach Billy Pate. They say if you want a job in the school, you got to go kiss the ring. At any school, excuse me. But the big news for Shi and Milovsky of Harvard, they earned an upset victory yesterday. Third set tiebreaker win over number 2 seeds, ITA All-American finalists James Trotter, Justin Boulay of Ohio State. So again, we'll keep our eye on that match as we go back here to 13. Hamner, 3-2 serving. Noel, 3-2 lead for the Iowa Hawkeye over South Carolina Sarah Hamner. It's been a lot of dictating for Hamner that lead to the errors like those. Noel, perfectly content, moving that ball side to side, making this match a track meet. Again, 3 people in the Orlando Courtyard Gym every morning. Cannon Kingsley, Alexa Noel, and your boy Alex Gruskin, because I knew I could do some snooping. How much legs does Hamner have left? 3-set win for her yesterday. Set win for her this morning. For Selma Ewing of USC was come from behind 3-set victory. She dropped that first 6-4, was down a break for much of that second set as well. A draining emotionally as much as it was physical win. Now we've seen something we haven't seen much of. Unexpected, unforced errors from the ITA All-American champ Hamner. Now 40 love Noel. She looks to put a quick hold in response for 2 here. Meanwhile, never mind, it's a 14 match. Looks like Pietro Felling closing in on a victory over Nikola Slavic of Ole Miss. Floats a little bit long. That might be Noel's first unforced error in roughly 3 games. You can see that scoreboard on the screen. 3-2, 40-15 now for Noel. was way too straightforward, that 40 love lead. Knew this game would tighten up a little bit. They all have.
Let's go! Let's go!
Errors pile up for Hamner in that game. And again, Alexa Noel's lost twice in her college career. Twice. One of those 2 times was to South Carolina freshman Sarah Hamner in the ITA All-American Final. See Iowa assistant coach there cheering on his player, egging her on. 4-2 she leads here. Of course, Iowa assistant coach Danny Leitner, friend of our Cracked Rackets programs. Former South Alabama standout player himself.
Why make it so hard on myself?
I'm going to try to make it 3 straight holds now. 30 love. Again, it's just who's got more gas left in the tank. Who's got the most energy here? Played enthusiastic. It's quite the service miss from Hamner. Sails long on Noel, though a rare unforced error from her. So now 40 love. Again, that'll be 3 straight holds, 3 straight breaks. Open set. I was curious where South Carolina teammate Ayanna Ackley went for Hamner. She's back on court now, competing against Lisa Czar. That match on the left side of your screen, court 12. That was a tired error. That was, hey, I only got so much gas left in the tank. I'm going big here, down 40 loves. You can even see her going to assistant head coach Dana Leitner saying, hey, that good with you? He's saying, let's just get to the changeover. Let's conserve our energy. 4-3 Noel on the turn, back to 10. La and Bass of Baylor faced break points in their opening service game of the second set. Schneider-Banthia got it to deuce. The Bass La able to hold, and now Picked up a little love 15 lead here in Schneider's opening service game. Yeah, that's a nice return. Of course, if you don't call Finn Bass hot at the end of last season, playing number 3 doubles with Charlie Broom. So much success by the duo at the NCAA tournament. Of course, Sven Law's been a number 1 doubles player seemingly his whole college career. That was with Bendick, Franzen. Now here with Bass. Kid can just play some dubs. Straight up. Simple as that. He's got the hands. Of course, we'll hop back over to Hamner momentarily. She looks to break Alexa Noel, who's going to serve up 4-3 in the third. Unfortunate double fault, so now 15-40. Back here on court 13. While serving. 4-3 lead on Hamner. For Hamner, it's just how much does she have left in the tank? It requires such patience, such finesse to do any damage on Alexa Noel. Noel's going to make that extra backhand slice. You got to hit at least 3 winners, particularly on this court, to penetrate the baseline at all. And just so difficult for Hamner to do that every day. In her second set win. That's not the ball. Hamner knows it too. Yes, you have to be aggressive. Yes, you have to try and open up angles for yourself, open up space, or you're never going to hit a winner. But a middle court forehand and you're committed in the unforced error, you just can't do that if you're the ITA All-American, especially at this stage of the match. 30 love now for Noel, an easy 30 love too. Yeah, that was a frustrated. Hamner misses that forehand return long. Good serve from Noel into the body. 40 love now. Went away from a 5-3 lead. Alexa Noel, death by 1,000 paper cuts. She's made about 2 unforced errors in the past 4 sets. Hey, great shot. The past 3 sets she's played. Seriously. She's just been rock solid here, giving Hamner nothing. Hamner serving to stay alive. 3-5 here now. Third set of our final singles quarterfinal. The winner of this matchup faces a date, Aaron Cayetano of USC. It's looking more and more like that person's going to be Alexa Noel. Of course, quickly to recap your other quarterfinals, Cantos Ciamer's 3-set win over Georgia's Mel Riasco. She'll now take on Daria Freeman, yet to drop a set. Straight sets over Stanford. Super freshman, Connie Ma. Looks like fewer than 10 unforced errors for Noel. That's one of them. 15 all now, of course, for the men's side tomorrow. Hometown hero, August Holmgren of University of San Diego. Taking on top seed Clement Shiddick of Washington. Inching closer and closer to that finish line. 15:30 now. One point away. You hear the roar from Alexa Noel Westhoff. You know what time it is. Give me that clap. It's 1 foot off by Hamner. Again, that's the sort of discipline it takes. You know Noel's going to slice and dice you. Rare unforced error from her. Still 2 more match points. Give it to me one more time, please, Westhoff. I mean, it's a deuce point. Is 3 times too much? I don't know. Noel choosing to go back to that ad side. You can feel the tension here on the stream. 5-3. Deuce point coming up. Will ITA All-American singles champion and freshman Sarah Hamner see her win streak come to an end? Sarah Hamner stays alive, and listen to her energy. Listen to that response. Tell me this match doesn't matter to her. Still, Alexa Noel gonna have the opportunity. 5-4, serving for the match. Meanwhile, elsewhere, doubles matches starting to filter out on court. We've also got some singles matches. from our back draw. Alex Kotzen was up big on Tad McLean of Auburn. He's now at 5-all, though, in that first set. Subash, Collins, Hahn, Naklo out there battling. Zar, Ackley, Yepafanova. Stanford freshman continues to have some success in the back draw for her. But meanwhile, we're on 10, where it is all Baylor Bears. La Bass, unseeded. You had a very easy pick to do some damage here this week. 6-1, 4-1 now. 6-2, 4-1, excuse me. Double break lead on the Wake Forest duo. Meanwhile, can we go back to 6? By the way, on court 7, Aaron Schneider, Fenty, Hildebrand, Pavel warming up that match here on 6. I believe we're on serve here. Scoreboard a bit behind. Harvard taking on UT. Can we go to 12? Let's go to 12 in the meantime. Just stick around. Oh, no. Good call. Stay on 13. Didn't realize we were back. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Always keeping me on my toes, in check. Alexa Noel. It's been a dramatic day of tennis for her. 3-set win. It's got to be Alexa Noel's first point at the net in roughly 20 minutes. Had the overhead, tentative hit there. Meanwhile, breaking news via the Parsa Bombs account. Axel Neve, Notre Dame #1 singles. Following his graduation this season, going to play his extra year of eligibility for the Florida Gators. He'll join the Gators in the fall of 2022. What an addition for Coach Shelton. I believe Liam's looking for us to go to court 11. I think we have our plan. Following this match, going to take about a 10-15 minute break. We've been going now, I think, 5 hours consecutively here on the stream. About to reach hour number 9 of the broadcast. So we do ask, just going to take 10-15 quick minutes. Quick refresher. Splash some water on the face before we give you an hour of doubles down the home stretch. For now, though, we have to lock in on this match. Alexa Noel, much needed winner. First one she's hit in a while, too. She's just trying to scrap and claw. Again, coax the errors out of Sarah Hamner, but the ITA All-American winning freshman not going anywhere. 30 here. Ball called long, call confirmed. Disappointed Hamner. 30 now, 30 all. Oh, this is what it's all about, folks. 8:40 East Coast time. that ball out? Guess that ball was out. Confirmed. So 30-40. Set. Break point, excuse me. Coming up to get us back on serve for 5-all. Alexa Noel, boy, to be a fly on that wall. What is she saying to Coach Danny right now? Would love to hear the inside scoop, the frustrations, the energy level. Westhoff, you know what time it is. Give it to me, my friend. Unbelievable. The freshman phenom, Sarah Hamner, breaks back. 5-all in the third, folks. We play on in San Diego. Just incredible, incredible stuff from both of these competitors. Thankfully, neither of them's got doubles. The twists, the turns, drama across the board here. Meanwhile, Lon Bass, 2-2 win over Schneider and Banthia. Yepafanova, a 4-3 win over Korean Marion Jobs. So nice pickup there for Stanford. Oh, what a freaking match this has turned into. It was always going to be good, right? ITA All-American Final rematch to start out 6-love.
Am I gonna do that? Yes! Come on! Come on! Come on!
It's a good miss, though. I think that's what her coach is trying to say, and you can see the frustration Coach Leitner's face, but it's the forehand she had to hit there. It opened up for her, perhaps maybe not so much margin. Give yourself, or excuse me, just give yourself a little more margin. Don't need to play at such thin margins. What a twist we have here. Hamner now, 2 game point chances. 4-3 lead. 6-5 lead, excuse me. Sarah Hamner on the comeback trail. 6-5 now. We're on serve in the third, but the momentum has officially been wrestled away by the South Carolina freshman. Not sure how much either of these players have left in the tank, but we will be back as soon as they are back. In the meantime, we head back to court number 6. No score for you right now, but I can tell you Spaziri, Waldeeb, near side of your screen, taking on Shi and Milovsky. Can we go to 7 quickly, Westhoff? Just a quick 7. There are the boys. University of Michigan's Andrew Fenty, Aaron Schneider. Currently up 2-1, 30 all in the service game of Hildebrand and Pavel of UCF. Typical Michigan bounce there. Energy never an issue for the Wolverines. In the meantime, we're back here on 13. There's no way Hamner's ball called that ball long because Noel's ball was in. I'm going to assume Hamner missed that one, and we're going to say 15-love Noel. By the way, just because there's a 6-5 scoreboard lead, what has propelled Sarah Hamner back into this position? She has gone into grind mode. She said, that's fine. I guarantee you, Alexa Noel, you can't hit a winner on me. If we're going to wait till the 25th ball and one of us leaves it short, I bet I can win those exchanges. Hamner has won those exchanges over the past 15 minutes, but that's the patience it takes. Let's see if Hamner can keep that here in this game. 15 all now for the big inside-out forehand. Hamner now 2 points away, finding her rhythm with that forehand. 15:30 here for Noel. Just again, how much gas does she have left at the tank? Did I not say at the start of the third? Yes, the consistency may get her close, but you're gonna need some weapons to ultimately pull out that third set. What can Noel do to make things just a little easier for herself here? To answer your question, Carney, again, we're going to come back after a brief break. Not sure what court Charlotte's on right now. You can follow all of the individual streams on Track Tennis, all the scores, tennis ticker, all that available on the ITA website. But there's the patience from Noel. She's not going away. $30, 2 game point chances to send us to the buster. Let's go to a buster. It's what we deserve. It's what we've been expecting. And yeah, it's a rematch of the ITA All-American. If we're going to get a finals rematch, we might as well get a third set breaker. This is balls to the wall. Leave it all out on the court now. See the energy these two have. First is an unforced error from Sarah Hamner. Took so much energy for Hamner just to get back in this match. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if Alexa Noel has ever actually slept in her life. I don't think she gets tired. She just gets wired. Early mini break lead. We'll see how valuable that mini break truly turns to be, though. 1-love. These on the splits gets. Hey, great shot. We found the rhyme. The on the splits gets from Alexa Noel. Laughable. It's hour 3 of the match. She played a third set grind earlier in the day. And against the ITA All-American champ, it's finalist Alexa Noel. 2-love lead here. Who wants it more, folks? Who wants it more? It's been the ball whenever Sarah Hamner's tried to get aggressive with that forehand, whether it's inside out, inside in. That's the shot that's producing errors for her. And again, you can understand the urgency. She doesn't want to play on Noel's terms, be lulled into those 10, 15, 20, 25 shot rallies. We also don't know how much she has left in the tank. 3-set win for Hamner both yesterday and today against Selma Ewing. She was having success when she was down 5-6, grinding it out. All Alexa Noel here in this breaker. The errors continue to pile up for Sarah Hamner. Love now for the Hawkeye. Unforced error from Alexa Noel. We've seen her have a lead before. We've seen her have a match point before. So we are not counting our chickens before they hatch. Five one here on the turn. Again, coming up after this, we are going to take a 20-minute break. Our Cracked Rackets pup ready to throw a mutiny here at CRHQ. Gonna go toss the ball around for him in the backyard. We'll be back for a little doubles here down the home stretch. Night number 2, ITA National Fall Championships. Again, if you're listening, Dave Mullins, I know there's a long list of things you guys are trying to accomplish at the ITA. I think number 1 at that list, we need a rebranding. ITA Fall National Championships. Never put the title, then the season of the year second. Go season of year first, then go tournament title. ITA Fall National Championships, just a little bit easier off the tongue. Alexa Noel rewarded by her trip to the net. You saw the immediate fist pump from Iowa women's tennis associate head coach there, Danny Leitner. But in the end, Westhoff, give it to me. 6-1. Start the clap. See if Alexa Noel gets the job done. Alexa Noel immediately going for the high five and the hug. File that under things you love to see. 6 love, 2-6, 7-6. She earns the victory in the ITA All-American Women's Singles Final rematch for Noel now. She advances to the semifinals. Here we're next. A date with Erin Cayetano tomorrow. Brutally tough defeat for the South Carolina freshman. You can see the emotion on her face on the sideline. But boy, what a day of tennis we were treated to. And of course, the action's not done yet. We've got doubles still ongoing throughout the grounds. You want to follow any of those matches, you can do so with our friends at Track Tennis. You want to follow any of the scores, find out court locations, go to our friends at Tennis Ticker. Again, semifinals set. Here's what those matches look like. We'll start on the women's side. You've got Cayetano taking on Alexa Noel. That's a USC-Iowa battle. You've then got Daria Freeman of Princeton taking on Arena Cantos Siamers of Ohio State. Two Big Ten players in the semifinals. Who says the Big Ten can't play outdoors? Meanwhile, for the men's side, hometown native August Holmgren, the USD, University of San Diego student, going to take on your top seed, Clement Shiddick of Washington. Shiddick rock solid in a 3-set win over JJ Tracy. Holmgren yet to drop a set in this event. Of course, your other semifinal 5th seed, Mate Votzel of Ohio State, taken on Arthur Ferry of Stanford. So those are your semifinals in singles. What do the quarterfinals look like in doubles? That'll be our answer. We're going to be back 9:20, 9:22-ish. We hope you stick around with us. But in the meantime, for Track Tennis, for Tennis Ticker, for our super producer, Daniel Westoff, the entire ITA team, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Friday, November 5th, day one of the ITA National Fall Championships officially in the books. If you have not already, come join us and follow all of the action on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. We'll be covering the event from first ball to last here, Friday through Sunday, as we go from our round of 16 all the way through our championship matches. Of course, wasn't exciting. Day one of play, a day that featured a healthy amount of upsets across the board. And of course, what I want to do on today's show is recap all of those upsets, talk about the most impressive performers on the day as well, the players that stood out, at least to the eye-popping results as well, and so much more. Of course, before I do that, I do just want to take a moment to thank all of you listeners, thank our Crack Rackets Patreon family, without whom these daily episodes would not be possible. Of course, I also have to offer thanks to our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location. Tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you let them know we sent you there, you'll get 15% off your order, free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls, Of course, again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's get into the action we saw unfold on Thursday. Was a splendid day of play, round of 32 in singles, round of 32 in doubles. Of course, it's always exceptional to get the chance to see 32 of the top men's and women's singles and doubles players across the country all compete in one location. We're on the search for that next Cam Norrie, right? That next Danielle Collins, as there have been so many players of late that have gone from the college ranks and immediately experienced success on the pros. Yesterday, a couple of standout performers, some of them freshmen, I think we have to keep our eyes on here in 2022. Let's start with the upsets on the women's singles side. Two freshmen in particular were exceptional throughout the course of the day. I want to start with freshman Connie Ma of Stanford. She knocks out 7th-seeded Snow Han of USC. Straight set victory for Ma, 6-3, 6-1. Oh my goodness, does tennis come easily to the Stanford freshman? And it's easy power for her off both wings, forehand, backhand side. There's a fluidity to her game as well. It feels like even if her opponents hit the ball a little bit bigger than her, even if they have a size advantage, her ability to absorb, redirect that pace off of both wings, it's special stuff. And given how much college tennis we watch here at Cracked Rackets, I like to think we know it when we see it. you can see it with Connie Ma right away. She is going to fit like a hand in a glove into that Stanford lineup. And, you know, it was a disappointing day. I don't know if it was disappointing. It was a tough draw for another Stanford freshman, Yepafanova, who ends up dropping a straight set affair on the day. But I mean, again, with Connie Ma, who ends up earning a doubles victory with Angelique Blake as well, 3-set victory there. I know the Cardinal had a down year in 2021. They didn't reach the round of 16. That's only like the third time that's happened since 1985. But I think they're in for a bounce back season here this year. And for Connie Ma, again, there was just nothing Snohan could do. She never found her rhythm throughout the course of the match. Felt like she made a bit of a push towards the end of that first set, but then Connie Ma came out firing at the start of the second. And even if Connie Ma's serve leaves a little bit to be desired, and it definitely does, because the ball certainly will sit up on the second serve, it's her footwork around the court, her speed. Again, she beats you to the spot. She's got that quick twitch athleticism where the ball just explodes off of her racket. I was a big fan of Connie Ma's performance on day one. And now she probably plays our match of the day on day two, as she's going to take on UNC's Fiona Crawley. Of course, Crawley undefeated last season in the back half of the lineup for the Tar Heels. She'll be expected to make a jump up this year as the Tar Heels try to replace that trio of Davitella, Graham, and Jones. Was a good win for Crawley. Struggled at first, but found her rhythm. 3-6, 6-2, 6-1 victory over Sophia Carrington of LSU. But again, I want to stick with the upsets first. Connie Ma was probably my most impressive performer of the day, and it's worth remembering she ripped through her ITA regional. I believe she didn't drop a set before knocking off her teammate Yepafanova in the final. Still has yet to drop a set during this process as well, the win over Snohan. Keep your eye on that Ma Crawley matchup on day two. But of course, some of the other upsets we saw on the day, I don't know if this one counts. Irina Cantos-Ciamers of Ohio State, who was a quarterfinalist at the ITA All-American, super successful. I think she won about 70% of her matches last season, playing number one for the Big Ten championed Ohio State Buckeyes. She earns a 3-set win over number 8 seed Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina. But again, that was a pick-em match. 6-3, 4-6, 7-5. Brutal draw for both players. I don't consider that a poor performance at all for Ackley. That's just a testament to, again, the fight of Irina Cantos-Ciamers, whose lefty game you recognize right away. And I know, should have probably said this at the top, we do apologize for all the issues with the scoring yesterday, some of the issues we had with our red zone stream. We hope to have those fixed here on day two. If not, we've got some solutions in the meantime to make it a better viewing experience for all of you at home. But, you know, one of the matches we were able to follow at the start was the Cantos-Ciamers Ackley match. And it was a physical slog. It was a battle. It's exactly what you'd expect from two players who absolutely have top 25, top 20, maybe even better potential here in 2022. And of course, you look for South Carolina, another one of those notable results for them on the day. ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner, the freshman, exceptional in her run to that title about a month ago. She got pushed in her match on day one. 3-set result for her against Elza Tomase of Tennessee, ultimately Hamner. And this was my first time getting to see her play. The firepower is quite evident. She's got weapons on both wings. Great at taking that ball early on the rise as well. I don't think she's quite the mover that Connie Ma is, but she's definitely got more firepower, can just a little bit more, you know, panache, I suppose, on that ball from the baseline. And, you know, again, it was really fun to watch her play, to see the frustration she expressed after dropping that second set. And she went down 5-2 in the second, was able to, you know, narrow that gap a little bit, make it a 6-4 set, forced Tomase to, you know, breaks her once and forced her to serve it out again. But it was a great service game from Tomase to hold 4-6-4. Hamner came out swinging, though, in the third. It was an aggressive, you know, swing, but it was a controlled swing as well. I'm a fan of her game. Again, she, even in a tournament that doesn't feature Emma Navarro, doesn't feature Peyton Stearns, doesn't feature Janice Chen of Pepperdine, Sarah Hamner's here to play, folks. She is going to be at the top of women's college tennis this season, and we have to take notice of South Carolina as such, because when you have a force like that, like Ackley as well, at the top of your lineup, I don't care what 3 through 6 like it looks like, you are going to compete against just about anyone. So it was fascinating to see her play. Some of the other notable results on the day: Cam Mora of UNC, expected to probably jump into that number 1 singles position. tough loss for her on the day. Great fight. She was down a set and a break to FSU's Petra Huel. Huel in the end, though, 6-1, 6-7, 7-5 victory over Mora. That match was, about 3 hours on the day, but, certainly an exciting one to watch. Some of the other notable ones just quickly. What a win for Selma Ewing. 3 sets over Kylie Collins. Collins comes out swinging in that first set. Just, Ewing wasn't prepared for the pace of the serve, the explosion of the forehand, the tenacity with which Kylie Collins played, but Ewing was exceptional in making adjustments, ended up finding that Collins backhand, ended up flipping the script of the rallies. It was Ewing being the aggressor, Ewing moving forward to the net, Ewing forcing Collins to either be on her back foot or forced her to be aggressive in difficult positions of the court just to try and do something to change the rhythm of the rally. Great fight from Kylie Collins at the end of that third set to force you. She was down 5-2 as well, forces Ewing to serve it out again at 5-4, but Ewing's able to get the job done. She earns a 3-set victory. That was a nice bounce back for the Trojans, considering, again, she had fallen, considering Snohan had fallen in that same time period to Connie Ma. By the way, the person who knocked out Yepafanova was another UFC Stanford battle. It was Erin Cayetano, I believe, semifinalist at the ITA All-American straight set win over Yepafanova. That was an impressive performance by a seed. Abby Forbes, 0-0 in her first round victory, just reminding everyone why she could very well be the top player in college tennis this season. Daria Freeman, a 6-1, 6-2 victory, the 2 seed out of Princeton, who didn't have a chance to play the ITA All-American because there was no pre-qualifying this year. And that's worth mentioning because had she played that event, very likely would have had success in it. You don't just show up as a number 2 seed for no reason. Daria Freeman, a name to watch throughout the course of the weekend. Again, she's got a matchup today against Tennessee's Rebecca Mertena, who earned a 3-set victory over first-time Iowa State regional champion Tessa Pornaklo. Of course, that was a fantastic match, super fun one for us to watch the ending of on our stream. In the end, though, Mertena, the victory. The other upset I didn't mention, I didn't have much of a chance to see this one as it was not on one of our play courts, but hell of a win from Georgia's Mel Riasco, the freshman, 7-6, 6-4 over number 4 seed Pepperdine's Lisa Czar, who had been on fire this fall and has lost, I think, fewer than 5 college matches in her career thus far. Again, you're trying to replace Katarina Jokic at Georgia this season. And while that will never happen, you can never replace someone like Jokic. You bring back Kowalski, you bring back Liam Ma, you bring in players like Riasco. Starting to believe more and more in this Georgia team in 2022. And of course, I'm not going to read every result. I think I got them all pretty much. Shout out to Abigail Diasentnikov. I'm going to butcher that every time. San Diego native. She earns a win on her home courts. Big win from Riley Tran. Was down set points. Natasha Subash served forward up 5-4, had a set point chance. Deuce point. Tran gets the break, earns a 7-6, 7-5 victory. Again, you're trying to replace Davitella Graham Jones. You get wins from Crawley. You get wins from Tran. You know what Scotty and Mora can be. Obviously, they've got depth. They've got recruits. UNC's here to stay, folks, and it's going to be fascinating to see Riley Tran. Another tricky matchup for her. She takes on Iowa's Alexa Noel. Noel, the ITA All-American finalist, 2-2 victory for her over Princeton's Vicky Hu. That's an impressive win on its own. Noel Tran, exciting matchup. Hamner Ewing tomorrow, all in on that. I mean, there are a bunch of good ones here. Round of 16 is when the action starts to heat up, folks. So again, you don't want to miss out on any of it. You should follow along with us on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. But of course, that's where the women's singles are after day one. Let's pivot now to the men's singles action. First time for me to see Washington's Clement Chittick and the number 1 seed, a 6-4, 6-2 win over arguably the best name in men's college tennis, Tad McClain of Auburn. The game comes easy to Clement Chittick, and just his ability to absorb, redirect pace, move forward. All the swings are condensed, good juice on the serve. It's just a very smooth game. And you can tell, unless you've got the big weapons to press him, he's going to eventually break you down. He's not going to commit that unforced error. He's going to absorb, redirect. It's not, blow you away pop, but it's not 6 feet behind the baseline tennis either. He is on top of the baseline, taking the ball early. He's just a good tennis player. I don't know how else to describe it. Clement Chittick can play, folks. I'm trying to think of a comparison from over the years, a guy who's just smooth off of both wings, but doesn't have that overwhelming weapon. I would say that's Chittick right now. Again, very few vulnerabilities in his game. I was impressed with his 6-4, 6-2 win. I was impressed with the win we saw from Arthur Ferry, 3-3 from the number 2 seed out of Stanford over Oklahoma freshman Jordan Hassan. But, speaking of Oklahoma, Big win on the day for Oklahoma's Mason Byler, probably the match of the day, 3 sets over Wake Forest Taha Badi, match of the day on the men's side. In terms of the upsets, you only had one in men's singles yesterday. It was by Alafia Aini of Cornell, and that is, of course, absolutely worth taking note of, as we haven't seen Ivy League play in over 2 years or a year and a half at this point. And so we had forgotten Alafia Aini was one of the top recruits in the country when he chose to go to Cornell. And of course, he's a guy who's played plenty of pro events over the past 18 months in lieu of playing college tennis. And he's had success as he's done so. And it was so impressive about Alafia's performance, knocking out number, I believe, 6 seed, Gabriel Diallo of Kentucky, was just the aggression he played with, because of course Diallo's 6'7". He's going to hit the big serve, hit the big forehand, try to work his way to the net, keep points quick. Quite frankly, Alafia was just better at that game plan than Diallo was. It was Alafia incorporating the serve and volley. Alafia taking big cuts on the return of serve, just looking to be aggressive, looking to not allow Diallo to be on his front foot. And he succeeded in those aspects of the game. And now Alafia is going to take on the aforementioned Mason Byler, who played a 3-hour marathon yesterday against Taha Badi. Alafia Aini can very likely find himself in the quarterfinal round of this event. And of course, after that, he would potentially face number 3 seed August Holmgren, who was excellent in a 6-1, 6-3 win over Jeffrey van der Schulenberg. The serve +1 forehand combo of number 3 seed and San Diego native, University of San Diego, Austin Holmgren, I should say. It might be the best serve +1. It might be the single biggest weapon in men's college tennis, and that's including guys who aren't playing this week, like Cannon Kingsley. I guess Adrian Boitan is Adrian Boitan. That's a discussion for a different time, but Holmgren's right there with those guys is what I'm saying. And, again, he looked like a man, and at times he made the doc, Jeffrey van der Schulenberg, Virginia sophomore, look like a boy. And it was just, again, that's a testament to the development of Holmgren, who played such aggressive front foot tennis. And yeah, he's in San Diego, home turf, home conditions, but he made the most of that impressive 6-1, 6-3 victory for the number 3 seed. Win of the day, seed-wise, probably goes to J.J. Tracy, who was down a set and a break for the majority of that second set as well against Juan Carlos Aguilar of TCU. In the end, Tracy, 4-6, 7-5, 6-1 victory. The kid grinds. And again, his combination of speed, ability to turn defense to offense, his ability in the outer thirds of the court, guy's a winner. And considering the Buckeyes aren't going to need him at the top of the lineup, because they do bring back Kingsley and they do bring in Mate Botso, a very impressive 3-set win over Andrew Zhang of Duke. Zhang also, by the way, impressive on the day in his performance. But I mean, Tracy, does he jump Trotter? Does he jump Boulay? Does he, try to, is he the number 3 guy now behind Votzel, behind Kingsley, or do you try to sneak him in at 5, 6 singles? Because if you can do that, throw him behind Van Emberg, throw him behind a James Trotter, that Ohio State lineup looks scarier and scarier with every passing day. And of course, they swept the ITA All-Americans in doubles. And yes, number 2 seed Boulay and Trotter ended up losing their first round match. We'll get there momentarily, but that Ohio State team is on the short list. They are national championship contenders this season, particularly if the form of JJ Tracy continues as such. You look elsewhere across the course of the day, I thought it was an upset. Alexa Buchan of Arkansas, 7-5, 7-6 win over Columbia's Alex Kotzen. It was, they were playing in the windiest, I would say, time of the day, and the forehand slice of Buchan just got to Kotzen. Too many unforced errors on approach shots. Kotzen, it felt like he hit the more dynamic ball. It felt like he was the more aggressive baseliner, and yet again, Buchan made that one extra shot each and every rally that eventually would draw the Kotzen error. Super impressed with the Razorbacks' performance. Fantastic victory for him. Great comeback from behind victory for Pepperdine's Andrew Rogers, 4-6, 6-3, 6-1. He knocks out Franco Cabaldo of Utah. Look, Rogers is going to be expected to play in the top half of the lineup. It's going to go Daniel DeJong 1, probably Rogers number 2 for the Waves. And compared to Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Virginia, probably still a little bit below those group of players, unless Rogers makes a big jump. And, if Pepperdine wants to compete with that group, they need the best version of Andrew Rogers. He's got an opportunity on day 2 as he's going to take on number 1 seed Clement Chittick. But again, that's a nice win for Rogers, down a set, but he was the more aggressive. He had the bigger weapon, just the assertiveness he played with. That's what you want at the top of your lineup, a guy who's going to play on his terms. That's what Rogers did. This was a great victory victory for him. And again, that's a big question for Pepperdine. They've got about 8 guys, but 2 through 4, 2 through 5 in doubles. Can the meat of their lineup compete with the best in college tennis? That's a question we will see answered during this dual match season. Andrew Rogers going to be a big component of that answer. You look elsewhere. Speaking of James Trotter, he fell on the day to Ole Miss's Finn Reynolds. Reynolds 4-4 victory. Of course, Reynolds with the graduation of Tim Sancullen going to be the guy now for Ole Miss this season. He's definitely got it in him. Finn Reynolds is as experienced as anyone in college tennis, so that's a good victory for him. And Reynolds, Holmgren, veterans, aggressive veterans. That match should be exciting on day 2. You look elsewhere, 2021. ITA National Fall Champion, Trey Hildebrand. 3-set win for him over Ole Miss. Ole Miss's Nikola Slavic. He now matches up with number 5 seed Monte Votso, who, as I mentioned, escapes against Duke's Andrew Zhang. Keep an eye on Duke. Could be sneaky good year for the Blue Devils, much needed. And I know I've harped on this over the past couple of pods, but just keep an eye on Duke. Think this could be a big bounce back year for the Blue Devils. Was a big bounce back for Georgia Tech's Andreas Martin, 3-set win over Pepperdine's Pietro Fellin. Again, if Pietro Fellin can fill in 4-5 singles and win 60% of his matches, 2/3 of his matches, Pepperdine goes from top 35 team to top 25 team, maybe even top 20 and in the hunt for a seed come the NCAA tournament. That was a good performance for Fellin, but better win for Andreas Martin, who that was my first time watching. Kyle Edmund-esque on the forehand. And I just like the aggression he plays with. Going to need all of it as he takes on number 4 seed USC Stefan Dostanek, who looks healthy and I think is going to win this event. 6-1, 6-4 win for Dostanek over Kentucky's Musatelli. You look elsewhere. First time for me getting to see the lefty out of Hawaii, the name of the ITA All-American, Hawaii's All-American semifinalist, Andre Iligan. 4-1 win for him over Regalado of CSU. He's now got Denver's James Davis here on day 2. If you're asking me my best matches in the men's singles portion, I'd say Baylor Sven Law, who earned an 1-0 victory over Columbia's Max Westphal, taking on Arthur Ferry. I think that's must watch. Martin versus Dostanich, must watch. And then probably go, Hildebrand Votzel. That's a good one. Aini Byler, all good ones. Again, round of 16 action. No bad matches throughout the course of the day. Come join us on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. Quickly on the doubles, because it was a little bit trickier for us to follow this action given the struggles on our track tennis, on our tennis ticker. And shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, our friends at Tennis Ticker for helping make all this coverage possible. I know we're working, again, to fix all of these things moving forward. I thought the Wake Forest duo of Bryland and Killingsworth looked very good, but the Old Dominion duo, the finalists at the ITA All-American, Cessna Sky and Starbutseva, I love the aggression they play with. They are clearly in sync. Their movements at the net, when one's crossing, the other's shifting to cover the open court, and just they're trying to press forward. They're on a string, and it was a tricky match for them. 3-set win over an MSU duo of Petrovich and Lewis, but they were impressive. They're the real deal. They, again, that given the first time getting to see them, they are that good. They're going to be in the mix at the top of women's college tennis doubles-wise, I think, throughout the course of the year. Speaking of teams that'll be at the top, Makarova, Goldsmith escape with a 3-set win. Czar, Flores escape with a 3-set win. Collins and Shabatapan of Texas were down an early break in their first set, but they ended up, finding their form. They cruised to a straight set victory. A lot of 3-set matches on the day in doubles. You got wins, Subash Munera, 3-set win. I mentioned Blake and Ma, 3-set victories as well. The big takeaway, I suppose, from day 1 on the women's side, no upsets from the seeds. All 8 advanced to the round of 16. And so we'll get to see all of them compete here on Friday night. Of course, you look on the men's side, only one upset. Welcome back to our coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin. I've got juice. Do you have juice? I've got juice. How about you? We are ready for some late night doubles here on the grounds of the Barnes Tennis Center. We kick things off on court number 7. This is a duo near and dear to my heart. Some of you may know I'm a Michigan Wolverine. We've got some Wolverines on court right now. And by the way, that was the classic on-court trot of Adam Steinberg moving across the court. What a forehand cross-court pass there from Andrew Fenty. Fenty, due side for the Wolverines, far side of your court. The 4th year playing with Nino Aaron Schneider, 2nd year right now, they trail their opponents. Pavel Hildebrand of UCF. It's Pavel serving near side of your screen. They're up 7-5-1 love. So early, setting a break lead. Now 30-15 here on court 7. We're going to come back to this one. We've got some action heating up elsewhere on the ground. So let's quickly check in on our other one. That's 17, Westuff. I know I'm throwing you for a loop there. Poor communication by me, but I want to quickly check on 17. Tennis hipster darling, Andre Martin, partnering with Marcus McDaniel. They made the NCAA doubles tournament last year. You see the cross there. Georgia Tech always so strong fundamentally in doubles. They're taking on a Stanford duo. Tim Sa, Max Bassing. Currently 6'4", 2 love, 1540 for McDaniel and Martin, far side of your screen. So again, Georgia Tech duo up a set and a break. A little bit of trouble here. We'll stay here through the end of the game. See if the Cardinal can't get that break back. The double fault gives it to him. So 1-2, buckle my shoe at the turnover. Let's go to 11, though. This is where things are spiciest. Van Sambeek Rosens of NC State, currently trailing 6-4. Now 5-all in the second set, 30-15 for the NC State Wildpack duo. They're taking on TCU newcomers Maxted and Vives Marcos. Big return from the Horned Frogs. So 30-all here now. Again, a pivotal 5-all game in the second set. It was the Horned Frogs 6-4 in the first. They're on the near side of your screen. We're looking for the Roditi hat. I don't see it at this moment. That may be Devin Bowen there on the sideline. Had the chance to speak with Kyle Spencer yesterday prior to the start of this tournament. That's part of a series you all will be able to hear later on this offseason as our Cracked Racquets team attempts to interview every Power 5 men's and women's tennis head coach. You heard that correctly. Already spoke to Coach Spencer, who's super excited about his #1 recruiting class in the nation. 5 freshmen. Try and fill the hole left by the graduation of Alexi Galarno. 40-30 here for the NC State duo. By the way, the difference between singles and doubles. Doubles a third set breaker. Super breaker played to 10, win by 2. We're going to stick here on our broadcast through the ending of these 3 doubles matches. Georgia Tech, Stanford, Michigan, UCF, NC State, TCU. I know coming on court shortly, we'll get a bunch of the women's doubles as well. Some of our other men's matches. There's the break for the Frogs. And of course, I will say this, not trying to relate my personal tennis experiences to these other players as we switch back to 7. But some of you may know, I participated on the club tennis team while at Michigan. We happened to play in the national final under the lights. I had never played an under the lights match out before. It is so difficult to see serves, to see overheads playing under the lights if you're not accustomed to it. I don't care how well lit the courts are. That's something to keep an eye on here tonight. Meanwhile, Fenty Ehrenschneider holding for 1-2. We're back on court 17 now. Where? What a get. Georgia Tech gets that break right back. So they lead the Cardinal 3-1 once again here in set number 2. It's a 6-4, 3-1 lead for the duo. Martin McDaniel, seeded number 3 in this event. Could absolutely win the damn thing. And I know that's not a hot take for a number 3 seed, but you don't think Georgia Tech powerhouse always. You should about that duo. Meanwhile, we're back on 11 here. Vivas Marcos, Maxted serving for the match. Set in 6-5 on the NC State duo of Ensembik or Osens. Yeah, that was long. Yeah, Coach Spencer not going to be happy with that overrule. I don't blame him. Here's why that ball got overruled, because he called it 10 seconds late. And he was tentative about the call. Now, I think it was the right call, but that led to the overrule. Team love here for the Frogs. Of course, NC State coach Spencer, 7 ATP titles in his career, was an Olympian representing Great Britain. 2000 in doubles. First round loss for him, 2. Phil McCove and Safin. Why do I know these things? Because I just interviewed him. Props for the get. But credit for the execution to TCU. And now, Vivas Marcos, Maxted, 6'4", 6'5", 40 love, Westhoff. You know what time it is. Oh no. We're back. And there it is, just in time. Maxted, Vivas Marcos. Straight set win over the NC State duo of Ensembik and Rosens. They advance to the quarterfinals, where they await the winner. Oh, excuse me, where I believe they're going to face the Texas duo of Spaziri and Waldeep. Those players getting off the court just before we started here. Now, got another wave. Doubles matches coming on. Rubel Dostanic, Simon Sava coming up. That's a quarterfinal. USC, again, taking on Miami. We've also got number 1 seeds Votzel, Cash. Votzel still alive in singles. He's reached the semifinals. And Cash going to take on former Ohio State Buckeye J.J. Mercer, now a Kentucky Wildcat. He's partnered with Joshua Lapadat. Westhoff be on the lookout for that court to get going soon. What a shot there, though. By the Golden Knight, beats him down the line. Got some singles still on court right now. Lisa Czar, 7-5, 3-3 lead on Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina. Alex Kotzen, 7-6, 3-2 lead on Auburn's Tad McClain. Votzel, Cash, Mercer, Lapadat now on court. Court 15, unfortunately, not one of our broadcast courts. I believe Dostanic and Rubel are on Stadium, Westhoff, if you want to check that out for me. If so, we'll be able to incorporate them in. But this is essentially the match, folks. 7-5, 3-1 UCF leads. Now 15-40 in the Andrew Fenty service game. Break point chances, double break lead, kiss of death against this UCF Knights team. It's a big serve from Fenty, though. Clutch stuff. 30-40 now. Again, we have confirmation. Dostanic, Rubel taking on Charlotte, Simon, and Sava. I said Miami earlier. Excuse me. I meant Charlotte. Big serve from Fenty. We're back to deuce. We had a question on the stream, seemingly a lifetime ago, but only 6 hours or so, asking my thoughts on the Charlotte doubles duo. We're going to get to see some of them here on our stream. Again, we're going till 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Of course, you can follow all the streams individually on Track Tennis. Andrew Fenty nearly digs himself out of it, but that's a heck of a return there, I believe, from Trey Hildebrand, and that's a break for UCF. Now double break lead, 7-5, 4-1 here on court 7. Let's go to stadium. Warm-ups underway. Now, it looks like we've got ourselves a match, folks. Indeed, in progress, near side of your court, Charlotte duo, Simon Sava. And I'm telling you, keep your eyes on that Charlotte program. Good things happening for just about every school in North Carolina right now. That's just cheeky. You see the hands from Rubel at the net. Dostanek, you recognize that forehand just about anywhere on that ad side. So we see here now 30 all in the opening service game for Charlotte. If you're watching, Coach Macy, close friend of us here at Cracked Rackets, just so you all know who I'm pulling for here. Go Charlotte. Just kidding. Obviously, not pulling for anyone, but I have to give a shout out to the Charlotte program for sending us some gear. I'd have a USC hat. It's just in my bedroom across from our recording studio. So, of course, could wear many hats here at Cracked Rackets. And that's, again, a testament and a thanks to all of the coaches, all of the programs, players, fans who have embraced what we're trying to do here, trying to shine a spotlight on the many fantastic collegiate athletes across the country. Ain't that pretty? Drop, volley, always love a lefty-righty duo. 1-all here on Stadium Court. In the meantime, let's go back out to court number 17. 17, if we can, Stoff. McDaniel, Martin, serving for Georgia Tech. Currently up a set and a break, 6-4, 4-2. Hop in after big winner there from Bassing, so love 15. Bassing on the ad side for the Cardinal. Saw on the deuce. That's McDaniel serving on the far side for the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go. Let's go, boys.
Poor high backhand volley. Not an easy shot to hit. But one he'd certainly like back. Server's back, no doubt. So a little drama now. 15-40 here as Saw, Bassing look to get the break back. Meanwhile, Fenty, Aaron Schneider, a couple of break points for them to get one of those two breaks back. So at least it's hanging around, keeping things interesting here in our late night session. Looks beautiful right now on the grounds of the Barnes Tennis Center. Wish we could be there. Of course, we'll get out there next year. Don't worry, folks, for now. Just a little easier for us to do this remotely. Great poach. Great poach. Love the aggression. Obviously, no blame on Sa there. He saw his opponent crossing, but you're not getting past, you're not trying. That's why you build the 15-40 lead. So now 30-40. Meanwhile, you want to hop over to 7 for a deuce point? Or you want to stick here? Up to you, Westhoff. I think we missed the deuce point, unfortunately. See who the break went to. I'll keep an eye on the scoreboard. Break went to Fenty and Aaron Schneider. Actually, I'm a big fan of Hilda Brandon Pavel. Sneaky good doubles team. But you see there, Stanford keeping it interesting, folks. 6-4, 4-3 on serve, on court 17. Let's go back to 7. Aaron Schneider, Fenty. Setting a breakdown, but was a set in 2 breaks. Now 5-7, 2-4. Aaron Schneider serving far side of your court. Of your stream, excuse me. Court, same thing. All now.
She was going to move fine.
Oh no.
It's a great serve there from Nino Aaron Schneider. 30-15 now. Meanwhile, the early breakpoint chance for Votzel and Cash. That match, unfortunately, on court 15, so no stream for us. You can follow the score live on Tennis Ticker. Link to that, as well as to each individual stream available on the We Are College Tennis website. You guys remember the old commercials? We are Fox Sports. We are college tennis. High backhand volleys. He struggles across the board. I call those nighttime misses. Indoors, well-lit court. Fenty makes that 99 out of 100. Under the lights. 6:44 on the West Coast. Things get funky. Now 40-30. Yeah, I thought it was out too. They just didn't call it. And again, that's an under the lights decision. You love the elements playing in. Leaping overhead. Fenty puts it away. 3-4. They stay alive here on court number 7. Let's go back to 17. Can we peek in on 12? That scoreboard froze. I just want to see if Lisa Czar is actually still playing. I lied. We'll come back to 17 momentarily. Let's peek in on 12. Czar was up a set in 4-3. They are still on court. Czar either held or broke serve. It's either 5-3 or 4-all here. That was a very dumb thing. Yeah, obviously she either held or broke serve. What I'm trying to say is she was serving at 4-3. That Ackley's serving now means it's either 4-all, 5-3. Let's just stick around here to the end of the game, see where we're at. Of course, for number 4 seed, Lisa Czar. Straight set first round loss. Mel Riasco of Georgia. Nice bounce back win for her down a first set. Takes it in 3 over Michigan's Kari Miller. Chance to earn a nice straight set hit win here over Ackley. And again, Czar's going to be 3-4 singles for Pepperdine this year. You see the hustle. the speed. These are inching closer. By the way, McDaniel Martin earned the break. So it's 6-4, 5-3. They're serving for it. Forehand approach sales. Longs. We're going to say it's either 30-40 or love 40. Do we do a slow clap? I don't want to be wrong, West Stuff. I'll leave it up to you. Alex Kotzen match points as well right now. 7-6, 5-2. He's up 30-40 in Tad McLean's service game. Dostanik and Rubel earn a break on center, so 3-1 they lead. There it is. Lisa Czar. 7-5, 6-3 victory over Ayanna Ackley. We now go back to court 17 where McDaniel and Martin closing in on the quarterfinals. 6-4, 5-3, 30 all.
Let's go.
Jams the body. It's a great return there from Tim Sa. 30-40 now. Couple more break point chances. It's been a funky set. Many breaks of serve here in this one, by the way. McLean holding, so Kotzen serving for it now. 7-6, 5-3. Nice bounce back for the Columbia Lion here today. By the way, Cash Votzel, early 3-love lead for them. There's the break. So here we go. Meanwhile, Fenty, Aaron Schneider, deuce point, 7-5, 4-3 here. Fenty's return goes long. Went for the big rip. See the disappointment in his face, or his body language. 3-5 now. We saw Fenty broken the last time he served. Almost scrapped his way out of it. Smacked down by Nino Aaron Schneider. He's to ask the question of the night, force them to serve it out. Meanwhile, Votzel Cash, another break point to take a 4-love first set lead. The #1 seeds looking to pick things up just where they left them at the All-American. 30-love here after another nice Fenty first serve. That's why I build a 30-love lead. Meanwhile, it is 4-love. Cash and Votzel. Here on 17. 30-love for San Bossing. They look to stay alive. 30-15 here for the Wolverines. Aggressive ball choice. 40-15 Wolverines, 40-love Cardinal. Right now it's 4-2. Dostanik and Rubel on center. They're up a break. What I wouldn't give to move like that. Brilliant finesse from Andrew Fenty. Knight's going to serve for it. Up 7-5, 5-4 on court number 7. Meanwhile, here we go to bonus time in set number 2. Martin McDaniel served for it. Got broken by Son Bassing. Now 5-all in the second set. Keep our eye on that Fenty match whenever it returns. Michigan UCF match, excuse me. A little confusion seeping in for the Yellow Jackets. It's happened a couple times now. Uncharacteristic for this duo. Well, that's a start. Forehand down the line winner from Fenty. Now love 15. Kotzen closes out the 7-6, 6-3 win. For Auburn's Tad McClain, Kotzen continuing to assert himself. Perhaps the top-ranked Ivy League player in the country. A double fault. So they broke Pavel the last time he was serving. Obviously, some doubt starts to sneak into your head after that. Love 30 here for the Golden Knights. And again, I said 10 p.m. We're going to stick around through these 3 doubles matches. Have to watch them through the finish line, of course. And Fenty draws the backhand volley error. It's a theme across the board. Of course, backhand volleys, as tough a shot as you're going to find in tennis, particularly with pace coming at you like that. But now 4 break points for the Wolverines. So they look to stay alive here on 7. One, two, how do you do? Too easy. Hildebrand cleans those bad boys up. 15-40 now. That was a much needed 2 combo there for the Knights. Break to the Wolverines. We play on here on 7. Meanwhile, nice overhead there from the Yellow Jacket. Deuce point coming up here. 6-4. 5-all Georgia Tech leads, but some momentum starting to go the way of the Cardinal. Martin and McDaniel served for it. Very nice first volley, though, at the net from Martin, and now keep their lead 6-4, 6-5. Meanwhile, 15 love. Wolverines mounting a comeback. They've won 4 of the last 5 games. Two of those breaks of serve. See the frustration on Hildebrand. He's getting ready to give us our first cracked racket of the day. Hopefully he signed it, send it to us here at CRHQ. If you're listening in, Dan Johnson, anyone who does crack a racket throughout the day, if you could get them to sign it and send it to us, we're always looking for pieces here in our studio. I don't know why you needed this sound, but you know, pieces. Error there from Fenty on the gimme, 30-15. Nino freaking Eric Schneider. It's the 3rd time we've seen him just from his shoestring get that first volley back with enough depth, pace. Give himself a play on that second volley. Now 40-15 here. What a turnaround this would be for the Wolverines. Of course, reminder, Fenty, top 10 in the country last season. His now Florida Gator partner, Matthias Seymour. That's a nice lob there from Pavel. Sneaks it over the head of Aaron Schneider. Still 2 more game points here for Michigan. Slider into the body, 6-5 Wolverines. Let's go back to 17. Pick things up at 15 all here in the 6-5 service game. No, excuse me. 30-15 now in the 6-5 service game of the Cardinal. I believe that's Tim Sa serving. Far side of your screen. Now 40-15. Looking to force a second set breaker. Meanwhile, all of the sudden was 4-love Cash Votzel, now 4-3. Former Ohio State Buckeye J.J. Mercer, Joshua Lapadot of Kentucky now roaring back. Simon and Sava got the break back for Charlotte as well. Funky times here. Scoreboards flipping everywhere. Would expect nothing less in our National Fall Championships. Meanwhile, we hover between 7 and 17. Can we go back to 17? Let's just stick here through the end of this game for now. Sa passing 40-30. There's a hold breaker. So we go back to 7 in the meantime. All of the momentum right now with Michigan. See the Wolverines bouncing. Maybe that deuce point missed return for Andrew Fenty was exactly what this team needed to wake them up. There's no love 15 here. Aaron Schneider's feeling it. Tell you what, doubles in particular, such a game of momentum. I heard a stat, more than 70% of doubles points end in the first 2 shots. Return, first volley. Huh. Thank you very much. $15-30. Love the move by Hildebrand to close at the net. Ready for Fenty to come at him with that first forehand. Great depth on that first volley. 15-30. Aaron Schneider bump lob just long, so now 30-all here. See the Wolverines going 2 back on the first. Aaron Schneider, though, feeling good about his hands. Sneaking forward a little bit. Nope. We're playing that no man's land. It's the only time you're allowed to do that. That is an impeccable first volley from Trey Hildebrand. Get out wide. Just get his racket on it, get depth on it. Poor shot choice from Fenty. Great hands from Hildebrand. Love 30s, become 40-30 here. So we've got simultaneous tiebreakers. Court 7, Court 17. In the eyes of the 7, shout out to Game of Thrones, Mother, Warrior, Smith. I don't know the rest. 2-all here on Court 17. Do it, Westhoff. Let's try and bounce between changeovers. So for now, let's go to 7. Something's funky. We see a long conference here. I'll try to direct you the best I can. Start things off with Andrew Fenty. Aaron Schneider splits the... Did he split the middle there? I believe he did. So 1-love, back to 17. Currently on serve. Now 4-2 Georgia Tech at the first turn. Worth noting, Georgia Tech served for the match, up 5-4 in that second set. Here, 1-love Wolverines on serve. Second set breaker. First set went to UCF. That's a nice +1 overhead. So 1-all here. Let's stick here for one more while they're changing over. At that Georgia Tech Stanford side. That's who it was. It was Carney Party who was looking for Charlotte. I swear we'll get there. As Charlotte takes the first set, 6-4 over Dostanik Rubel. Of course, if you are looking for a Charlotte USC exclusive broadcast, my friend Carney Party, keep us on your side screen, but also open up a new tab. Go to wearecollegetennis.com or just search ITA Fall Nationals. That'll direct you to the tournament homepage where you can find individual track tennis streams for every match throughout the tournament. So you can go focus on that stadium court yourself, Carney Party. Great username, by the way. I assume that's in reference to former White House Press Secretary Jay Carney. He just had a party every time he was on the podium. What a volley there from the Golden Knights. Mini break lead for them, 3-1. Meanwhile, let's stick here. 6-2 now. Westhoff, you know what time it is. Match point, Georgia Tech. Drops in. All right, Tim Sa, I see you. So 1 match point fought off. 3-6 now. 2 serves coming up for the Cardinals. Bassing, serving, near side of your screen. That 4-6. There it is. third seeds McDaniel, Martin. 6-4, 7-6. A little more drama than they anticipated, but they are through to the ITA National Fall Doubles quarterfinals. Meanwhile, mini break's been earned back by the Wolverines. We're at 3-all here on the turn. Second set breaker. First set went 7-5 to Hildebrand and Pavel of UCF. Hildebrand serving near side of your screen.
Yes! Good job. Come on.
Good hands.
Yeah, come on. Come on. Let's go. Do it, Trey.
It's got a very kind message from a coach who can remain nameless. Thank you. Oh. I figured you were Carney Party, by the way, watching the other stream, but yes, we will hop over to that as soon as we're done here. 3-4.
Come on.
I see a fist pump. Seems to indicate that backhand was out. So 3-5 mini break back to UCF. And that's the criticism if you're going to have one of Fenty here. Push forward to the net there. Why are you taking that ball as a backhand when that could be a put-away volley? Aaron Schneider doing all he can, and yes, he did have 2 first volleys. I think he puts away the majority of the time. That's just good hands from UCF. And now Westhoff, 6-3. Cue that sound effect, please. There it is. Hildebrand and Pavel survive. 7-5, 7-6. They take it over the duo of Fenty and Aaron Schneider. You see some warm words between the two sides. Really fun match there on court number 7. Meanwhile, now we go back to stadium. Coy. Westhoff, I think you have Coy Simon. Two-handed forehand, two-handed backhand from Charlotte. It's you have the first names up there, Stoff, just so you know. Sorry about that live editing. Should have messaged him. It's too late. I forgot about that. My bad. But that helps me. Coy Simon, transfer from Tennessee, 2 hands on both wings. He and Stefano Sava. 6-4 first set over the USC Trojans. They were down in early break. Ripped off, I think, 5 straight games to close out that first set. Dostanic coming off of a tough loss in singles. Never want to get swept in one day or lose your last 2 matches, I suppose. See Coach Brett Macy on the sideline. Currently looking for a new assistant. If you're watching on the stream, at Great Shot Pod, I'll happily facilitate you sliding into his DMs. Nice ball there from Simon and Sava. It's a really nice lob from Dosnik. Amped up himself. They get the break now. 2-love here on stadium court. Love that move from Dosnik. Love it. That's the aggression you play with. Even when the opponents are the ones 2 up, just throwing a move there. Throw them off balance. This is why college doubles is so exciting. There's just an energy to it, particularly at this hour of day. Maybe it's me. Things always get a little goofy in hour 10 of a live stream. Ball there from Sava. So now 30-15 here for the Trojans. Rubel serving near side of your screen. It's a good cross. See Coach Macy pumping up his guys, trying to keep them energized here this late, focused on the task at hand. He sees it come back on the horizon. Already have the early break. Meanwhile, if you're Simon, you're Sava, again, stick to your plays. You were literally in this position 1 set ago. You ended up 6-4. Opportunities will come. Three love. Trojans lead here on stadium court. Again, if you're just joining us today, semifinals set for our men's and women's singles competition. Let's start with the women. What a dramatic 7-6 in the third victory for Alexa Noel. Gets a little bit of revenge as she avenges one of her 2 college losses of her career, knocks out ITA All-American champion Sarah Hamner. 6-love, 2-6, 7-6. Hamner, of course, defeated Noel in the final of the ITA All-American event just about a month ago. Things don't get any easier, though, for Noel. She's going to take on an in-form USC's Erin Cayetano. Cayetano, semifinalist at the All-American. Straight set victory for her today in both of her matches, round of 16 and quarterfinals. That's your action on the top half. On the bottom half of the draw, it's going to be number 2 seed, Daria Freeman of Princeton. Fantastic result for her today. Straight set win over Stanford's Connie Ma. Ma, you could tell, drained after a 3-set first round win over Fiona Crawley, or excuse me, round of 16 for win, first match today win over Fiona Crawley, but no disrespect to Freeman, who was excellent in keeping the pressure on Ma in their quarterfinal match. It's going to be quite the test for Freeman tomorrow, though. She takes on Irina Cantos-Siemers, Ohio State Buckeye, quarterfinalist at the All-American. Someone many have circled, yours included. I would say the college tennis intelligentsia have circled as a breakout, or I should say, player who could make the leap this year, gone from very good to elite of the elite in college tennis. course, we'll be back on the call with all of that action tomorrow. For now, Sava, Simon locking in here. Final match of the call of our broadcast here tonight. So Charlotte gets on the board here. On 3. But they're up a set on the USC Trojans. Oh, he saw him crossing. And again, that's why you do it. You put the pressure on him to make that low margin down the line, inside in backhand. Now, all of a sudden, as we mentioned, happened in the first set, Simon, Sava, break point chances. Get us back on serve here. Break back for Charlotte. 3-2 now. USC still leads, but we're on serve here on Stadium Court. And again, Emma, fair question. Made this comment earlier. I'd say we get about a 93% on our improvements from day 1 to day 2. Still some things we can do better here at Crack Rackets moving forward, scoring wise, streaming wise, making sure you guys get to follow all of the action. But a huge shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, without whom none of these streams would be possible. A huge shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker, without whom it wouldn't be impossible to follow any of the scores happening on the grounds hoping to get those scores out there for you as soon as we can, Emma. But for now, doing what we can. Little long there on the serve, so still 40-30. Now a deuce point coming up here. It's been that sort of night across the grounds. Ball goes wide. 3-all here on Stadium Court. A reminder, if you want to tune into any of these streams individually, you can do so via our friends at Track Tennis. So 4-3, Dostanic, Rubel. Taking over here now. On center court. Meanwhile, again, still a few matches to go here tonight. Have some men's doubles, women's doubles still to take care of. You can find those on those individual streams for now. That will do it for our broadcast here today. We went 10 hours, folks. Of course, we hope we provided you the sort of coverage you all were looking for. Again, if you are trying to follow any of the matches here tonight, individual streams all available with our friends at Track Tennis. You can follow all of the scores with our friends at Tennis Ticker. All of those scores and links available on the ITA website. Just go Google search ITA Fall Nationals or go to wearecollegetennis.com today. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow where we've got semifinals scheduled in singles, quarterfinals, semifinals scheduled for doubles, consolation action with some phenomenal players taking place throughout the day as well. We hope you'll all join us. We hope you enjoyed today's coverage. And again, recap of all of today's action going to be found on tomorrow's mini break podcast feed. Got to give a bunch of shout outs here before we sign out. Once again, shout out to Track Tennis, shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker, shout out to the ITA tennis team from Tim Russell, Dan Johnson, all the way down through. We are immensely grateful for their support of our efforts here at Crack Rackets, for allowing us to be a part of this tournament experience. Of course, I couldn't be me without my better half, super producer Daniel Westhoff, on the ones and twos all day long. Shout out to him for the work he does on these broadcast streams. With all of that said, for day 2 at the ITA National Fall Championships, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. We hope you enjoyed today's action, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.